He explains that this thirst for change, this firm belief that he will change the tower, and this desire to achieve his dreams without relying on power, these things scare him to think of them disappearing. She asks if he is afraid of losing his desires and admits that, although it sounds strange, she finds that she, too, is a bit afraid of that. She then asks what it is that he wants to achieve so badly. He responds that he wants to usher in a new era in this tower. The scene shifts back to the present as Ivankel clenches her fist and declares that this is nothing. She asks Elpathian if he thinks he can tie her down, calling him silly, and states that now she will show them what real hell is like. She activates Inferno Festival of Flames, a partial release of an ancient power skill, and flames surround everything around them, with a giant fiery elephant appearing. Meanwhile, a person informs Division Commander Chin-hee that warships are coming from the station, and they believe the regulars are aboard. She looks at the warships and comments that she kind of saw this coming. She asks if they are really here and says that they will soon find out whether the regulars are acting bravely for no reason or whether they are truly a threat. Bomb, Indorsi, and Miseng are on a warship heading toward the area. Chin-hee asks how they managed to get so many warships operational and wonders if someone at the station helped them. Sachai observes the approaching warships and questions what is happening. Wangnan asks if they are coming to rescue them, but quickly dismisses the thought, realizing it is too dangerous. Meanwhile, Miseng points out that everyone is trapped. Indorsi comments that she believes high rankers are guarding them, noting that this will be challenging. She then asks Baum what they should do next. Baum replies that they likely cannot deceive the opponents, so they have no choice but to face them directly. Elsewhere, Dorian Frog continues battling Death Karambit when someone informs him that the regulars are nearing the hostages. Frog acknowledges the update and orders regulars to be sent after them, stating that he will join the scene as soon as he finishes dealing with his current opponent. He replies in affirmation. At that moment, Hansung attacks the Frog with a powerful Shinsu strike. Frog demands to know who is behind the assault. He unleashes his Shinsu control technique, Boundless Sky, to strike Frog again. Frog exclaims in frustration, trying to understand what is happening. Hansung then shifts his focus toward Drak, using Shinsu to launch another attack. Drak warns him to stop, stating that if he cannot halt Hansung here, he will need to provide an official explanation to the division commander. He sarcastically requests him to do him a favor and surrender. However, Hansung counters with his specialized technique, Hansung type Shinsu control, splash damage skill, Raging Rapids, delivering a devastating blow. Drak screams in pain, lamenting his inability to see clearly, and wonders aloud if he is a high ranker. Hansung then moves to attack Chin-hee from behind, but she senses his presence and reacts. Baum notices him and thinks to himself if that could be Hansung Yu. Hansung boldly declares that the regulars should be released immediately, asserting that only he, the head of the test floor, has the right to torment regulars. Chin-hee remarks that she already told him he cannot claim any spoils from this battle, adding that it seems someone else will have to write her a formal explanation as well. Hansung responds that, in that case, he will simply have to steal them and employ his specialized Shinsu control skill, Lethal Move technique, to attack her. He follows up with rapid-fire Shinsu cannon, unleashing a barrage of attacks. However, Chin-hee counters effectively by deploying protection barriers to block his offensive. Meanwhile, Yuri spots the warships in the distance and exclaims in disbelief, wondering if it could truly be Bomb. Chin-hee, unfazed, acknowledges the immense power behind Hansung's wave, but warns him that instead of focusing on attacking her, he should be more concerned about protecting his allies. She activates her Sylphid Sharp Wave to generate a robust defensive barrier. At that moment, Hansung positions himself directly in front of Beam's warship, using his Shinsu control skill to shield them from harm. Indorsi, visibly stunned, asks in disbelief if he just protected them. She activates Shining Fan and commands it to blow them away. Hansung observes the power of her attack and realizes that he cannot stop it. At that moment, Yuri's green droplets drip down, forming a shield that blocks Chunhee's attack. Hansung looks around in disbelief and thinks he is still alive. Chunhee, startled, pauses and thinks, "Wait a minute, was that just now, Yuri?" She turns her gaze toward Yuri, confirming her presence. Just then, Stua arrives with additional troops, declaring that they are there to assist her. He states that they must capture or eliminate every single person who was on the train, assuring her that they will deal with the regulars while she focuses on the larger threats. Chunhee, puzzled by this sudden intervention, wonders what is happening now. At the same time, C-rank regulars Unisona, Alex, and another regular make their entrance. Standing confidently on a warship, the C-rank regular, known as Redbeard, laughs boisterously. He mocks the regulars on the train, calling them idiots for daring to take it over. Turning to Chunhee, he asserts that there is no need for her to waste her time on those losers, assuring her that he and his team will handle them instead. Chunhee says she is not entirely sure if she can trust him, but for now, she will give him a chance. He expresses his gratitude to her. Meanwhile, Baum tells Endorsi they should head out as well. Otherwise, Hansung could be in danger. She agrees and uses Bongbong to teleport them from their position. Redbeard notices their arrival, laughs mockingly, and remarks that they do not look very impressive in person. He taunts them, suggesting they surrender and offering to let them work as slaves. Endorsi retorts sharply, telling him to shut up, adding that she can smell his foul breath from where she is. Turning to Baum, she tells him to take them down. Baum replies affirmatively and activates his orb Shinsu for an attack. The onlookers are stunned as Baum unleashes the orb. Chunhee observes in disbelief, questioning whether that is truly an orb. Stua is equally shocked, wondering how a D-rank regular can wield an orb, asking himself if this could even be real. Baum hurls the orb with precision, killing Alex and another C-rank regular effortlessly. Chunhee, witnessing the display, thinks in amazement that Baum's ability to defeat higher-ranking regulars so easily proves he is no ordinary regular. Hansung observes Baum and remarks that she supposes he might finally be worth fighting against them. Meanwhile, Yvonkel has unleashed an inferno, engulfing both warships and regulars in flames. Everyone is stunned by the sight. Miseng asks what it is, and Endorsi exclaims in shock, calling it a monster. A massive, fiery elephant begins incinerating everything in its path. A terrified individual cries out for help, yelling that Yvonkel is burning everything. She retorts sharply, commanding silence and declaring her intent to burn them all. She then unleashes the Inferno Splash damage skill, wailing flames, killing Chatanoa and Shackle in the process. Sharon attempts to shield against the fire and exclaims in disbelief, calling the situation insane. Elpathian desperately tries to use his lighthouses, but he realizes he cannot stop this, likening it to a natural disaster. On the other side, Rak runs alongside Hua Ryan and Hockney, asking Ryan if she is certain they should just follow her. He questions whether she truly knows the way out of the area. She responds curtly, saying he would not understand even if she explained, instructing him to stay quiet and follow her. Rak, indignant, asks if she is calling him stupid. Without hesitation, she replies, "Stupid." They pause as they take in the overwhelming sight of Yvonkel's flames. Hockney, clearly alarmed, asks what is happening out there, pointing out the intense blaze consuming everything outside. He turns to Rak, noticing his expression, and asks what is wrong, remarking that Rak looks utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Livy observes them from a hidden position, wondering aloud what those people are up to. The scene shifts to 20 minutes earlier, high above the air, far from the last station. A person urgently commands to halt the teleport, reporting an obstruction, a warship, and a figure resembling a high ranker. Ha Jinsung stands outside the ship, lighting a cigarette. He remarks that he has been keeping an eye on him for a long time and never imagined their paths would cross again like this, especially within Jahad's army. He states firmly that the individual cannot proceed to the last station and calls out, "Come out, Caliban." A person informs Caliban that the man seems to be calling him forward, addressing him as squadron commander, and asks what they should do. Caliban replies that their focus must remain on the mission, and instructs them to attempt teleporting again. Jinsung observes and remarks that if Caliban refuses to come out, he has a backup plan prepared, suspecting that he is being ignored. He then orders Baoan to bring it to him. Baoan acknowledges and steps out of the warship, holding a Shinsu cannon from El Rabina. Jinsung points to the cannon and explains that it is a Shinsu cannon he confiscated from El Rabina, known as the ultimate combat weapon against high rankers. He emphasizes that, as they are undoubtedly aware, El Rabina is among the most lethal anti-personnel weapons in existence. He challenges them, asking if they truly believe their warship will be able to teleport after sustaining a direct hit from it. Meanwhile, a green-haired man asks the division commander if what Jinsung is saying is true. The 3rd Division Commander, Naono-wan, responds that it does not seem like a lie, as he senses an immensely intense power emanating from the weapon. He mutters in disbelief. On the other side, Jinsung demands that Caliban come out before he destroys the warship with the cannon. Naono calls out to Squadron Commander Caliban for guidance. Caliban firmly instructs them not to let Jinsung's threats intimidate them, declaring that he is stepping out himself. Later, Caliban emerges with his army members and remarks that it has been a long time, adding that he had been wondering how he was doing since hearing nothing about him for some time. Jinsung replies that he has been busy, mentioning that he is currently working as a babysitter. He notes that the older he gets, the more he enjoys looking after kids. He comments that he has not changed a bit. Naono asks the squadron commander if he knows Jinsung. Caliban responds that he knows him. Jinsung interjects, stating that babysitting duties come with responsibilities, and he cannot allow him to reach the last station. Caliban speculates that he must have someone at the station he wants to protect. Jinsung affirms this, explaining that he has high hopes for a particular kid. He challenges him to either fight him here or back off, adding that if he is afraid of a confrontation, he is free to leave. Naono reacts with indignation, calling Jinsung's words insolent. Caliban states that Jinsung leaves him no choice. He will have to fight him. Naono cautions against letting the enemy provoke him, but Caliban orders the troops to move back, emphasizing that if they cannot get past him, the operation will fail regardless. He reassures them not to worry, as he will defeat him. He observes that he has become far more arrogant since their last encounter. Reflecting on the passage of time, he estimates it has been around 3,000 years since they first crossed paths. He recalls seeking out a place untouched by others due to intriguing rumors he had heard. He remarks that he now occupies a position that justifies such arrogance and recalls the rumors of a rancor guarding something known as the essence of bravery. The scene transitions to approximately 3,000 years earlier, to an unexplored area of the tower, a wild region beyond the influence of the ruler, specifically Mayabuchan village. Jinsung remarks that it is impressive he still possesses the strength to stand even after enduring such a beating. He acknowledges that he never anticipated encountering talent of this caliber in such a place. Caliban advances to attack, utilizing Shinsu to shatter rocks. Jinsung remains still and observes that he has not been a rancor for long, but he has already made notable achievements. He describes him as an extraordinary diamond in the rough and questions why such incredible talent is being wasted here. Caliban asks what he means. Jinsung continues, stating that the individual possesses the potential to venture out, compete, and usher in a new era within the tower. He considers it a great waste for such talent to be confined to this place and questions why a rancor like him would choose to return to it. He instructs him to wait, advising him not to be told, and questions whether the essence of bravery is truly preventing him from moving forward with his life. He explains that the essence of bravery is a legendary gem said to contain the wisdom of all combat. He heard that his family had been safeguarding it for countless generations, with the strongest rancor in the village entrusted with its protection. When a new rancor emerges, He returns to the village to challenge the ranker guarding the gem, and whichever ranker survives inherits the duty of protecting it. Correct. However, he points out that, at some point, only the strongest bloodline remained, and fathers and sons continued to kill each other. While he acknowledges that it is no laughing matter, he recognizes that, because of that tradition, his exceptionally powerful bloodline ended up being the sole survivor. Nevertheless, he understands that bravery does not grow greater by being kept locked away in such a place. True bravery only grows stronger when it is embodied within oneself. He points at him and asserts that, in his current body, bravery must exist within him for it to have any true meaning. His bloodline has already produced him as its ultimate achievement, and he has the right to possess that power. He continues, stating that, of course, if fear stemming from that antiquated tradition is holding him back, he will never discover what lies within the gem. In such a case, the fathers and sons of his family will continue to kill each other like fools forever. A fate unworthy of an honorable warrior. It is nothing but cowardice. Caliban notices a bronze statue and moves toward it, intending to smash it. Jin-sung reflects that on that day, Caliban smashed the bronze statue that his family had been guarding for generations and acquired the essence of bravery. The next time he encountered Caliban, he had transformed into a completely different being from when they first met. A serene flow of Shinsu ran through his entire body, and his body and mind were so perfectly in tune with one another that it sent chills down his spine. He believes he already seemed more than capable of becoming a high ranker. Although he had no knowledge of what the essence of bravery contained, the most important thing was that he was a vessel worthy of holding it. He had suggested several times that Caliban become a slayer, but Caliban had respectfully declined the offer, and that was the extent of their relationship. Based on what he has heard since then, after training for several centuries, Caliban embarked on a journey, soon became a high ranker, and began to make a name for himself in the tower. Since then, he has fought every great warrior he encountered, forcing them all to bow before him. He immediately took on anyone he liked as a servant and made them work for him. As a result, he believes he earned the nickname the Human Hunter. The scene shifts to the present, where Jin-sung remarks that not only did a man from some village in the wild venture out into the vast world, but he even became a warlord with an army of followers. Now, he is a squadron commander in Jahad's army. Honestly, he expresses surprise at Caliban's rise. Caliban acknowledges the kindness he showed him back then, stating that, thanks to him, he has gained and lost much. Jin-sung points out that he joined Jahad's army despite knowing that his teacher is in Fug, and asks if it ever occurred to him that he might have to fight him one day. Caliban clenches his fist and replies that if they ever fought again, with his current power, he is certain he would not lose. He then moves to attack. Jin-sung blocks the attack and says that he is going to break the old man's heart, warning him not to be so arrogantly confident. Meanwhile, Ivankel stands amidst the flames when Kun Royale Elliot, the ruler of the 44th floor, arrives. He observes that it seems to be the right time for her to intervene. He mentions that he had been trying to remain uninvolved, as this concerns Jahad's army, but he can no longer tolerate the situation. He demands to know what she thinks she is doing on someone else's floor, warning that he will kill her if she causes any further trouble. Ivankel responds, noting that the truly dangerous one has finally emerged. He tells her that if she were aware of how dangerous he is, he would stop fighting and creating chaos on his floor and leave immediately. Sharon, addressing the vice squadron commander, states that it seems the ruler of this floor has just intervened. The vice squadron commander acknowledges this, instructing the army to move out of range of his attacks, as he is not the type to concern himself with friendly fire. Ivankel apologizes but asserts that she cannot leave just yet and proceeds to launch flames in an attack. Surrounded by fire, Hansung asks Ivankel to take it easy. Bor ties a capsule and comments that she is burning everything. Hayuri uses a green droplet to reduce the intensity of the flames. Chunhee notices this and realizes that the hostages are gone. while Yuri's droplet encircles the prisoners' capsules to rescue them. Bomb observes this and states that they are back. Junhee asks Yuri if she is responsible for this and asks why she would do such a thing. Yuri responds that the hostages would have all died if she had left them there, and inquires whether she is not supposed to keep the hostages alive, or if she does not believe she can protect them from some random regulars. She addresses Dorsey, who responds with an acknowledgement and proceeds with Bongbong to save the prisoners. Bomb calls out to Barreau and Wangnan. Wangnan replies that it is too dangerous and advises them to stay away. At that moment, Charlie appears in front of Bomb to block his path and states that they cannot allow a group of amateurs to wreak havoc on a battlefield like this. Bomb looks at him and considers whether he is a ranker. He then comments that, to be honest, as a ranker, he feels somewhat embarrassed to be fighting regulars, but since their lives depend on this mission, he will strive to end it as quickly and painlessly as possible. He then commands the regulars to come over. Meanwhile, Rack notices the flames and thinks that they seem familiar, as though he has seen them somewhere before. Hockney asks what is wrong, pointing out that Rack looks completely dazed. Levy watches them from a distance and wonders what those individuals are doing, why there are only 3 of them, where the black-haired kid has gone, and who the person in the box is. He considers that the person might be important and decides to steal him from them and activate his Deathly Blizzard skill. Rack and Hockney also notice Levy preparing to attack and quickly move back. Hockney warns them to be careful. Levy observes that they have dodged the attack, acknowledging their quick reflexes. Rack inquires about his identity. Levy responds that his name is Levy, that he is a sorcerer, and that he is there to destroy them. He then asks who the person in the blue box is. Rack, in anger, asks what and shatters rocks, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Hockney feels a choking sensation, and Rack asks what is wrong. Hockney explains that he does not know, but suddenly, his throat feels as though it is choking. Rack accuses Levy, calling him a goddamn ugly turtle, and asks if he is the one responsible. Levy confirms that it is his spell and states that if they want to keep Hockney alive, they must hand over the person in the blue box. Rack demands to know if Levy wants to die, calling him an ugly turtle, and throws a rock to attack him. Levy quickly transforms into his hair form and questions where all the rocks came from. The rocks block his path. He is shocked and warns that if Rack attacks him now, he will regret it. He explains that the spell does not wear off, and even if he dies, his friend will also die, so they must hurry up and remove the rocks and give him the person in the blue box. Rack comments that Levy talks too much, stating that he does not negotiate and relentlessly attacks with Stone Shinsu. Levy is taken aback and asks what is happening as he is attacked again. Levy curses, thinking that the alligator is a complete psycho, and wonders how he cannot use the question mark curse on 2 people at once. Rack unleashes his Stone Shinsu again, preparing to attack him while wondering where the alligator gained such power and who the hell he really is. He then concedes, stating that he will get rid of the curse. Levy mentions that he no longer needs the person in the blue box and simply wants the pile of rocks removed and Hockney freed from the curse. Hugh Ryan intervenes, saying that it is enough, that the curse has been lifted, and that they have work to do. She adds that it would be better not to keep using his mysterious power, as someone might notice. Rack halts his Stone Shinsu and warns Levy not to underestimate alligators again, adding that he is just as ugly as hell. He then runs off, telling the others to follow. Levy reflects on the situation, thinking about the regular who is immune to his curse and the alligator who can control rocks, and wonders who these people are. Meanwhile, Rack thinks that he must find a way to get rid of them, as they are too dangerous. He resolves to ensure that they can escape somehow, while keeping an eye on the pathetic turtle, making sure Bomb returns alive. Meanwhile, Charlie orders the regulars to come over, and Bomb charges toward him. Hansung says that he is not ready to fight a ranker yet and attempts to attack, but Stua steps in front of him and states that, although he does not know who Hansung is, he cannot allow him to help them. Hansung expresses frustration, remarking that the people around here are simply goddamn annoying. Miseng uses the Observer Shinsu boost attack skill to enhance Endorsi's power and calls her. Endorsi leaps toward Charlie to attack, saying that she is ready. Charlie employs his yellow light defense to block her attack, acknowledging that it is a decent attack for a regular, but not good enough. Endorsi comments that this strategy will not work. Bomb tells them that they cannot defeat Charlie with their usual tactics, and that he and Miseng will buy some time. So Endorsi should go rescue the hostages in the bongbong. She asks if he will be okay. Bomb activates his first thorn fragment and creates an orb to attack, stating that he believes he can stop Charlie for about 5 minutes. Charlie smiles, questioning if Bomb truly thinks 5 minutes will be enough, and comments that he is seriously underestimating him. He uses his Shinsu cannon to attack again, but Charlie blocks it with his yellow light defense, recalling when he used to be young and reckless. He adds that, despite this, he was the only one among his friends from the floor of tests who became a ranker. He then uses his white light noise to disorient him. Bomb, feeling confused, wonders what just happened, as he can no longer see anything. Charlie tells him that reality is crueler than he knows. Regular. Yuri notices that Bomb is in danger and attempts to leave to help him, but Chen-hee stops her and asks where she thinks she is going. She states that if she helps them, she will be considered a traitor for disobeying King Jahad's orders, and she does not want to be a traitor, does she? She adds that she is a princess representing the Ha family. Yuri curses and thinks that she must get there in time. Meanwhile, Charlie explains that this is his Shinsu control skill, white noise. As soon as it hits, it plunges all of his senses into a white haze, including vision, touch, and hearing. He notes that it does not work very well in fights with rankers, but it is perfect against kids like Bomb. The Vice Alter Director commends Charlie, apologizing for being late, and explains that he tried to bring them here safely. Charlie responds by greeting him and saying that he deserves a promotion. The prisoners notice the inventory of Great Whaley, and one of them asks what it is, commenting that it is enormous. Barreau says that it is going to eat them. Bohr instructs them to stop it. He begins sending all the prisoners inside the Whaley for safekeeping. Barreau curses and remarks that the rankers should be ashamed of themselves for picking on regulars like this, demanding that they stop immediately. Charlie agrees, acknowledging that it is quite embarrassing, but states that this is simply life, as he is just a lowly servant. He then uses his transforming needle orange snake to attack Bomb, adding that he cannot go against his boss's orders. Yuri exclaims that Bomb must wake up and uses her green droplet to send the Black March, which blocks Charlie's attack and causes an explosion. Bomb regains his senses. Charlie asks what is happening and watches as the Black March falls. Bomb clasps the Black March and wonders what it is doing there, speculating that it might be Yuri's. Charlie asks what it is, questioning if it is a needle, but adds that no ordinary needle could block one of his attacks like that. He admits that he did not know regulars could use such a high-ranking item. Bomb thinks that he does not understand what is going on, but something about this situation feels incredibly dangerous. Chen-hee also notices Bomb and asks what a regular is doing with the Black March. She then questions Yuri, asking how she could give the Black March to a mere regular. Yuri responds that it must have slipped out of Bomb's hands, explaining that it always wanders off as if it has a mind of its own. She then warns Chen-hee to tell her the truth. If she catches them, those people, including herself, will all die. She asks if she is still trying to take her with her, fully aware of that fact. She asks if she wants her to die. Chen-hee responds with confusion, questioning why Yuri is acting this way, and remarks that it is so unlike a princess. She then throws her fan to attack her, stating that Jahad's princesses are supposed to be the pride and joy of King Jahad and his family. She adds that dying by the king's orders is part of the honor of being one of Jahad's princesses and demands to know when Yuri will stop acting out like this. Shinhee summons a monster, warning that if she resists, she will capture her by force if necessary. Meanwhile, Jinsung attacks Calivan with Shinsu, which stuns the onlookers. Calivan warns them to be careful. Jinsung blocks Calivan's attack and remarks that Calivan possesses all that power yet uses it to hunt down regulars, something he should be ashamed of. Calivan explains that this mission is not simply about capturing regulars. They are trying to prevent an even greater rift in the tower. He asks what Calivan means. Calivan responds that, regardless of what anyone says, this mission will be remembered as a great epic. He explains that sacrificing the lives of a few people on the train to prevent a war may seem sinister and brutal, but it is the best way to avert an even worse disaster. Jinsung replies that he has no idea what he is talking about, adding that he is not supposed to know. Calivan moves to attack him, but Jinsung blocks his punch and uses his reverse flow control skill to counterattack. He strikes him with his elbow to the head, glaring at him and thinking that he is tougher than he expected. Calivan tries to punch him again, but Jinsung flicks his punch away. Calivan then uses his lethal move, Hurricane Shaker Backlash Bomber, to launch an attack, throwing Jinsung away. He asks if it has been so long that he has forgotten, asserting that his body is far tougher than the people from the Ha family. He looks at his hand and thanks Calivan for taking the time to teach him. He reflects that when he is around him, his advantages as a member of the Ha family disappear, and he had better brace himself for a whole new world of pain. Meanwhile, Black March materializes in front of Bomb. Bomb wonders what is happening, questioning whether he passed out for a moment. From a distance, Dorsey sees him and asks what it is, recognizing Black March. Black March notices Bomb and wonders who he is, as she has not seen his face in ages. She is surprised to find that he is still alive, referring to him as the Berserker Boy, and transforms into her human form. She explains that she had sensed his presence on the floor of death before as he charged like a berserker. She remarks that it is very impressive, noting that he used to be just a little boy who knew nothing, and asks if he needs her help again this time. Bomb responds that he probably does. She observes that it seems like he is in serious trouble again and questions whether he goes around looking for trouble, or if it simply finds him. She also wonders why he is not using the power within him. Bomb asks what she means. She replies that he is hiding his power, and she can see it. He explains that the power is still unstable and difficult to use for long stretches of time. If he runs out of power before rescuing his friends, he will have no options left. She then asks if he is saying that he is holding back in a fight against a rancor. He quickly denies this, stating that he did not mean it that way. She expresses approval, saying that she likes a guy with guts, and assures him that she will help him. She tells him that he can extend his power a bit longer by using her to attack. He asks if she is serious. She confirms, stating that she likes his eyes, unlike that princess. Meanwhile, Yuri feels irritated. Black March instructs Bomb to show her what he has, transforming back into needle form and then igniting. Charlie grows worried, exclaiming that it is an ignition weapon. He looks at Bomb, thinking that something is not right with him, and asks the director if he has all the regulars. The Vice Alter Director points to a side, indicating the location, and asks what is wrong. Charlie responds that he believes they should get them out of there as soon as possible. The Vice Alter Director questions why he is so anxious, pointing out that they are just a bunch of regulars, and that Whaley is sturdy enough to withstand most attacks. Charlie replies that the issue is that he has a bad feeling about them. Bomb moves forward, holding Black March, and announces that he will channel his power into Black March, while using the 25th Night Bomb-style Shinsu control skill, Endless Sky, to attack Whaley. Charlie exclaims that it is coming. Bomb destroys Great Whaley in a single hit. The Vice Alter Director is shocked to witness this, and thinks that Whaley was destroyed in one blow. Charlie curses, acknowledging that his instincts are correct. Bomb thinks that everything is going well so far and believes he can succeed with this power, so he calls out to Dorsey. She teleports with Bong Bong and says that she understands. She lands near the prisoners, and Wang Nin is shocked to see her. The Vice Alter Director declares that they are not going anywhere and attempts to stop her by using the Shinsu Control skill Jungle Monster to attack. Bomb counters the attack by using the Shinsu Orb Black Hole Sphere to neutralize it. The Rankers are shocked by this. The Vice Alter Director thinks that the Shinsu has disappeared and wonders how he could neutralize his Shinsu so easily. Charlie curses, acknowledging that the regular is insane. Elpathian asks what kind of attack that was and notices Bomb with Black March. He realizes that Black March is in his possession and wonders how a regular could be using it. He speculates that Bomb might be the irregular who survived on the test floor. Elpathian announces to all surviving troops that the plan has changed. He instructs them to only fight the other enemies enough to keep them at bay, and to focus all their firepower on one spot, ordering the troops to destroy the regular using the Black Needle. Meanwhile, Chun-Hee states that if she resists, she will capture her by force if necessary. Yuri asks if she is not revealing her true nature a bit too suddenly. She responds that she still has not discarded her casual attitude, even now that she is a princess. This is just as Chun-Hee expected. She believes she is not fit to be a princess. The scene shifts to the past when Princess Yuri was climbing the tower as a regular at the Middle Area Ha family training ground. Yuri thanks Chun-Hee for the lesson. She praises her, saying that she is still a bit too casual in her movements, and advises her to focus even harder. Yuri agrees, stating that she will practice 100 times to get it right. Just then, a person asks Chun-Hee how the princess is doing. Chun-Hee steps toward the door and replies that she is doing excellently and will probably become a ranker without any trouble. He laughs and asks if it is not obvious, stating they are talking about the most talented person in their family. After all, she replies that excessive praise is not good for anyone, and internally thinks that calling a girl with a weak punch like that the most talented person in their family is absurd. The scene shifts back to the present. Chun-Hee remarks that she has known since back then, because of Yuri's nonchalant personality, casual way of talking, and carefree demeanor, that she was unworthy. She had hoped Yuri might have come to her senses after becoming a princess, but instead, she seemed even less aware of her status than ever. Chun-Hee states that Yuri was never fit to be a princess from the very beginning. She adds that if she is only going to tarnish their family's reputation, she might as well die right there. She then questions why their family leader favors her so much. Yuri retorts, saying it is because she has always been prettier, and anyone would agree she is far more beautiful than her. She hurls insults at her, attempting to strike her while demanding to know when she will stop behaving so recklessly. Meanwhile, Indorsi appears in front of the prisoners with the help of Bong Bong. Wang Nin is startled to see her. She instructs Miseng to send coordinates to the nearest warship. Miseng acknowledges and uses her observer to locate and coordinate the warship's position. The Vice Alter Director declares that they will never escape and moves to intercept Indorsi, but Bomb blocks his path. Frustrated, the Vice Alter Director exclaims crazy regular and orders Charlie to stop Bomb. Charlie contemplates his strategy and decides to try again, using white noise to attack Bomb. However, Bomb counters by deploying his orb Shinsu Black Hole Sphere, which absorbs the attack. Charlie is stunned and thinks about the peculiar light emanating from his skill. He realizes he has never encountered a light capable of neutralizing Shinsu so completely. He notes his combination of powerful attacks using the ignition weapon and the light that neutralizes all Shinsu, which makes it nearly impossible to attack him from a distance. He strategizes that the only way to eliminate Bomb is to engage him in close combat. However, he considers waiting for Bomb to exhaust his energy, reasoning that the technique cannot be sustained indefinitely. Yet, he hesitates, acknowledging that waiting too long could result in the humiliation of Bomb escaping with the hostages. Charlie charges at Bomb again, declaring that, above all, his pride is at stake. Bomb counters the attack using Black March Endless Sky. Charlie quickly creates a barrier to shield himself and exclaims at the sheer power of the attack. Then, noticing the weapon, he mutters incredulously, asking if that boy just said Black March. Suddenly, several large, four-sided needles with cross guards emerge from Avonkel's inferno. Sharon notices Baum wielding the Black March and demands to know how he managed to obtain it. Charlie is startled by Sharon's presence and exclaims in surprise, wondering why a high-ranking soldier from the army, a division commander, has arrived. Baum looks at Sharon as she approaches, stating that she feels immense power radiating from the red object. She remarks that now she understands why the vice squadron leader gave the specific order. She declares that it is time to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Jin-sung intercepts another of Calivan's attacks. Calivan questions whether he has been away so long that he has forgotten. He adds that his body is far tougher than that of the people from the half family. He observes his hand and expresses gratitude for taking the time to teach him in this manner. When he is in his presence, his advantages as a member of the half family cease to exist. He advises him to prepare for an entirely new realm of pain. Jin-sung remarks that he cannot comprehend how the half family acquired its reputation for possessing only thick skin. He attributes this misconception to foolish younger members who use their bodies as sandbags without honing any real skills. He explains that, within the half family, they are, in fact, technicians. He employs the Jin-sung Ha-style Shinsu boost and strikes Calivan with iron defense. He asserts that he does not know the kind of opponents Calivan has defeated in the past, but he should not assume for a moment that he is like them, as he is an exceptional figure even within the half family. Calivan adjusts his broken nose and responds that he will take note of that before advancing to attack. He counters the attack by utilizing the lethal move, the demonic storm technique, to strike him. Calivan acknowledges internally that he truly is remarkable. Meanwhile, the green-haired servant informs Naono that the enemy appears to possess exceptionally powerful skills, suggesting that they should join the battle to catch up with the advance guards. Naono dismisses the idea, stating that it would be foolish for them to interfere in such a fight. Moreover, the squadron commander has yet to reveal his true strength. She advises simply observing, confident that they will witness the squadron commander's real power once he chooses to fight earnestly. At the same time, Calivan inquires if he is curious. Jin-sung responds by asking about what. Calivan questions whether he does not wish to know what he saw upon obtaining the essence of bravery. Jin-sung asks if he truly saw something and what it was. Calivan explains that 3,000 years ago, he chose to claim the essence of bravery after being inspired by his words. After shattering the statue, he experienced a mix of regret, relief, fear, and excitement about the power he was about to acquire. In the flashback, he places his hand on the essence of bravery and reflects that when he finally touched it, he witnessed the past. In that vision, he saw the back of a man. He describes him as massive, with muscles on his back that moved as though they had a life of their own. Every muscle in his body appeared perfectly aligned, signifying that he must have been a consummate master of martial arts. In his vision of the past, he fought relentlessly, seemingly living in an ancient era of unending wars, as every place he went was a battlefield. In each battle, he continued fighting until rivers of blood flowed. Eventually, when he stood atop a mountain of corpses he had created and gazed out over the battlefield and the towers, he appeared to reach a realization. At that moment, he ceased fighting and sealed himself within a gem, the gem that came to be known as the essence of bravery. He reflects that his ancestors must have descended from someone who had known him. When he sealed himself in the gem, it was only then that their eyes met. He describes his eyes as appearing exhausted from endless killing, filled with regret. Those eyes did not belong to a warrior. They were the eyes of someone consumed by sadness and remorse. Ultimately, however, he had gained the power of the essence, a power that had been sealed away for so long, and it became his. He admits that, to be honest, after acquiring the power of the essence of bravery, he regretted it. This power had been sealed away by someone who had reached the absolute limit of bravery. Upon obtaining it, he began to wonder if he might face the same kind of tragedy as that man. That was why he had initially refused the offer and attempted to hide away in his hometown forever. Jinsung inquires about what happened next, asking why he suddenly changed his mind and left. He explains that staying there would not make wars and tragedies disappear, as so many different species, groups, and families are fighting each other in the tower. However, he wonders what would happen if everything were to surrender to one overwhelming power. He then reveals a crystal in his hand, smashing it as he declares that tragedies will vanish and the world will be at peace. He states that he has made up his mind and intends to unite every single person, family, and belief under this power. Jinsung reacts with disbelief, stating that he must be joking and questioning how he could have reached such a conclusion. He also expresses his frustration, stating that after all the help he gave him, Calivan has turned into a complete psychopath. Calivan acknowledges that his power alone might not be sufficient, as the tower is an enormous place. However, while fighting to gain more power, he encountered someone who would make his dream come true, King Jahad. A bright light emanates from his forehead as he declares that the one true king, an omnipotent and omniscient being, will use this power to make everyone surrender to the king. He states that anyone who stands in the way of his utopia will simply be destroyed. Jinsung blocks his attack and thinks that they say psychos with conviction are the scariest kind, and that idiot really is terrifying. Calivan uses the essence of bravery and transcendent skill to throw small crystals at him, but Jinsung counters. Calivan then uses an atomic explosion to attack, resulting in a massive explosion. Jinsung blocks it and thinks that he knows it. He made the right choice, for no matter what happens, he cannot allow this lunatic into the last station. Meanwhile, the Vice Altar Director abuses his authority and states that the regular girl has already taken the hostages and escaped in a warship. He mentions that she is using some kind of strange item, emphasizing that they must stop the warship at all costs. Rachel, shocked upon seeing Endorsi, wonders how she could abandon them and take only those she chooses to save. She finds it unbelievable. Inside the warship, Endorsi counts the prisoners and inquires about the whereabouts of the sleepyhead. Bor informs her that a ranker from Jahad's army, Drak, a light bearer, has taken Uryer. Endorsi, stunned, asks if this means Uryer is trapped inside a ranker's lighthouse. Bor confirms, stating that it appears so. Frustrated, Endorsi exclaims in anger, questioning how she can possibly rescue Uryer. Hua Ryan contacts Endorsi through the pocket device, asking if she is unharmed. She responds by addressing Hua Ryan. Ryan remarks that she sounds alive and well, then inquires about the hostages. She replies that they seem to have been rescued, although she is not entirely certain. She assures her that she will head over there regardless. Ryan acknowledges the situation and assures her that she will relay the good news. She asks what good news she is referring to. Ryan explains that the station was originally a warship equipped with a teleportation function. After checking, she confirms that the teleporter still operates. Although it will require some time to preheat, she believes it can be prepared to teleport them as soon as the others arrive. Endorsi, surprised, inquires if this is true and remarks that it means they can escape. Ryan affirms, adding that if they use the teleporter, the station will no longer remain exclusive to regulars, so precise timing will be crucial. Soyoung overhears their conversation through the pocket device and reflects on the revelation, surprised that even she was unaware of the teleportation function. She wonders who this mysterious girl is. Endorsi acknowledges the information and assures Ryan that she will bring everyone there as quickly as possible. At that moment, Miseng contacts Endorsi through the pocket device, reporting a new problem. Miseng informs her about Bomb and a high ranker from Jahad's army. Meanwhile, Charlie observes the needles and wonders why a division commander from Jahad's army is disregarding all the other enemies to pursue a single regular. At that moment, Endorsi emerges with Bongbong, calling out to Bomb. Bomb reassures her that he is fine and instructs her to head to the station, stating that he will try to stop the commander somehow. She questions how he intends to achieve this, pointing out that he is facing a high ranker who is likely to kill him. On the other side, Hansung remarks that it seems unfair to deploy a high ranker to capture one regular and launch an attack. However, he struggles, thinking that it is difficult to penetrate his defenses. Sharon, determined, declares that Bomb must die and hurls needles toward him. Bomb counters her attack using the Black March to defend himself. Simultaneously, Karaka intervenes, using his tentacles to block Sharon's needles. Sharon is stunned by this unexpected defense, while Bomb, equally surprised, questions whether the attack could be from Karaka and White. White grins and declares that the black-haired kid is him, warning everyone to stay away from him. Karaka observes that Bomb appears to have acquired some unusual power. Sharon, addressing the Slayer, demands to know how they managed to escape. The scene shifts to the prison, where the door has been severely damaged. Evan walks there and remarks that with the rankers guarding the prison gone, breaking in was effortless. He adds that underestimating a guide is a mistake. Meanwhile, Bomb launches a surprise attack on White from behind. Startled, White demands to know who dared to strike him. Bomb confronts him, asking how he managed to regain his power. He asks if it was his doing. Bomb firmly denies any involvement, stating that no matter how desperate he becomes, he refuses to accept help from a demon like White. White glares at Bomb with a vicious expression and states that he does not genuinely wish to help him either. However, he explains that he made a promise to someone and acknowledges that Bomb seems to be the ace in this fight. White adds that dying here would wound his pride as a slayer. Bomb reflects, admitting to himself that, as much as he hates to concede, White is correct. Escaping from this situation must remain their top priority. He resolves to sustain his power somehow, but realizes that using the thorn by embedding it in his body, as he did previously, would drain his energy too quickly. He pauses, thinking that if he could harness the power of the thorn ignited by his own attributes, perhaps he could also claim the power of the ignited Black March for himself. The Black March responds, questioning what is on his mind this time. Meanwhile, Calivan launches an attack on Jinsung with a fiery Shinsu blast. The green-haired servant shields his face with his arm, exclaiming in disbelief that the energy wave has reached such a distance. He acknowledges that this is the true power of the division commander. Jinsung is thrown back and severely injured, noting that his arm is completely shattered, with blood dripping steadily from it. Calivan reminds him that he had warned him he would experience pain unlike anything he has endured before. He declares that it is time to give up, activates his Shinsu power, and moves to strike again. However, Jinsung manages to block the attack. He questions why someone as powerful as Jinsung would align himself with the forces of evil and target regulars. He asks if he still believes in the absurd notion of a new world or meaningful change, pointing out that such upheavals occur repeatedly throughout history. He argues that change only serves as the root of pain and conflict. With these words, he unleashes back Rush Big Bomber to attack Jinsung. Jinsung spits out blood and reflects that he never taught Bomb this particular skill. He resolves that if he ever meets him again, he must pass it on. Activating the technique, flames ignite and spread around his hands. Calivan, startled, observes the spectacle and remarks that it appears as though he wields a dragon in one hand and a tiger in the other. Confused, he wonders what is happening. Calivan moves to strike him once more, asserting that victory is beyond his reach. However, Jinsung blocks the attack, taps his abdomen, and declares that he is not just an ordinary member of the half family. He has not been for a very long time. Unleashing the Jinsung Ha-style wave explosion, he counters with a devastating attack. Calivan, stunned, notices that the flow of Shinsu has become chaotic and identifies a weak point. As the battle intensifies, Jinsung activates the transcendent skill, Dragon Tiger Gate Ultimate Flare Wave Explosion, targeting Calivan. The attack lands with tremendous force, leaving a massive, gaping wound in Calivan's stomach. Calivan's servants stand in shock, unable to process the overwhelming power of the strike. Jinsung apologizes, expressing regret that he did not want to kill someone with such a promising future. However, he explains that now he has many others to protect, with much still at stake. Caliban, seizing his hand, surprises him by commenting on his impressive skill. He acknowledges that it could have been fatal if he had followed up with another strike. With a swift motion, Caliban crushes his arm, declaring that he will use his deadly army to destroy him. Jinsung screams in agony, insisting that he cannot go, repeating that he told Caliban he could not reach the station. Despite the pain, he attempts to strike back. At that moment, Masheni arrives and attacks Jinsung from behind, remarking that she is finally starting to break through his tough exterior. Jinsung, overwhelmed, tells her that young people these days are incredibly clever before crumbling to the ground, losing consciousness. As he falls, he silently apologizes to Bomb, thinking to himself that he does not believe he will survive long enough to see him again. The scene shifts to a flashback where Jinsung trains Bomb and states that the training for the day is sufficient. Bomb kneels on the floor and expresses that he is capable of doing more. Jinsung asserts that he will die if he pushes himself any harder and insists on rest. Bomb refuses, pleading to continue training. Jinsung warns that he will kill himself. Bomb declares that he would rather die than never see Rack and Kun again, and that the thought of being alone again terrifies him more than death. He pleads to be made stronger quickly. Jinsung, holding a cigarette, agrees to do a bit more, but internally, he reflects that, to be honest, he had wanted to say something at that moment. Loneliness scares him more than anything. He had been trapped in a prison of loneliness for what felt like millions of hours, and he had been using Bomb to get revenge against someone who had once trapped him. However, he could not bring himself to say it and silently apologizes. The scene shifts back to the present, where Jinsung instructs Byoan to fire now. Byoan moves the El Rabina cannon toward them to launch an attack. Mashini, stunned, urgently calls for it to stop. Meanwhile, Chenhee asks Yuri if she desires a life of freedom, stating that everyone wants to be free. However, being one of Jahad's princesses is the price she pays for giving up that freedom. She adds that everyone who bows to her does so out of respect, believing her to be who they think she is. Yuri thinks she has tried to buy for as long as possible, but can no longer tolerate hearing such nonsense. She asks if she understands and states that, first, she became a ranker on the Hell train to help Fug and the regulars, then ignored Jahad's order to return. If she truly wants to live by her own rules, she must give up her title as a princess, as she was never worthy of being one of Jahad's princesses. She then uses the Vortex of Doom to attack her. Yuri uses her Rose Shower skill to counterattack and asks if Chenhee ever shuts up. She remarks that Chenhee speaks as if she had made her one of Jahad's princesses. Yuri questions whether Chenhee believes they select Jahad's princesses based on some noble sense of duty, explaining that they are simply made to assume the role when they reach a certain age. She criticizes those who know nothing about the pressure that comes with the title, as they are always so strict, endlessly lecturing about responsibility. In contrast, the people who truly understand the burden try to relieve some of that pressure if anything. Yuri concludes that if Chenhee is so envious of her life, she can have it, though it will only suffocate her in the end. The scene shifts to a few days before Yuri Jahad becomes one of Jahad's princesses at the Ha family's floating castle. Yuri's grandmother, Hayurin, tells Yuri that soon she will become one of Jahad's princesses. Princesses receive great power and respect from others, but to be honest, it is not a very happy position to occupy. She explains that she must be willing to fight to the death for the sake of the Jahad family, and she can never run away, even if she wants to. Yurin warns that simply being a princess exposes her to countless dangers, yet she cannot reveal her fear to anyone. Even if she falls in love, she will not be allowed to marry. Yurin asks if she believes she can handle it. She responds that she has no choice but to accept the fate of becoming a princess, but she does not want to give up on what she does best. Yurin asks what it is that she does best, curious about her answer. Yuri replies that she is good at destroying things and is unsure if it is because she takes after her, but she is truly skilled at smashing anything, from chairs and books to toys and people. She adds that if she becomes one of Jahad's princesses, she will feel compelled to destroy the restrictions her grandmother mentioned. She expresses her desire to smash them all and asks if that would make her an amazing princess. She believes that doing so would earn her true respect from others. Yurin agrees, stating that bearing the pressure of being a princess requires some guts. The scene shifts back to the present, where Hayuri asks if princesses are not allowed to act however they want. She questions why princesses need the respect of others and attempts to kick Yuri. She declares that following someone else's orders is merely a way of avoiding responsibility. Chenhee blocks the attack and thinks about what is happening, as her punch is incredibly strong. Yuri states that in order for someone to be respected, they must at least be able to judge whether something pertains to themselves, and she punches Chenhee, throwing her away. Chenhee, shocked, thinks that she must have become much stronger since their last encounter. She wonders if this can really be the same person, as such a change in character cannot happen so easily. She tells her that if she seeks a princess who simply says yes, sir, or yes, ma'am to every order like a pretty little doll, she will have to look elsewhere because she is different. She then moves to attack again, but Chenhee creates a defensive shield to protect herself. Nevertheless, Yuri's attack overpowers the shield and throws her away. Chenhee, stunned, thinks about how this is possible. When they fought before, she had gone easy on her. Yuri explains that she had held back before because she was older than her, although she is not sure she could have beaten her even if she had tried her hardest. Meanwhile, Sharon moves to attack Bomb with a needle, but White blocks her strike and remarks that he never expected to see someone from the Ari family present. He adds that she certainly has guts, considering the cowardly reputation of her family. Karaka asks Bomb what he is doing and why he is not running away. Bomb responds that he is going to fight as well. Karaka tells him he has misunderstood. Bomb, confused, asks what he means. Karaka explains that winning this fight does not mean winning the war. Bomb must run away if he wants to achieve victory in this battle. Karaka leaps forward to attack Sharon and urges Bomb not to look back but to keep running. He emphasizes that as long as Bomb gets his companions to the station alive, they win. At that moment, Miseng and Endorsi arrive with Bong Bong. Miseng calls out to Bomb, urging him to leave. He agrees and prepares to escape. Charlie notices them and announces that the regulars are getting away. The Vice Alter Director summons Jungle Angry Monster to block their path and declares that they leave him no choice. He instructs Charlie to kill them all if necessary. Charlie moves toward them and uses Panorama Light to attack, responding affirmatively to the command. Bomb looks at the Black March and thinks it is time to act. Black March questions what he is doing as he stabs himself with it, causing two black Shinsu horns to form on Bomb and transforming the Black March into a Shinsu sword. The Vice Alter Director, shocked, remarks that the needle went in and out of his body. Charlie asks how such a thing is possible. Bomb hurls the Black March toward them and unleashes a Black March-style flare wave explosion to attack. The Rankers are stunned by the sight. The Vice Alter Director, frightened, admits that the attack is incredibly terrifying. Charlie adds that one hit from it could end everything for them. Bomb tells Endorsi and Miseng to go ahead, assuring them that he will cover their escape. Endorsi wishes him luck, instructing him to follow her lead and not overdo it. Bomb agrees. Burrow interjects, pointing out that they still have not rescued Urier. On the other side, Deathbird appears, holding a lighthouse. A girl inside the lighthouse yells at the eagle to release her, calling it a bald eagle, and then remarks that she does not know who the eagle is but sarcastically says, "Nice." Meanwhile, a person communicates with Elpathian using a pocket device, informing the Vice Squadron Commander that the regulars are escaping. He explains that they cannot approach due to the presence of the Slayers and urgently requests additional backup. Observing Evankel and Elliot surrounded by fiery flames, he thinks about the immense difficulty of containing the shockwaves from their attacks. He worries that if the main forces do not arrive soon, they might not stand a chance. Elsewhere, Endorsi remarks excitedly that they are nearing the station and are almost out here as they rush toward the exit. Suddenly, a bright red light spreads throughout the area. Baum is shocked to see Calivan standing before him. Sharon, equally stunned, calls out to the squadron commander. The others also notice Calivan's imposing presence. Calivan activates the essence of bravery and addresses Baum, stating that he immediately recognizes him as the irregular whom King Jahad has ordered them to kill. Calivan states that he has understood the situation from the report, but this battle is far more chaotic than he anticipated. Observing the scene, he asks if Evankel and Elliot are the cause of such destruction. Evankel remarks with irritation that this is problematic, noting that they now have one more significant threat to face. Elliot, annoyed, thinks to himself whether these people really need to fight such a massive battle in his front yard. Frog observes the scene and announces that the squadron commander has arrived. Calivan addresses Baum, suggesting that it might simply be his misfortune to end up directly in front of him on such a vast battlefield. He then attacks the prisoner's warship, destroying it in a single strike. Endorsi calls out to Baum and approaches him using Bong Bong. Calivan notices her and hesitates, commenting that she appears to be one of Jahad's princesses. She confirms this with a defiant tone. Calivan admits he was unaware she was with the regulars and expresses confusion about her rebellion, adding that he would prefer to capture her alive if possible. Endorsi responds confidently, daring him to try if he thinks he can. Calivan uses Bomber to attack, forcing the group to split up. Endorsi calls out to Baum in alarm, shouting no, and attempts to move, but Calivan stops her, politely asking her to stay away for a moment as he restrains her with his power. She struggles and curses, demanding to be released. Calivan turns his attention to Baum, commenting that he is smaller than expected. He clarifies that he looks strong for a regular, of course, but he doubts whether he is truly worth Jinsung Ha risking his life to protect him. Baum, alarmed, asks about his master and how he knows him. Calivan explains that he had just finished fighting Jinsung Ha, who stood against their army alone to protect Baum and his companions. Baum, shocked, asks if his master is here. Calivan confirms, describing the battle as spectacular. He admits, without hesitation, that tearing off Jinsung Ha's arms with his own hands hurt even him. He acknowledges that those arms symbolized a legacy of martial arts, perhaps even equal to his essence of bravery. However, he adds that it is unfortunate that Jinsung Ha had to die. Karaka, Hansung, and Baum are left stunned by the revelation. The scene shifts to 5 minutes before Calivan arrives at the last station. Mashani observes a cannon being aimed at the group and commands him to stop them. Meanwhile, Jinsung, with wounds soaked in blood, uses the reverse flow control technique to halt Calivan. Mashani watches in awe, thinking that Jinsung is using remote reverse flow control against 2 of the highest ranked rankers. She notes that despite her inability to even move a muscle in the face of such overwhelming power, Jinsung, who is merely seconds away from death, continues to hold his ground. She wonders if he is truly human and feels nothing but respect for his resolve. Calivan, undeterred, instructs Nyono Wan to use the lighthouse to transport him to the teleport chamber aboard the warship. Nyono, startled, questions the order, pointing out that this would put him directly in the path of the explosion. Calivan calmly explains that if the plan succeeds, he will be able to teleport on his own and urges him to act quickly. The scene transitions back to the present. Calivan states that he entered the warship just as it was exploding and barely managed to teleport to this location. He acknowledges that such a feat would have been impossible without his luck and the resilience of his formidable body. He remarks that he gave his troops a hard time until the very end, describing his actions as truly remarkable. Baum questions his meaning, asking if his master is dead. Calivan responds that his master is probably dead. Bomb repeats the word dead in disbelief, and Calivan confirms, explaining that his master was already on the verge of death before arriving here. Endorsi urges Bomb not to let him distract him, emphasizing that their top priority is to escape. Bomb accuses Calivan of lying, insisting that there is no way his master could be dead. Calivan laments that it truly was a waste. In a surge of anger, Bomb grips the Black March and prepares to attack, demanding that he stop his nonsense. He blocks Bomb's attack and remarks that he does not know where the weapon was obtained, but it appears to be somewhat beyond his ability to handle it. He then questions what Jinsung Ha saw in Bomb that led him to sacrifice his life for him. In response, Bomb uses the Black March-style flare wave explosion technique to strike again. Calivan blocks the attack, observes his hand, and notes that it is the same type of wave explosion, yet completely different from his own. Bomb moves to engage in hand-to-hand combat, telling Calivan to be silent and demanding to know where his master is. He then uses the Black March floral butterfly piercing technique in another attempt to attack. Calivan shatters the piercing attack and halts Bomb's hand, stating that he has already told him his master is dead. He adds that even if his master were alive, he would be unable to save Bomb due to his own weakness. On the other side, Yuri also sees Bomb in danger. Shinhee urges her to wait, advising that her storm is blocking everything at the moment. She suggests that if they remain silent, no one will label her a traitor, and pleads with Yuri not to make such a foolish choice. She acknowledges Yuri's unpredictability, but reminds her that she is a princess of their family, and they need her. Yuri counters that it is not a foolish choice, expressing her certainty that what she is attempting is not foolish. She explains that she is trying to make the future a little bit better. She has often wondered why she was chosen to be one of Jahad's princesses, admitting that perhaps she once desired freedom more than the position she holds now, as he had suggested. However, she now understands why the tower bestowed this power and position upon her. She believes that someday, when the world has changed, she will become the kind of princess she can admire. She just needs to continue doing things her way for a bit longer before she leaves to help Bomb and Endorsi. She then uses a green droplet to free Endorsi. Endorsi urges Bomb to run. Yuri also attacks Calivan to protect Bomb and asks if he is okay. Calivan notices Yuri and addresses her as Princess Yuri. Yuri responds by addressing him as Squadron Commander Calivan, noting that this is their first time meeting in person under such circumstances. She then questions if he is not going to bow before a princess, pointing out that his behavior is a clear violation of military law. Calivan replies that such an act would only be warranted if she is not a traitor, princess. Endorsi repeats her plea, urging Bomb to leave. Bomb refuses, explaining that he cannot simply leave while someone who might be his master's sworn enemy stands right in front of him. The scene shifts to a flashback, where Jinsung asks Bomb if he is leaving. He confirms, expressing his gratitude for everything he taught him. Jinsung responds that it is enough, urging him not to say things he does not truly mean, as he holds him by the shoulders. He adds that it really hurt, didn't it? He further states that if he does not feel like returning, there is no obligation to do so, and urges him to be happy, explaining that this is the sole reason he taught him. Back in the present, Bomb channels his anger, declaring that even if it means he has to die here, he will fight. He activates 2 thorn fragments, a move that surprises both Yuri and Calivan. The thorn fragment shell peels away, revealing its true power. Endorsi is shocked, thinking about the 2 thorns. Yuri tells Endorsi to get Bomb out of there. She approaches Bomb and urges him to leave. Bomb refuses. Yuri insists that he should not be so stubborn, reminding him that he is up against a squadron commander in Jahad's army and that he cannot be of help in this fight. Calivan attempts to attack, but Yuri uses her green droplet to teleport Bomb away. He is stunned, realizing that Bomb has disappeared once again, wondering if this is Princess Yuri's weapon. Yuri then uses her green apple to attack Calivan, telling him to stop picking on the little kids and questioning why he does not fight someone on his own level. Caliban blocks the attack and retorts that, with that strike, she is admitting to being a traitor. In response, Yuri attacks again, spreading tentacles around him, stating that it is not for him to decide. Caliban wonders where Bomb has gone, thinking that he will be disappointed if Bomb manages to escape. On the other side, Endorsi urges Bomb to come on and asks what he could possibly do in that fight. Bomb responds that he is not leaving. He is going to fight. He pierces his body with the thorn, releasing its power into him and causing a bright light to spread all around. Endorsi is stunned to witness this. Meanwhile, Yuri attacks Caliban using the Rose Shinsu technique, surrounding him with petals. Caliban successfully blocks her attack. Bomb moves in to attack as well, prompting Yuri to call out to him, reminding him that she told him to run away and asking if he is deaf. Caliban asks Yuri if she could stay out of this for a moment, then turns to Bomb, expressing his relief that Bomb is not the kind of coward who would run away. He challenges Bomb to show him the reason his master gave his life for him. A brilliant light radiates from Bomb's chest, and he uses the first thorn fragment, Transcendent Skill Stardust, to attack Caliban. The resulting burst of light is so intense that it blinds those around them, blocking their vision. Yuri is shocked, wondering where this power is coming from. Bomb, equally surprised, sees that Caliban remains unharmed and without a scratch. Caliban remarks that Bomb seems to possess some mysterious power, but it is clearly too much for him to control. He notes that he did not even manage to leave a small scratch on him, expressing his disappointment. Meanwhile, Ryan contacts Endorsi through a pocket device, informing her that she has activated the warp drive and asking if they are on their way. Endorsi responds that a squadron commander from Jahad's army suddenly appeared and ruined everything. Ryan inquires if it was really a squadron commander from Jahad's army. Just then, Lee Zaya-1 approaches Ryan from behind and asks if she has managed to locate the warp drive. Ryan recognizes him as the turtle she had seen on the screen. Lee Zaya-1 states that he should have destroyed that thing as soon as he discovered its existence, but he did not want to attract attention. However, he is glad he installed a bomb on it. Ryan asks if he is referring to a bomb. He confirms, explaining that the remote control can detonate the bomb he planted in it, ensuring that she cannot escape. Meanwhile, Caliban attempts to attack Bomb, but Yuri uses her green droplet to save him, telling him no. Bomb tries to use the second thorn fragment to defend himself, thinking that if this attack also fails, he will ignite the second thorn as he has never tried it before. Karaka arrives to protect Bomb in the fight, using his tentacles to attack Caliban. He tells Bomb that he keeps making him rescue him, finding it to be a nuisance. Caliban then remarks that Karaka must be a slayer, and he questions whether it is true that his master is dead. Caliban inquires about his master. He confirms that he means Jinsung Ha, stating that he was one of his students as well. He then asks if he is sure that Jinsung Ha is dead. Caliban replies that he is not entirely certain, but Jinsung Ha was practically dead already. He notes that their main forces and Princess Mashini are present, making it highly unlikely that Jinsung Ha is still alive. Karaka observes that he did not see Jinsung Ha die with his own eyes. Caliban confirms this. Karaka then tells Bomb to run. Bomb protests, insisting that he must fight to avenge his master. Karaka explains that this is not what matters at the moment. He reassures Bomb that their master is not dead and would never die so easily. Even if he is gone, he entrusted his future to Bomb, meaning he is not truly dead. Karaka reflects that, in the end, their master chose Bomb, not him. Karaka reiterates that Bomb must run. He warns that if Bomb dies, it would mean the death of their master as well. If Bomb truly wishes to avenge their master, he must return after growing stronger and fighting on this massive battlefield. Caliban activates his power and asks if he thinks he will simply let him go like that. Karaka prepares to defend him and urges Bomb to hurry, telling him to show their master that his struggle was not in vain, Bomb quickly runs toward Endorsi. Calivan declares once again that he is not letting Bomb escape, calling him an irregular, and moves to grab him. However, Ivankel appears in front of Calivan, unleashing flames from her fire orb. She asks if he should not be more concerned about her, addressing him directly. Calivan, stunned to see her, remarks that she managed to survive. Ivankel responds that she was not really fighting to kill them in the first place. Calivan notes that she is not even affiliated with Fug and questions why she is protecting those regulars. He comments that someone ranked among the top 100 high rankers should have no interest in regulars. Ivankel admits that she initially did not think she needed to protect the kid either, but seeing that wound changed her mind. Calivan, confused, asks about the wound and what she is referring to. Ivankel tells Calivan to look carefully, pointing out that his wound has worsened after that regular attack. He examines his stomach wound and notices a significant hole. As he regenerates it, he begins to realize that the earlier attack may have actually injured him. Perhaps he did not even notice it initially because it was so close to the wound inflicted by Jinsung Ha. Ivankel remarks that she is finally starting to understand why Hansung holds such high hopes for that kid. She expresses disbelief that a D-rank regular managed to injure one of Jahad's squadron commanders. She then asks if Calivan can imagine what might happen if that kid returns after undergoing further training to avenge his master. She emphasizes the potential strength Bomb could gain and concludes that Calivan made a serious mistake today. Meanwhile, Endorsi urges Bomb to hurry. At the same time, Calivan reflects that not even high rankers have been able to harm him, and yet that boy managed to. He berates himself for his foolishness, realizing that his curiosity about the boy's potential led him to give Bomb enough time to escape. He considers this an unacceptable mistake for a squadron commander of Jahad's army and declares that he will now put them out of their misery. Ivankel and Karaka step forward, preparing to fight. Elsewhere, Mashini observes the shattered remains of the warship and remarks on the foolishness of running toward a broken warp drive. She then hears the faint sound of Jinsung groaning behind her. Turning around, she notes that he is still moving and comments on how tough he must be. Approaching him with her spear in hand, she coldly states that she will make his end quick and painless. Jinsung asks Mashini what exactly she is after and why she has targeted him. She responds that her goal is not much different from his. What he seeks is also what she desires. However, she believes that achieving it requires shedding more blood. As she speaks, she prepares her lightning spear for an attack. Meanwhile, Ivankel stands resolutely in front of Calivan. Endorsi continues urging Bomb to hurry. Calivan reflects on how even high rankers have failed to harm him, yet that boy managed to do so. He berates himself for his foolishness, acknowledging that his curiosity about the boy's potential led him to give Bomb time to escape. He considers this an unacceptable failure for a squadron commander in Jahad's army and declares that he will now end their misery. Meanwhile, Endorsi approaches the prisoner's warship and asks Miseng if it is operational. One of the crew members explains that they still need to connect to the terminal. Miseng assures her that she is on it and adds that it should work since the train operator is assisting them. She sends out her observer to expedite the process. Endorsi points to the location and urges everyone to move toward it. At that moment, Calivan uses back rush bomber to intercept them, but Ivankel blocks his attack, telling Calivan to let them go. He refuses, ordering her to stay out of his way, and prepares to attack again. Karaka steps in to block the next strike, but Yuri uses the green droplet to pull Karaka away, shielding him. She asks if he is unharmed, addressing him as Tin Can. Elsewhere, Ivankel confronts Calivan directly. She acknowledges his strength, but points out that the children should not be his primary concern at the moment. She questions whether he thinks he can take on all three of them simultaneously as she activates her power. Calivan believes he cannot handle them all simultaneously in this situation and declares that he will charge straight ahead as he moves to attack Ivankel. She questions whether he has lost his mind. Yuri, shocked, wonders if he is serious. They all prepare to defend against Calivan's attack. Meanwhile, Yu Hansung and Stua Arthur are stunned as they observe White and Sharon engaged in combat. He requests permission to borrow his lighthouse. White notices several warships approaching and remarks that they are all advancing toward them. He vows to eliminate them in a single strike. However, the clone White communicates telepathically, urging him to stop and warning him that he will exhaust himself again. White uses the White-style spirit sword, Incineration, to launch an attack against the warships. Sharon warns everyone to stay alert. White then employs the shooting star skill to strike. But at that moment, Elpathian arrives and counters the attack with the assistance of Stua Arthur's lighthouses. Frustrated, White exclaims in annoyance, admitting he did not expect that fool to appear. The clone White remarks that he is an idiot, questioning what he intends to do now that he has completely exhausted his power. Elpathian observes him and thinks to himself that this regular, who claims to be White, has some audacity and decides it is time to subdue him. White declares that he will not be defeated so easily and is surrounded by lighthouses, which assist him in teleporting away. Elpathian notices the move and recognizes the Inacor. White arrives on a warship using Evan's Inacor and states that it is him, the guide. Evan instructs him to remain quiet, adding that they are leaving immediately. Meanwhile, Rak confronts Lee Ziawan, demanding to know what he is doing and commanding him to stop. Lee Ziawan questions what they are doing in his station, asserting that this place is not meant for troublemakers like them, but serves as a refuge for regulars to rest from competing. At that moment, Soyoung interjects, addressing her father and reminding him that this station is supposed to be a utopia for regulars. She asks whether it is not their duty to resist the authorities to protect and welcome those in need. He tells her to remain silent, stating that she knows nothing. He explains that he allowed them in because they were fugitives, overpowered in the tower's competition. He reveals that he permitted their entry after hearing they had fled from a fight and gone into hiding while others continued to compete, eventually clearing the train. Clenching his fist, he reminds her that she is aware he was also left crippled when he lost the competition on the train. He admits he believed she might be capable of ruling the station because she was similar to him, but he questions how she could cause such a problem without even considering his feelings. He declares that he should have never allowed them entry. Holding a device with a button, he states that all these issues will be resolved once he presses it, and the station will return to being a peaceful utopia. Hockney, shocked by his words, urgently tells him to stop. He wonders if the button is malfunctioning when Elaine Kaiser suddenly appears, using her wolf to snatch the device and bite it with her teeth. Rak inquires about the wolf. Hockney, equally surprised, points out that someone is there. Elaine Kaiser stands nearby. Meanwhile, Baum and his friends attempt to escape, while Miseng notes that the station appears to be warping. Hugh Ryan contacts Endorsi via a pocket device, asking if she can hear her and confirming that everything is set, urging her to arrive soon. Baum, shocked, notices that Calivan is still pursuing them, asking what is going on Earth. Evankel comments that she has to admire him. He truly is tough and employs the rare orb death sentence technique to stop him. Calivan defends himself and counters with an atomic explosion technique, triggering a massive Shinsu explosion. Endorsi, shocked by the sight, exclaims in disbelief. Meanwhile, Drac thinks to himself that he must have dozed off. She calls for Bong Bong to assist them and inquires about what is happening as some pink lighthouses surround them. The warship is also damaged by an explosion. Yuri, Karaka, and Evankel are all shocked by the sight. The narrator notes that, historically, most of those who have ruled in the past believed they needed to clear the path to usher in a new era or protect their era to allow a new one to begin. However, in reality, new eras emerge naturally, as does the rising tide. At that moment, Hansung arrives with the help of Death Bird's lighthouse to assist Baum. He sees them falling and asks if they are okay. Baum, surprised, calls out to Hansung. He realizes that while he managed to connect with the green lighthouse and warp, he will not be able to escape with this lighthouse. Caliban activates his power once again to launch an attack, declaring that it is all over now. The narrator states that no matter what obstacles or barriers they encounter, they forge their own paths and protect each other. Just then, a warship arrives, leaving Caliban stunned at its appearance. Ship Lisu calls out to Baum from aboard the warship. Baum tries to recognize the voice, and he reassures him that, although he does not know what is happening, he will save him. The narrator continues, explaining that they all come together to form one massive, tangled wave, creating their own era. The tidal wave of this new era will engulf the arrogant people more quickly than they realize. Meanwhile, Jinsung is still alive, and Mashini remarks that he is still breathing, instructing him to move him. Naono asks if she intends to kill him, to which Mashini responds that she will allow him to live a little longer. She cannot afford to let such valuable bait slip away. Meanwhile, Ship instructs Baum to board. Baum asks why he is here, and he explains that he was on his way to meet them at the last station. However, upon noticing some strange activity, he hijacked the warship and rushed over. He urges them to discuss things later, stating that they must leave immediately. Baum stands still, observing him, and he adds that he will open the dock and move the warship. Miseng agrees, indicating that she is ready. Endorsi grabs Baum's arm, urging him to move. Caliban attempts to stop them by launching an attack, declaring that they cannot leave, but Evankel's flame halts him. The warship begins to teleport away, utilizing the last station's warp drive, as Hugh Ryan announces that it is time to warp. Later, Evankel declares that it seems she must handle the rest and uses the rare orb, Festival of Flames, to attack Caliban. Just then, Evan Edrock arrives aboard a ship and tells Yuri that they need to leave. She responds that she is not running away, instructing him to take the tin can with him and go. He asks what she means, questioning why she refuses to run away after all the trouble they have caused. Karaka also inquires why she will not flee, to which she explains that she is a princess of Jahad, a direct descendant of the Ha family. She believes they could not easily kill her, even if they captured her. However, if she were to run, her family might label her an even worse criminal and abandon her, which would be the worst possible outcome. She states that she intends to return and confront her father, wanting to understand why he attempted to kill Baum, and whether he had a legitimate reason. Evan expresses concern for her. She tells him not to worry, assuring him that they will meet again. It feels as though they have only just begun, and this journey cannot possibly end so abruptly. They still have a long and dangerous journey ahead, and he must make sure to be ready while she is away for a while. She tells Evan that she is counting on him to give Baum his best and help him wake Kun. Evan agrees, telling her to take care as he leaves. Yuri reflects that the real journey is only just beginning. Meanwhile, Karaka's servants notice him leaving with Evan. One of them comments that Lord Karaka is escaping and suggests they should leave as well. The other agrees, and they both depart. Elsewhere, Frog stands amidst the flames, remarking on the massive fire. He wonders if the others have fled. Elpathian is seen standing amidst the wreckage of many destroyed ships and flames. On the other side, Caliban, bound and surrounded by fire, reflects that he has made a grave mistake today. He clenches his fist, releasing a cry of anger. On the other side, the Vice-Altar Director informs Charlie that they are gone. Charlie inquires if this is not truly bad news for them, wondering what will happen if they execute them. He advises not to jinx them, as there is always a silver lining in every cloud. At that moment, Stua arrives and asks if they are okay. He then asks what they should do next. Stua suggests that they first gather the remaining regulars. He mentions that Squadron Commander Caliban appears determined to pursue them, so they should track them down as well. He speculates that they may be destined for significant trouble with those regulars. Elsewhere, Elpathian approaches Caliban and asks if he truly intends to go after them immediately. Calivan confirms this, but adds that the squadron needs time to regroup. He explains that he has been severely injured, and if they send reinforcements, it could cause complications. Calivan states that it does not matter. He is determined to crush them all today. He acknowledges that he might have made the biggest mistake of his life and insists that he will finish off that boy himself. The scene shifts to 10 minutes later, far away from the battle, in the air near the last station with the ship's rescue warship. Ryan, Rack, and Hockney witness a bright light coming from the warp drive. Rack asks if they have made it. The ship approaches Baum, Dorsey, and Hansung and asks Baum if he is okay. Baum, overwhelmed with emotion, breaks down in tears as he remembers his master. He questions how he could have left his master's sworn enemy behind and run away. Dorsey urges him to calm down, pointing out that they still do not know for certain whether his master is dead. Baum kneels on the floor, blaming himself. He says that it is all his fault, and maybe his master died because of him. He thinks that if it were not for him, if he had not been so weak, this would not have happened. At the same moment, in the air near the location where the battle between Jinsung Ha and Calivan took place, Mashani Jahad observes the unconscious Ha Jinsung, who has been captured in the prison ship. She inquires about his condition. A person responds via a pocket device, stating that he is still unconscious, but it is believed that he will survive. Surprisingly, despite his 2 completely broken arms, his body is healing itself, so no further treatment is required. She acknowledges this information and says that she understands. He adds that, due to the severity of his injuries, he probably will not regain consciousness until they reach the main ship. She replies with a simple acknowledgement, confirming that she understands. He then asks why she is keeping him alive, questioning whether he is not essentially a relic from an older time, a nameless high ranker. She responds that he will find out soon enough, as he has far more impressive connections than he thinks. She then suggests that they head back and move to leave. He agrees, addressing her as princess. Just then, Jinsung regains consciousness and asks how long he has been asleep. She wonders if he is already awake. He inquires about his location, asking if he is aboard a warship. She confirms that he is correct and explains that the warship belongs to her. She apologizes for the inconvenience but adds that, in case he attempts to escape, the restraints are too strong for even a Jahad princess to break. Considering that he cannot use his arms, there is no way he can escape. Jinsung then asks about Baum, wondering what has happened to him and if he is still alive. She assures him that Baum is alive and that Squadron Commander Calivan reached him, though he did not manage to kill him. She notes that he certainly cares deeply for his student, imagining a high ranker putting his life on the line for the sake of a regular. He asks why she has done this to him. She responds that she has already told him they both want the same thing. However, she believes that more blood needs to be spilt and asks if he does not think it is a bit naive to expect the world to change by merely spinning around and playing babysitter, as he does. He asks what she means. She explains that she intends to make the tower a bloody mess, targeting the 10 great family leaders at the top of the tower and their direct descendants, the slayers and elders of Fug, the disciples of the workshop who remain shrouded in secrecy, the new powers emerging in the tower, led by Wahulk Song, and the countless ancient warriors who have disappeared from the rankings at some point. She continues, saying that even King Jahad and his princesses, along with all the people who have maintained a careful balance of power by watching each other, are gradually beginning to turn against one another. She explains that she has been studying the ancient books for a long time, waiting for the moment when those battles would unfold before his eyes. She reflects that, compared to the past, the current peace feels trivial and dull. She admits that perhaps she is simply a person who cannot live without blood and fighting, and that one of the keys to unlocking the door to those battles is the irregular he trained. Meanwhile, in the air a short distance away, on Chen He-ha's warship, a gray-haired man stands outside a prison door, while Rachel is captured in a prison capsule. he mutters in frustration, thinking that if they take her away like this, she is surely dead. Yuri is also captured and restrained by chains, and she thinks that these foolish restraints must have been made specifically for her. Meanwhile, Frog approaches Chin-hee and asks if she is certain she does not want to go after them with the squadron commander. She replies that it is fine, as there is not much they can do to help him anyway. Both she and he are injured, and they would only get in the squadron commander's way. Frog acknowledges this, but notes that the squadron commander is also hurt. At that moment, a person informs the division commander that someone is suddenly warping right in front of them. Chin-hee asks what is happening. Just then, a giant floating castle towers over the warship. Gustang's floating castle appears. Chin-hee, surprised, thinks to herself that it is enormous and wonders who could be aboard. Gustang emerges and comments that they have certainly brought them a nice gift. Meanwhile, Mashini speaks of the key to opening the door to the battle. Jinsung responds, saying that she makes it sound so easy. He explains that although he was with him for a few years, he still does not understand what that kind of thing is. He accuses her of acting as if she knows something she has never experienced and advises her not to overestimate herself. He asserts that she knows nothing about the ancient beasts she mentioned, and even less about that boy. None of them knows what that boy will become in the future. He feels regret, thinking that he is sorry for Baum, as he never wanted him to get hurt or suffer again. He contemplates that, if this is truly fate, he will have to endure a bit more and become stronger. On the other side, in the air near the station, someone asks Ivankel if she is heading directly for the station. She confirms, saying yes. He remarks that she seems quite enthusiastic. She agrees, explaining that the kid has caught her interest, and then asks what the name of the Slayer candidate is. She grins and adds that it might not be a bad idea to train a student of her own. He responds in surprise, asking what she means. The scene shifts to the air near the station, aboard the warship of Evan and his team. Death Karambit kneels and asks if he is all right. Karaka replies that he is fine, noting that they suffered more than he did. Death Lady responds that it is not true. They simply did what was necessary as his servants. He instructs them to return to their original forms for now, assuring them that he will summon them again when the time is right. She then asks what his next move will be. He states that he plans to join the others at the station, reasoning that since he has come this far, he might as well stay with them until they are completely safe. Death Karambit inquires about the Slayer candidate. He replies that he should be left alone for the time being, explaining that he can always replace him if he does not meet expectations. However, he will keep an eye on him for now. He adds that what matters more is the survival of his master, expressing confidence that his master would not have been defeated so easily. Someone stands outside the window, overhearing them, and wonders if Karaka is plotting something again. Karaka clenches his fist and declares that he will find him no matter what and bring death to the fools who harmed him. He acknowledges that he will need the support of the elders or other slayers to achieve this and vows that Jahad will one day pay for this sin. At that moment, Evan announces that they have arrived. It is the station. Karaka, surprised, asks if they have already arrived and comments that they seem to have warped a bit too close to it. Evan responds that they have traveled a great distance and warns him not to underestimate the skill of guides. He then notices flames outside the window and remarks that it seems Ivankel is here as well. Meanwhile, on Chin-hee's warship, Yuri is tied and asks about the source of the noise, noting that something does not seem right. Frog informs Division Commander Chin-hee that the approaching structure is a floating castle of significant size. She observes that judging by its dimensions, it might belong to one of the family leaders, who sometimes use such ships to conceal their identities. Frog questions whether it could truly be one of them, and she replies that he had better hope not, as merely encountering them could result in their deaths. She then wonders aloud why someone with the power to drive such a massive floating castle would appear in this area. At that moment, Bido emerges from the floating castle, holding a book, and asks if they are soldiers from King Jahad's army. Frog notes that someone has stepped out. Both Chin-hee and Frog leave their ship, and Chin-hee, noticing his hair color, asks if he belongs to the Po Bidao family. Bidao affirms her assumption. She introduces herself as Chin-hee Ha, the division commander of King Jahad's army, and inquires about the identity of the person on the ship. He responds apologetically by stating that insignificant creatures like them are unworthy of speaking his name. He demands that she hand over her hostages to him, as he intends to take them with him. Chin-hee expresses disbelief, asserting that no matter how important he may be, those in the army are following the king's orders. She questions whether he truly believes they would simply surrender the hostages to him. Bidao remarks that there seems to be a misunderstanding, clarifying that he is not seeking her permission. He declares that, with his omniscient and omnipotent intellect, he has the capability to obtain whatever he desires. Meanwhile, Gustang sends Jahad's bracelet and Zhao Wangnin's to retrieve Rachel and Ha Yura from prison. He acknowledges their success, stating that they have brought him everything he desired, referring to them as vermin, and proceeds to teleport them. On the other side, Bidao explains that, nonetheless, the reason for his presence is to convey a message from him to her. She inquires about its content. He replies that she must ensure she conveys what she is about to hear to her king. He will speak of their seemingly eternal kingdom, built on adventure and greatness, lies and truth, as well as the inevitable events that will unfold one day. Events everyone has ignored in their preoccupation with happiness, wealth, and stability. He warns that a rift has begun to form between the king of the tower and his dear friends. Meanwhile, Baum sits alone, reflecting on a memory. He asks Elaine Kaiser whether she came because his master sent her. She confirms that this is the case, explaining that Jin Sung sent her to assist him. When he learned that Baum would be in trouble at the last station, she happened to be in the area, climbing the tower once again. Jin Sung told her that Baum might not make it this time, and he asked her to watch over him in case something happened. He recalls a memory as Jin Sung grabs him by the shirt and tells him to be happy, stating that this is the only reason he taught him. At that moment, Ivankel arrives with Hansung and remarks that he looks so droopy, like a jellyfish in warm Shinsu. Although she has never seen Yurek Mazino herself, she has heard that all the irregulars are like real monsters, suggesting that he must be somewhat different from them. Baum asks who she is. She introduces herself as Ivankel, explaining that, as he saw in the battle, she is a high ranker. She was once the ruler of the floor of the test, but was dismissed, and now she is simply drifting around. Baum expresses his gratitude for her help in that battle, noting that they would never have escaped if it hadn't been for her. She tells him not to mention it, and adds that she noticed he can use orbs. She proposes taking him on as her student. Baum, surprised, asks what she means. She tells him that he wants to get revenge on Caliban for his master, right? She offers to take responsibility for making him stronger, but in exchange, he will have to endure hell for a few years and showcase her powers. Elsewhere, Soyoung and Soa run toward their father, Lee Ziawan, who is tipped over in his wheelchair. Soyoung asks if he is okay. Ziawan asks what took them so long. Soa apologizes. Ziawan then asks Soa if he helped those people do this, grabbing him and urgently telling him to hurry and inform the army of their location and surrender while they still can. Otherwise, he warns, they will all be dead. He reflects on how the men have been stationed there for so long that they have forgotten how terrifying the outside world is. He contemplates the world of regulars, where people kill and compete with each other, and asks whether they truly want to return to that. He tells them that it is not too late. They should hand those people over to the royal army and save them. Soyoung responds that he is right. They ran away from the train and have been living in hiding, but they did not do so because they wanted to. She recalls a memory and explains that she injured her ankle in a fight with a guardian on the train. Soa had been afraid she would be hurt or killed in battle, so they went into hiding to keep that secret from everyone. Fortunately, they survived, and when they arrived at this station, They felt immense gratitude to him for welcoming them with open arms. Father, along with them, had been so moved by the peace at this station that they decided to settle there. She continues, saying that they never thought he had taken them in because they were cowards who ran away. If they must be cowards to maintain this peace, then she refuses. She declares that she will do what is right, regardless of the dangers that may lie outside. Now, she realizes that the peace he created is fake, tapping her heart as she speaks. She states that she no longer wants to live in a world of fake peace. She wants to at least fight to defend her peace. Meanwhile, near the dock at the station, Maseng runs after Wangmin and asks if he is truly going to leave again without saying anything. Wangmin responds that they already knew this was coming, and they need to check whether Horyong is awake. He thinks, frustrated, that even Jinsung had been in danger this time, yet all he did was lie around doing nothing. He feels too weak to do anything and desires to become stronger. At that moment, Karaka appears in front of Wangmin and remarks that he is running off again. He questions if he is always looking for an excuse to flee, and tells him to come with him, offering to show him where to go. Meanwhile, in the living quarters at the station, David Hockney, Ship Lisu, Hatsu, and Baro gather around Kun's box. Ship tells Hockney that he means Kun is nearly dead now. Hockney confirms this, stating that, basically, yes, as he just mentioned, he cannot explain exactly what is happening, but at the moment, that guide is barely keeping him alive. Hatsu exclaims in frustration and asks who would do such a thing. Just then, Rak arrives and reassures them not to worry too much, claiming that he knows how to wake the little turtle, the silver guide turtle, who promised to show him how. Ship asks in surprise if this is true. He confirms, saying yes, the turtle had told him they could wake up the old fire-breathing turtle. Ship responds with enthusiasm, suggesting that they should do it together. Vespa asks what was said. Ship explains that, although they may be climbing the tower separately, they are all on the same team. He adds that since Bomb has a lot on his mind right now, they also want to help wake Kun up. Meanwhile, Hugh Ryan notices Karaka and comments that he certainly looks busy. Seeing that he went to the trouble of helping him out even at a time like this, she suggests that he must really care about him. He responds that it is none of her business and advises her to focus on her Slayer candidate. She asks if he is finally starting to accept Bomb. He clarifies that this is not the case. He is simply acting on behalf of his master for a little while. He then asks if she knows how to prevent the station from being followed. She asks if he thinks she would have done this without any sort of plan and states that he seriously underestimates the power of guides. He responds that he has been hearing that a lot today. She reveals the ladle and reassures him not to worry, as she has a very good bargaining chip. He is shocked to see the ladle and asks in disbelief if she was on the floor of death. She explains that Madarako's warship will be arriving soon. Madarako is like a walking general store, possessing a very special warship that appears and disappears in the blink of an eye. This is why it is called the Ghost Ship, which will hide them for a while. Meanwhile, Madarako warps in on his ship, and a Fug Ranker asks in surprise if they really warped the station over here and wonders what they should do. Madarako responds that they should hide them. Since they have brought him what he wanted, he is willing to pay for it. On the other side, the ghost ship envelops the last station in an invisible area. At high speed, warships from Calavan's forces. The green-haired servant stands before Calavan and reports that they have detected high-density Shinsu at a distance of around 300 kilometers. They found something resembling a station, but it disappeared in an instant. Calavan asks what exactly disappeared. Meanwhile, Bomb is lost in thought when Rak approaches him and asks what is on his mind, noting that something strange seemed to happen to the station a minute ago. Bomb agrees, saying that he feels it, too. It feels as though they are surrounded by some kind of barrier. He adds that Lord Evankel said she would accept him as a student. Rak asks if she is a strong turtle. He replies that she is probably insanely strong. Rak then asks if that is not a good thing, pointing out that he wants to avenge his master, doesn't he? He admits that he is not sure. To be honest, even if he becomes stronger, he does not believe he can defeat a monster like Caliban. He worries that people might get hurt again, as they did this time, if he goes looking for revenge. Rak responds by saying that it is a ridiculous thing to worry about. He tells him not to show him his weak side, stating that he is his prey and that he intends to hunt him someday. He insists that he is not allowed to act like this around him, as it kills his urge to hunt him. He states that he entered the tower because he heard that there is a lot of tough prey inside, just as it was said. This place is teeming with prey stronger than him. However, he does not intend to stop climbing the tower or to hide. Only turtles, frightened of their enemies, would do such a thing. He asserts that hunters charge into the enemy's lair, fully aware that they may lose their heads or even get killed. But that does not mean they are weaker than their prey. Prey believes that strength is defined by survival, but a true hunter challenges those stronger than him without fear of death. He claims that he is both the strongest prey and the strongest hunter he has ever encountered. No matter how formidable his prey may appear, he will never give up or hide, for only the haunted do so. He must be a hunter. The narrator states that after warping away from the battle that day, the last station disappeared like a ghost. Having lost most of his main army, Squadron Commander Caliban had no choice but to retreat without gaining anything. Following that day, a rift began to form between the massive powers, becoming too large to coexist. Meanwhile, Gustang tells Rachel that, since she has brought him 3 important gifts, he will grant her 3 wishes. Rachel is shocked upon hearing this. On the other side, Baum enters Evankel's room, where she asks if he has made up his mind. Baum replies affirmatively, expressing his desire for her to make him stronger as he plans to hunt down Caliban. The narrator mentions that, amid this rift, a new wave gradually began to stir, 1 year after the battle at the last station. Yomaseng asks Ya Wangnan what he is doing back here all of a sudden, and if he has any idea how long it has been since he left for the Hell Train. She mentions that Kasano showed up out of the blue a few years back, saying he would let Horyong live. She heard he had made some kind of deal with Kasano, and asked what he had to do to get Kasano to change his mind. She inquires about the whereabouts of Vile, Prince, and Arkraptor, noting that while she can see why Vile might not be here, she wonders where the other 2 are, as they can't be that busy. She asks if he is going to answer her. Ya Wangnan says they should talk later, as he must be tired, and enters a room. Inside, Horyong stands and sees him, saying it has been a while. Ya Wangnan is surprised to see him. The scene shifts to 1 year later, in the middle of the 49th floor of the tower with Team Shibisu. Ship comments on the brutality of the sandstorm, asking how anyone can live there. Evan urges them to move, calling them idiots, and questions why they are making such a fuss over a bit of dust. He then apologizes, thinking that Evan is a crazy guide. Evan mentions that the place gives him a weird vibe and wonders what a ranker like Woon Yon is doing there. Suddenly, flying dragons appear behind them. Ship alerts Evan, who quickly attacks and kills the dragons. Seeing many evil individuals standing on the dragons, he notes that they are swarming them. Rak asks if they can help, too. Evan tells them not to be silly and to stay behind him. The masked man says Kaya Mohiaka. Rak asks what he is saying. Evan explains that he wants to know what they are doing here. When asked if he understands that gibberish, Evan replies that he is a guide and asks what he thinks. The masked man then says Rauka Lara Hono, Du Woon Yon Ka, and asks if there is someone named Woon Yon here, requesting to meet him. Rak thinks to himself that Evan's even interpreting for them, which is quite considerate. He continues with Ra Kumiak Taz Rakam. Evan then asks what Woon Yon is hiding. Suddenly, a bright light emanates from a cave. Ship asks where the light is coming from, thinking to himself that nothing is ever easy around here. He never anticipated that this journey would take so long. The scene shifts to 2 years earlier, right after the battle at the final station. A man in a purple shirt comments that it was nice of Madarako to hide them, but asks what he plans to do now. He questions if Madarako is really going to do everything the regular guide wants. Madarako responds that he is not sure, but at least he kept his promise, so they are even now. From now on, the man can do whatever he wants with them. Madarako adds that they are just a bunch of regulars, and that while he prides himself on being a businessman with principles, morality only applies when he is at least somewhat in the same league. In this case, the smartest thing to do would be to plunder them. Just then, Lord Karaka arrives with his team. Madarako, surprised to see him, asks what he is doing at the station. He says he did not expect to see him again so soon and notes that Karaka looks tired. He then urges him to hurry up and open the door. After a while, Madarako mentions that Lord Karaka has surprised him. He didn't think Karaka would be at the station with his teammates. Lord Karaka responds that Madarako doesn't seem very happy to see him. Madarako quickly assures him that he is, stating that he lives to serve FUG's slayers, and asks what Karaka is doing there. Lord Karaka explains that he got caught up in a battle while on the Hell train and had not expected it to become such a big deal. He adds that he owes Madarako one. He then asks if he has heard from the other slayer or Luslek. Madarako responds that he knows how it is. They hardly communicate, and no matter what happens to each other, even their god, Pefo Morcido, has gone to sleep. He says he sees that at least he is safe for now, but there could still be some enemies around. He will stay with him until he finally gets away from them. Madarako assures him that they will take good care of him and asks if he has heard about the goods from that guide. He inquires about the goods, and Madarako confirms that, yes, he was supposed to receive something in exchange for hiding the station and providing some information, although he didn't hide him with the expectation of any reward, of course. He shows a spoon and asks if he means this. Madarako thinks to himself that it's real, the soul-stirring ladle. He remarks that judging from his reaction, he assumes this thing must be pretty important. Madarako acknowledges that he was indeed desperate to get his hands on it. He agrees to give it to him if he wants, but on one condition. Madarako asks what the condition is. He explained that he owed that squadron commander from Jahad's army a big deal after that battle, and he needed some troops and tips on how to fight him. He speculates that the elders probably won't want to get involved, noting there aren't many slayers who could stand up to a squadron of Jahad's forces in a fight. That's why he needs help from Baylord Yama, the god of fighting dogs. Madarako asks about Lord Yama. He says that's right. He wants him to help him get Baylord Yama to assist him, and they must know each other. Madarako responds that, yes, they do know each other, but he will never help him. He says, and then he guesses he won't be getting this ladle. Madarako thinks it's too bad. He will just have to eat some ramen with it. Lord Karaka insists that they must make Baylord Yama help him no matter what it takes. He emphasizes that they will do their best to cooperate, promising that if this plan works, he will let Madarako have the ladle, and he asks if that is clear. Madarako confirms with a simple yes. Meanwhile, someone asks if they felt the ground shake just now and asks if they just warped. They wonder aloud about what is going on. On the other side, Apple stands with Michael and mentions that the people in the station are panicking. She expresses disbelief that a station this big could really warp and asks what happened. She adds that she was waiting to meet up with Rachel, but that plan seems to be ruined. Michael laughs. Apple asks why he is standing around laughing and mentions that she isn't picking up Rachel's signal at all, suggesting Rachel probably didn't warp with the station. Michael agrees, saying she is right and that it's not good. He suggests thinking of it as taking a little detour because now they have a powerful secret weapon on their side. On the other hand, Androsi Zahard tells Traveler that he is stubborn and asks if he is going to talk or not. He insists that he told her he doesn't know anything and urges her to take the things off him. She tells him to shut up, questioning if he expects her to believe he had no idea who those guys were the whole time he was with them. He explains that he had nowhere else to go. She hits him and demands he cut the nonsense and hurry up to tell her what Rachel is going to do with Emily. Anak sees them from a distance and comments that she will end up killing him before she gets anything out of him. She tells her to stop messing around with him and just kill him, noting that Rachel's situation is dire anyway. Anak asks why she wants to know so badly. Androsi Zahard shows a phone and explains that the alarm keeps going off. She can't see his chat logs because she doesn't know the password, but she knows he's hiding something. She states that she bets that Rachel isn't the only one behind this, and she is going to make him tell her the password if it's the last thing she does. Meanwhile, Evan asks if everyone is ready. Ship confirms that they are. Evan remarks that there's always a loud one in every group, and he never likes the loud ones because they are useless. Ship laughs and promises not to disappoint him. Evan continues, saying okay, now they are going to look for Woon Yeon so they can wake Kun up. He apologizes for saying it, but this could be a long journey. He asks what Evan means. Evan explains that he talked to Walhalksong yesterday. Hockney asks what happened when he suddenly left and where he went. Evan replies that they haven't heard from Yeon Woon since he left on a trip decades ago. It seems he used to go on a lot of trips like this, but this time they lost all contact with him, so they don't even know where he is now. Finding him this time could take a long time, even for a guy like Evan, so they should brace themselves. Hockney says he's got it and thinks Evan is freaking him out with all the yelling. Evan says okay, let's get going, indicating they are heading towards a spaceship. His team follows him. After a while, Sachai Faker remarks that he guesses this is goodbye. Hockney agrees, saying it's too bad because those guys were amazing. Sachai Faker adds that they are still doing the right thing by leaving like this. Climbing the tower together is too dangerous. He believes they will run into them again someday on the tower and reflects that it was a nice trip. Meanwhile, Baro watches Fonsecal Drac and Fonsecal Urier sleeping, waiting for them to wake up, and asks when the heck those two are going to wake up. On the other side, Ivankel asks if Baum is sure he doesn't want to see his companions off. 25th Baum says he wishes he could have seen them off, but now is not the time to be thinking about goodbyes. Ivankel agrees, stating that she believes the best type of training is real combat. She informs him that if he wants to learn from her, he has a lot of fighting to do, as this is the last of the battlefields he can attempt now. She explains that he might have had some luck in a few of these places, but there are others where he'd get slaughtered in seconds if he had gone there now. She has organized them in order of difficulty levels. She adds that every time he clears a battlefield at each difficulty level, she will teach him something at that level. She emphasizes that she doesn't just hand out advice, and as of this moment, he is not allowed to use the Thorn or Black March until she says so. He needs to train his basic skills more. She explains that later, when he is ready, she will tell him when he can use them again. By then, he will be a very different warrior, with his orbs and Shinsu on a whole other level. But first, he has to go through some brutal training, which might even end up getting him killed. He responds confidently, saying he thinks he has what it takes. Baum declares that he doesn't have time to go looking for justice or a reason to get stronger right now. All he is after is Calivan. As long as he can get stronger, he is willing to do anything. Several months later, someone remarks that they can't believe that idiot Levy. He practically begged to handle this, and now he's missing in action. They express regret, stating they knew they shouldn't have left a sleazeball like him in charge of anything. The announcer on the mic interrupts, saying that anyway, enough about Levy. What really matters is that guy named Ju Vilegrace. From what they've heard, he went into battle with some rankers to rescue his companions and came out alive. Someone asks the captain incredulously, questioning if he's kidding. They point out that Vile is just a regular and wonder how a regular could even dream of fighting rankers. The announcer states that he didn't see it himself either, so it could be a load of crap. Either way, it wouldn't hurt to be careful. He asks if they got their bargaining chip. Lo Po Bia Yule confirms that they did, Yon Yua asks who these people are and why they are doing this to them. He replies that it's because they are Juvenile Grace's companions. Clearly, he picked the wrong guy to be friends with. He asks Kel if there's any way to silence that girl. He considers poisoning her some more, but Kel attacks and kills her. Bia Yule declares that it's time to go. He's going to have to teach Juvenile Grace a lesson. 2 years later, in the present on the 52nd floor of the tower at dog shelter, Luis, a runaway, and an intern at the dog shelter, Zia Lulu, follow him. She urges him to come on and get him, saying he went that way. Louis heads down into the basement. Zia Lulu commands him to stop right there and tries to attack. She complains that he's a real pain in the ass and knows she's been working day and night for the last few days because of him. She tells him to be a good boy and come here now, but he starts running again. She asks where he's going now. Just then, an explosion occurs. Bomb arrives and says he finally found him, expressing relief that he managed to find him before he got caught. She asks who this outsider is. Bomb asks if she is okay. Zia Lulu asks who he is. Bomb replies that he's just someone passing by on a mission for his master. He tells Louis that he's going to have to take him with him. She asks what he means. Bomb asks if she minds. She says he's got to be kidding and asks who he is. She explains that Louis is a homeless dog belonging to their company and that she figured he wouldn't just hand him over. Bomb tells Louis to step back for a second. She attacks them, and when the dust clears, she thinks they're gone. Mr. Level 4 Supervisor Bongso calls her on the mic and asks what would happen if she caught him. She explains that she almost had him, but someone got in the way, and she lost him. He demands to know if she's serious, calling her insane, and orders her to go get him right away. He threatens that if she doesn't bring him back, she'll be fired. She apologizes, and Bongso slams his fist on the table, cursing. He mentions that Lord Kanzon instructed him to bring that kid back, and if she lets him go, they're both in trouble. He insists that she find him or kill him. She agrees and internally laments that she just started working here. Why did this have to happen now? She wishes she could just get some sleep, but duty calls and she runs off from there. Meanwhile, Bomb remarks that he doubts she will find them there. Louis expresses gratitude for the help and asks who he is. Bomb explains that he is doing this because he knows Louis is Dong Deng's friend. Louis accuses Bomb of using him to get to Deng Deng. Bomb acknowledges that Louis already knows. Louis insists he will never trust what people say. Deng Deng has a right to be free and asks him to leave them alone. Bomb clarifies that he doesn't mind if Louis and his friends are free, but if Louis gets caught there, he won't be free anyway. He warns him that people are after him everywhere and questions if he thinks he can get out of there on his own. He tells Louis to come with him, assuring him that, unlike others, he does not intend to harm him. He needs Dong Deng to secure Yama's assistance. He promises that if Louis helps him, he will also help set their friends free. Bomb then asks how they can descend to the next floor from their current location, mentioning his frustration at not having Hwarian around. Louis admits he is unsure if he can trust Bomb, but for different reasons altogether. Just then, a dog arrives. Louis notices it and asks what the hell, noting it's one of their trained combat dogs. Bomb asks if they should run. Louis replies affirmatively, stating they will be pursued soon, and they don't stand a chance, so they need to escape. Bomb agrees and grabs him to run. Louis reflects that they are moving too quickly. He doesn't seem bothered by the combat dogs at all. He wonders to himself who this guy is exactly. Just then, David Hockney calls Bomb on the mic. Bomb tells him to hold on, explaining he's working with someone and didn't come alone, indicating serious trouble. Hockney notes it sounds like he's found that kid, mentioning a cliff ahead and advising them to prepare to jump. Bomb acknowledges and understands the plan and moves to jump. Louis asks what he's doing, but he tells him to wait a minute. They descend down the cliff. The combat dogs follow and arrive at the edge. Zia contacts Bongso, informing him that the combat dogs found the intruder. but he fell off a cliff. She speculates they are both probably dead. He asks where they fell. She says in Sector 4B, there is a 3-kilometer drop. He laughs, saying that idiot is definitely dead. She asks if he is sure about that and suggests they might have staged their fall to escape through the drain pipe at the cliff's bottom. He questions whether she believes a C-rank regular could survive a 3-kilometer fall, asking who she thinks this guy is, one of Jahad's princesses or something. She acknowledges how it sounds but insists he didn't seem that foolish. He tells her to shut up, asking what a damn intern like her would know, and to just find that kid's body. She tries to say something, but he warns her not to dare talk back to him, asking if she wants to get herself fired. She apologizes, stating she will search for the body. He remarks that it's challenging to find good help around here. She considers for a moment, thinking, what if she's right, and if she catches him in the drain pipe, they might hire her on the spot? She exclaims confidently, saying it's sweet, a jackpot, and it's not over yet. On the other side, Baum and Louis fall down the drain pipe and land on the floor. Louis asks where they are. Baum replies that he believes this place leads to the drain pipes. Hockney calls and asks him if he's there, telling him to see the pipe in the middle. Baum confirms he does. Hockney explains that's the drain pipe leading to the exit, and they will arrive there soon, too. He advises Baum to come down through the pipe. They will have a warship waiting for him. Baum tells Louis to let's go. He insists he isn't some kind of weirdo if he were. Baum assures him no, he promises. Just then, Zia arrives and tells them to wait and stop right there. Baum holds on to Louis and warns him to watch out. Zia steps in front of them and remarks that it's nice. She knows they are still alive. He grumbles at her again. She laughs and tells him to forget about escaping. She has already called her supervisor, who will be here any minute. She can't believe she was right. She declares that she's finally going to get a stable job. Baum asks about the job. She confirms that's right. There will be no more interning for her. He questions if she wants to take away this innocent boy just so she can get a job. She responds affirmatively, mentioning that she had to kill people too to make it this far, and asks what he means by innocent. She explains that he's a registered homeless person on this floor, and he might harm someone if they don't keep him at the shelter. People like her, who have given up on climbing any higher, just want a decent job, and she asks who cares if she has to catch some kid. She says this company might be somewhat sketchy, but it is part of a massive foundation, and she will make nearly as much money as a member of the 10 great families. It's a no-brainer. Once she gets hired full-time and is promoted to supervisor, she can let the dogs do all the hard work. Then, once she reaches retirement age, she will receive a sweet pension for the rest of her life as long as she keeps just one secret. She says this is her last chance and asks if he really thinks she can just let that opportunity slip away. She urges him to hurry up and hand him over. She wants a stable life. Baum says she has certainly gotten it all worked out and tells her he understands how she feels, but he suggests she reconsider working for this company, which is involved with a much bigger and shadier organization than she thinks. Just then, Bongso arrives with combat dogs and comments on the nice work, noting that they are truly alive. He remarks that this is what he calls thinking outside the box. He admits he doesn't know how he managed to survive a fall like that, but he's impressed. He inquires if she has a floating stone or something in her pocket, expressing his hope to get lucky and escape alive, though he believes that's unlikely now. He orders the combat dogs to kill them. Louis asks what they should do next, pointing out all the combat dogs. Baum acknowledges the situation isn't good, as he had hoped to leave without harming anyone. He politely asks if Bongso would mind stepping back for a moment. Louis complies and steps back. Utilizing his power, he mentions that he's heard all those combat dogs under Baylord Yama's command are mere fighting puppets that obey his every command. It pains him to have to kill them. He employs a range of Shinsu control skills and states his intention to make it as quick and painless as possible. He dispatches the combat dogs. Just then, a monster advances to attack, but he swiftly defeats it along with all the combat dogs. Zia marvels at how he took out all those combat dogs in a matter of seconds. Bongso wonders what just happened and how he possesses such a massive Shinsu range. Louis recognizes that this guy isn't just any C-rank regular. Baum reflects on one of the lessons he has learned from the many battles he has fought to persuade Lord Avonkel to teach him. Leaders who hide at the back of a battlefield don't deserve any mercy. He criticizes using one's own troops as a shield while standing by and watching them die, questioning how one can be so useless. He asserts that such a person has no right to lead anyone and suggests that he either come down from there or face him up there. Bongso feels angry and considers that this little idiot might not realize who he's dealing with. If he really is just a C-rank regular, he shouldn't be underestimated. He jumps down and questions whether he thinks he would just run off if told to come down there. He admits that he sure has guts, but has no idea who he is dealing with. Asserting himself as the supervisor in charge of this place, he emphasizes that he is not just some stupid little and uses canine-type partial transformation to attack, breaking the floor with his powers. Baum remains unfazed and stands his ground, remarking that he easily deflected the attack. Baum accuses him of running this place like a dog shelter, while in reality, he abducts regulars, trains them as soldiers, and even kills them, and he proudly calls himself the supervisor. Using his power, Baum declares that he is not just incompetent but disgusts him. He mentions FUG, stating they don't need people like him anymore, and steps forward. The scene shifts to the middle of the 49th floor of the tower, where Team Ship is gathered. The masked man stands on a dragon and utters Korok Hakam, Rakunika. Evan thinks he's an idiot, muttering to himself about their antics. He continues, Kyukam, Wunyon Rakuku. Evan questions in disbelief, asking the others if they heard that he would take them to Wunyon. Ship Lisu asks, what? After a while, at Wunyon's residence, they all follow the masked man. Ship asks what would happen if he took them somewhere else. Evan assures them that his guide's sense tells him they are on the right path and to just relax. Just then, Wunyon arrives and addresses Evan as Edrock. He confirms if it's him, mentioning he heard about him from S.H. Sakum, who told him everything. Ship wonders if that's Wunyon. Evan confirms it is indeed him and asks if he is Wunyon. Wunyon affirms his identity, acknowledging they've never met, but he's heard much about Evan, especially about traveling with the most stubborn princess in the tower. Ship interrupts, apologizing, and states they have come to ask him for a favor. He inquires about the favor. Ship requests him to please help them wake Kun up. The scene shifts to 1 hour later. Ship and Hatsu stand outside the cat tower, and Ship says they are ready to go. Hatsu asks if he is sure they should go in by themselves. Ship replies that they don't have a choice. Their main goal in this mission is to avoid threatening him. Everything could get messed up if Evan or Rak came with them. He says they will have to trust this little fluffy dwarf and head in. The scene shifts to 1 hour earlier at Wunyon's residence. Evan asks incredulously if he lost the power of his flame. Woon confirms this, saying that's why he is not sure he can really help them right now. Evan asks how he managed to lose his power. Woon responds that if he tells him, he will probably think he is nuts. As he likely already knows, long ago, he rescued someone from the Kun family with his flame. Although they were technically teammates, he was not very kind to him. However, after saving him, they became best friends. He explains that it was then he realized his flame was not just meant for blazing through hordes of enemies like other people in the Young family. It should be used for helping and rescuing people. So, he joined Walhaeksong and wandered around the tower, using his flame power to aid those in need. He continues, saying that a few decades ago, he arrived here, where the conditions were so harsh that there were no rankers or other people, and only a few tribes of outcasts lived here. There used to be a hierarchy even among the tribes living here, And, of course, the tribe that ruled this area was the Kukum tribe he had seen before. He explains that the Kukum tribe looks almost exactly like humans and has a similar level of intelligence, which allowed them to rule over a few smaller tribes in the area. The problem is that there were a few tribes the Kukums especially hated. One of them was the Duni tribe. The Kukums absolutely despised the way the Dunis looked. In the end, they slaughtered all the Dunis except one, treating the last remaining Duni like a slave. His name was Devi. Feeling bad for Devi, he decided to help him. He summoned all his flame power to create a hammer, which he gave to Devi as a gift, making him more powerful. He thought that would be the end of it. He thinks, but it is not so. He states that Devi has gone on a rampage and started killing all the Kukums. He has killed every Kukum in sight and will not let them surrender even if they beg him. He further states that he then chased away the other tribes for not helping him when he needed it, and announced his intention to live here alone. The only people alive here now, he says, are the fluffy dwarves, who were kind to Devi, and a few Kukums. He mentions that he approached Devi and asked him to return the hammer, but Devi would not listen. It seemed as if he was possessed by an incredible power, and he had put all his flame power into that hammer. He had no flame left now. He apologizes, expressing his wish to help him. He never thought things would turn out like this, and the weapon infused with all his flame power is so powerful that he cannot even steal it back from him. Chip asks Evan if he can believe this. Evan replies affirmatively, mentioning that in the Yon family, there are people who create weapons infused with their own power. Chip clarifies that's not what he meant. He wonders how someone at his age can be so naive. He explains that sometimes rankers live for so long that they end up behaving like little kids. Chip concludes that he supposes he should just go beat up that guy and retrieve his weapon. Woon explains that it's not so simple. He has placed a curse on the weapon that completely destroys it if anyone other than its rightful owner tries to take it away. Evan asks why he would put such an annoying curse on it. Woon replies that it was done just in case the Kukums stole it from Devi. Chip apologizes and asks if this means they can awaken Kun if they retrieve the weapon for him. Woon replies affirmatively but admits he's unsure how. He declares that they should leave it to them. They will retrieve that hammer no matter what. Evan asks if he is sure they can get the hammer back. Chip responds that he's not entirely certain, but he has just had an idea. He inquires just now. Chip confirms and asks if this little guy is one of those fluffy dwarves that Devi doesn't mind. He affirms that's correct. Chip suggests there might be a chance this could work. The scene shifts back to the present at Devi's residence. Chip calls out to Devi and asks if he's there. Hadis questions if he really thinks Devi can hear him and calls out to him. He urges him to come over, stating they need to talk to him about something. Chip asks if he's crazy and tells him not to shout like that. He mentions the observer detected some kind of life form. Suddenly, a rocket arrives, breaking down the wooden door. Chip warns everyone to watch out. Devi arrives and demands to know who these people are and how dare they enter his home. He remarks that they don't appear to be from around here, and he supposes they don't have much to lose. Chip asks if that's Devi. Hadis remarks that he looks like a pig. Devi becomes angry and asks who he is calling a pig. Chip tells him to stop. Hadis questions what's wrong with calling a pig a pig. Chip explains that's exactly why he's getting angry, calling him a moron and a little idiot. Chip kneels down and apologizes, acknowledging that he must be surprised to see them there. He assures him they are not there to harm him. They explain they are travelers who got lost and happened to pass by. They came to him to explain their desperate situation and ask for his help. Devi asks about the desperate situation and what he wants from him. He responds that, well, the thing is, they need his hammer. Devi asks about his hammer and remarks that he knew it. He is here to steal his hammer. Chip says it's not what he thinks. They are not the ones who need the hammer. It's him, that dwarf boy, who needs it. He asks why a dwarf would need it and asserts that dwarves are pacifists who don't need his hammer. Ship explains that actually, when they arrived here a few days ago, they witnessed something absolutely awful happen. That little dwarf's mother and little brother were brutally murdered right in front of him. He says they asked him what happened, and he told them it was those damn Cucums who teamed up with the evil Woon Yeon and slaughtered the dwares, leaving only that guy as the lone dwarf. He pleads to please let him borrow that hammer so he can get revenge. He must know how he feels, having lost his own parents and siblings to the Cucums. Devi says fine, but instead of lending him the hammer, he will go and punish the Cucums himself, and he tells the dwarf to lead the way. He says he wants to avenge his family himself. He needs to avenge them. Devi says well, and he understands, but Dwares pleads that he needs this to let him borrow his power so he can get revenge. Hadda says that was easier than he had thought. Ship agrees, saying he didn't think this would work so well either, and it's fortunate that the little kid can act so well. Dwares thinks he has some serious skills. Hadda asks why Ship thought Devi would hand the hammer over to a dwarf. Ship says he's not sure, it was just kind of a hunch. Devi was not always as strong as the Cucums, and Ship thought it might shake him up a bit if they made him remember what it was like back when he was powerless. He says people who used to be poor or weak always carry a kind of trauma with them. Sometimes they develop a mean streak and end up turning on people who are weaker than them. But once in a while, there are people who help out those in need because of what they went through in the past. He figured Devi was probably that kind of guy, although he might regret his decision now. After a while, at Woon Yeon's residence, Ship and the others return and announce their arrival. Evan remarks that they are back, adding that if that is indeed what he believes. He chuckles and mentions that they managed to retrieve the hammer. Dwares presents the hammer, stating, "Here is his hammer." Rack acknowledges a job well done. Woon expresses gratitude. Evan admits he is impressed. Ship laughs, attributing it to mere luck. He suggests they can now awaken Kun with the hammer. Woon agrees, stating they just need to give his heart a firm, strong strike with the hammer. Go ahead. Dwares affirms and forcefully strikes Kun's heart with the hammer. Woon remarks that he forgot to mention Kun might experience some health issues upon waking up. Ship asks what happened. He explains that a similar incident occurred with another member of the Kun family whom he had previously saved. Fortunately, that person only had a slight fever, but this time, Kun was struck almost full force with the hammer, so the effects may be more severe. Ship, shocked, asks why he is only mentioning this now. He reassures them that all they can do is wake him up. He will survive, of course. Ship thinks they can't leave him lying there. They are all surprised to see Kun. Woon places his hand on Kun's head. Kun wakes up and mentions his head, then asks where he is and where Bomb is. A moment later, the scene shifts. Kun stands near a window as Ship approaches, calling out to him and asking if he is feeling better now. Kun replies that he still has a bit of a fever, but that he is fine otherwise. He mentions it's probably due to the hammer. Woon Yeon had warned him he might feel a bit different upon waking up. Ship asks if Kun heard about what happened from Rack. Kun confirms that he did, more or less. He admits it was difficult to understand Rack completely, but he grasped the gist of what happened and how he ended up waking up again. He adds that he can't forgive himself for being asleep while Bomb was going through all of that, covering his face in sadness. Ship places his hand on Kun's back and tells him to cheer up, reminding him that these things happen. Kun curses softly and asks if Bomb is training to avenge his master. Ship confirms that he heard from Bomb a little while ago. Bomb is indeed going through a tough time as he's on a mission to recruit someone named Yama. Kun clarifies if he means the Slayer Baylord Yama. Ship affirms it, explaining that after the battle, Squadron Commander Calivan was forced out of the station. There are rumors that he was assigned to guard the location where Jin Sung Ha is being held, but it's uncertain where Jin Sung Ha actually is. What matters at the moment is that the Office of Ranking Affairs did not register Jin Sung Ha as deceased. indicating that he is alive. He asserts that he believes Karaka is planning to launch an attack because he has deduced Jinsung Ha's whereabouts. Presumably, Karaka intends to solicit aid from the Slayer Baylord Yama for the assault, and Yama must be significantly more formidable than anticipated. He suggests that this might explain why he requested Madarako to bring Baylord Yama to him, and Madarako responded that he needs to find something to entice Baylord Yama. That is likely what Bomb is searching for. Kun inquires about what could lure Baylord Yama to him, questioning what it could possibly be, and demands that he refrain from touching his head. He asks why not and insists that they are friends, emphasizing that he saved his life and urged him not to be so distant. He remarks that it seems the lure is actually a person, not an item, a rugrat from a highly influential family. Kun queries, asking what a rugrat is. He explains that he believes it's the term used for children in Yama's group. Apparently, a child resembling a mini Yama entered the tower as a regular and has gone missing. Yama is fervently searching for the child because he holds a deep fondness for him and knows he hails from a powerful family. According to what Madarako relayed, he suspects someone who ascended the tower with that rugrat is now hiding in Yama's domain. He admits he doesn't have all the details, but Bomb has gone in search of that child. Kun observes that a war seems imminent if two slayers join forces. He imagines how epic such a conflict could be. Ship agrees, stating he thinks so too. He's uncertain how much help a group of regulars like them can provide, but since Bomb is giving his all, he's determined to do his best to assist. Ship asks if he's in as well. Kun confirms that, obviously, he couldn't stop him even if he wanted to and asserts one thing clearly. As he moves to leave, he emphasizes that they are the ones allowing them to join, cautioning against any misconceptions just because he was temporarily incapacitated. Ship mutters about Kun being arrogant and laments that his personality hasn't changed at all. Meanwhile, Bomb harnesses his power and states that FUG no longer requires individuals like him. If he had his way, he would obliterate this entire shelter. However, since he needs Yama's assistance, he resolves to restrain himself. Bongso questions what the object is, an orb, and notes its continual expansion. He addresses Zia as an intern and instructs her to take action. She asks what to do. He directs her to intercept the assailant's attack by any means necessary, promising to upgrade her to a full-time position. Correcting himself, he decides to recommend her for a supervisor role at headquarters. Zia contemplates the prospect of becoming a supervisor and vows to intercept the attacker while standing in front of Bongso. Bomb asks her what she is doing and if her job is worth getting herself killed for. She says, of course. Besides, she has a feeling he won't kill her anyway, although she could be wrong. She mentions that she has worked so hard to make it this far and asks what's wrong with wanting to get a better job so she can have a decent life. She challenges him to go ahead and shoot if he dares and asks how he could ever understand what it feels like to be an ordinary person who has to give their life for their job. She asserts that he doesn't care because he can still keep climbing the tower. He has all the wealth and fame in the world waiting for him if he becomes a ranker. But losers like her have to grab any job they can get. Just then, Hockney announces on the call that they are here. He had better get out of there soon as they don't want the guards after them. Bomb tells Louis that they should go. Louis agrees, saying okay. They both quickly run from there and jump on the rocket. After a while, Hockney spots them and commends him on his good work. Louis asks who they are. Bomb explains that they are the friends he was talking to on the pocket before. He's Hockney, and she's Kaiser. Kaiser remarks that he must be that rugrat or whatever, and that kid is Deng Deng's friend, the one that Yama's looking for. Louis realizes that they want to hand Deng Deng over to Lord Yama. Kaiser asks Bomb if he didn't tell Louis anything on the way. Bomb admits they were in a hurry and didn't really discuss it. Louis suspects that she is using him as bait to lure Deng Deng there and asserts that they will never get away with this. Deng Deng will never go back. Bomb explains that Yama isn't seeking Deng Deng to harm him. Louis asks what he means. Bomb clarifies that they simply want to reunite Deng Deng with his father, and they are assisting Yama with this in exchange for his help. Louis comments that they have no idea. Bomb asks what he means. He elaborates that they don't understand what returning to Lord Yama entails for them. It means spending the rest of their lives fighting dogs, and that's not the freedom Deng Deng desires. He explains that he and Deng Deng were born in Lord Yama's mothership cage, where everyone worked for Lord Yama, who referred to them as his dogs. They were born on the same day, at the same time, in the same year, and it was a crazy coincidence, but they were destined for completely different paths. He recounts that Deng Deng was the son of the cage's second in command, Gado, whereas he was just considered a mutt. From the moment he was born, he was assigned to be Dong Dong's servant. He describes the cage as a world where power is paramount. Being powerless and from a different family, the other dogs looked down on him wherever he went. If it weren't for the strict laws in the cage, the other dogs would have likely devoured him long ago. Deng Deng was the only one who treated him like a friend. He explains that he had instructed his servant never to give him special treatment. Despite this, his servant was always by his side, like a true friend, and didn't even have to wear the dog collar that servants like him typically wore. He recounts overhearing Deng Deng's parents once, where they mentioned Deng Deng cried and pleaded with them not to make him wear a collar. He recalls Deng Deng always saying that if they climbed the tower together, they would be genuine equals. Not long after, almost miraculously, they became regulars and began their ascent of the tower together. He explains that they didn't start their journey at exactly the same time, but they ended up traveling around the tower together. There were many close calls, but thanks to Deng Deng's strength, they managed to come this far. Deng Deng desired freedom, so they severed all ties with the cage and became homeless dogs. Then, something happened on this floor. They were ambushed by combat dogs during their journey. Deng Deng and he attempted to escape, but there were too many of them. He explains that Deng Deng helped him escape but ended up getting caught. They are probably keeping Deng Deng at the regular arena, where they select rugrats to take to the cage. The regular arena is where they capture homeless dogs like him or Deng Deng and make them fight to test their abilities. He elaborates that rugrats, who win many battles and gain recognition as the best fighters, are registered as fighting dogs. They then have to spend the rest of their lives as Lord Yama's fighting dogs. He knows Deng Deng would never give his best effort in that arena, even if it meant being a perpetual loser. He would never want to live as one of Lord Yama's slaves, showing how much he desires to avoid returning to Lord Yama. Kaiser states that he wants genuine freedom. Suddenly, Hockney hears some beeps from the system and goes to check. Baum also follows him and asks what's going on. Hockney explains that it's an enemy signal. He thinks they are coming after them. He remarks, "Geez, look how many there are." Baum asks if he wants him to get rid of them. Hockney declines, saying it's okay. He just got back, so let him handle them. He mentions he can dodge their attacks with his eyes since he can see the future. Kaiser urges him to hurry up and use his eyes before the enemies catch up to them. Baum tells her to calm down. On the other hand, Beayul laughs and remarks that this is just pathetic. They are like a bunch of paper planes, which is a disappointment. Hockney sees him on screen and comments that it's too bad. He was attempting to take them all out in one shot. He asks how did he know it was coming, referring to Ju Vilegrace. Hockney queries who that guy is. Beayul mentions that he expected a Slayer candidate like him to be much more intimidating. Instead, he's just riding around in some pathetic warship. He challenges him to come out for a fight, calling him a little shit. The scene shifts to the 49th floor of the tower, at the test ground for entering the tower. The microphone announces that there are only 10 minutes left for the regulars participating in the test to eliminate the targets within the time limit. The yellow-haired boy identifies the test targets as flying launchers and attempts to block attacks from the opposing party. He curses under his breath, realizing he doesn't have time for this nonsense, but must pass the test if he wants to reach Yama. There's no other choice. He summons Rack, referring to him as an alligator, and asks what he's doing. Rack responds by urging him to hurry up and get rid of the targets. He muses on what he would do without him and uses his power. He exclaims in frustration and attempts to block the explosion. Rack tells him to shut up, mentioning he's still having trouble aiming, and asks why he doesn't do it himself. The boy thinks he doesn't want to overdo it since he just woke up a little while ago, but he realizes he doesn't have much choice. He activates his ice triangle power, commanding freeze. Rack jumps onto a rocket to break it and confirms he's got it. The boy tells him to get off that thing. Rack's foot starts burning, and he exclaims, "Geez, that's hot." He questions why the thing is so damn hot and remarks that he thought it was frozen. He notices a red firestone and wonders what it is. Meanwhile, Bomb asks who these people are. Yule laughs and mentions they have been searching diligently for him, intending to smash his face. He mentions he heard from Levy about how he survived a fight with a rancor. That idiot must be high or something, talking like that. He adds that he is not like Levy. He is much stronger. Bomb wonders if Levy is the weirdo who kept following him around, thinking whether he ever lets anyone else talk. He tells Kel to wait there and stay out of it, as he can handle this kid on his own. He moves quickly and declares, "Now, let's see what he's got." Bomb blocks his attack. He is surprised and says that Bomb blocks it, but he bets he can't block this and moves circularly to attack him again. Bomb blocks his attack again. He says it's no fun, just blocking, and uses a snake spell to attack him. His snake bites Bomb's hand. He says Bomb blocked him again. He should not have blocked that one, though, and asks if he has ever heard of the snake spell. He says it paralyzes whoever gets bitten and kills them. Bomb hits him and throws him back. He thinks, what the hell? His spell is not working, and what's going on here? Bomb uses his magic spells to attack, but he says to wait a minute, hold on, and stop. Bomb throws him away and prepares to attack again. He says to take it easy, that he loses. He gives up and asks how a regular C rank can be so strong. It's not fair. Kaiser says she feels like Bomb has not even revealed his full power yet. She can't believe how useless that idiot is. Hockney says Bomb is just ridiculously strong. Louis says that guy is such a beast. Yule says it's his mistake. He can't believe his spell didn't even work. He acknowledges him as one tough little kid, bowing down in front of him, and says the captain was right, that was close. He says thank God he has a hostage and smirks. Bomb is surprised and asks what he just said. He says a few years before he came here, he used his poison to take a few of his companions hostage, and one girl in particular really gave him the cold shoulder. He thinks her name is Awa Yon. Bomb asks Awa, but how? He tells him not to get too carried away. All he has to do is say the word, and those two are dead. He points out a button nearby, stating that if he pushes it, his two friends are done for. He says he might not believe him, but it's his poor little teammates who will die, not his. Bomb asks what he wants from him. He says they don't really have any demands. He is planning on attacking Jahad's forces to avenge his master, and they want him, too. Bomb asks what he means. He says to take them with him to go save his master. If he does, they will let the hostages go. He adds that he knows it sounds crazy, but it wouldn't hurt him to let them come along, as they know where they are keeping Jinsung Ha. He says if Bomb takes them with him, they will show him where Jinsung Ha is. Bomb asks what. The scene shifts to the middle of the 52nd floor of the tower, at Madarako's floating castle. Ship asks if he is okay and mentions that maybe he overdid it a bit. It's no wonder he passed the C-rank regular tests so quickly. Kun tells him to stop talking, as he is exhausted and feels like his body temperature has been all over the place lately. He's even seeing things. He calls himself a wuss. He says, anyway, that it looks like they are finally here, and he sees a ship coming out of his ship. On the other side, Madarako says he sees Lord Yama's mothership, the Cage. Combat Dog says Madarako's floating castle is coming up ahead, with a lot of people on that ship, including the Slayer Karaka, who seem to want to board their mothership, and asks what they should do. Baylord Yama says it's such arrogance. How dare they set foot in his territory? Karaka must be out of his mind, and that little kid has sure grown up a lot. He inquires whether Dongdeng has been brought along. Combat Dog responds that he hasn't yet, but he claims to have located him and assures that he will soon bring him here. He questions whether he believes he can negotiate without Dongdeng and wonders if he is out of his mind. He criticizes him for giving the impression that Dongdeng would be delivered imminently, raising false hopes, especially with the Canine Tooth Festival approaching soon. This is immensely frustrating as they require Dongdeng. He insists that Karaka be informed that he will never allow him onto his ship unless Dongdeng is delivered to him. Combat Dog acknowledges this. He warns that if Karaka still wishes to board, he must abide by local laws and defeat him in a fight first, challenging him directly. Meanwhile, Slayer Karaka inquires why he is not permitted entry. Madarako responds that he has just received instructions from Lord Yama, who conveyed that Karaka must not be allowed onto his ship until Dongdeng is brought to him. Lord Yama sounded highly displeased and insisted that Karaka would have to defeat him in combat if he truly desired entry. Death Lady asks what their next move should be. Karaka acknowledges that they cannot confront Yama alone and suggests they wait for Vile to return with Dongdeng. She expresses concern that Karaka might be placing too much trust in Vile and proposes that they dispatch some of their own operatives instead. He states that if anything were to go wrong, it could result in an all-out war with Yama. Vile is the perfect guy for the job, and it's not that he trusts him. He is testing him. If he fails, it will be the end of the line for him. Medarako suggests that it sounds like he is starting to take a liking to him and thinks he admires his open-mindedness. Karaka tells him to shut up. On the other side, aboard Yule's warship, the man with two snakes, Bia Yule, laughs and remarks to Kel to check this out. He has built a whole house of cards, which is impressive. Kel acknowledges with a yeah. Hockney overhears them from a distance and asks Bomb if they should really collaborate with those weirdos. Bomb responds that they have no choice. They have hostages and also possess valuable information they need. The scene shifts to a flashback where Bomb asks if Bia Yule knows where his master is and how to find him. Bia Yule responds that he is not sure yet. Only the captain knows his whereabouts. Bomb inquires further about the captain. Bia Yule confirms that their leader, the captain, said he would disclose the information once he started to trust him. Bia Yule urges him to trust the captain, emphasizing that he always keeps his promises. Additionally, he mentions the hostages they have, suggesting he should consider them his hostages too. They will be released once their task is completed. Bia Yule asserts that judging by the size of their warship, they have powerful connections and can use spells without any difficulty. He assures Bomb that they will honor their promise if he brings them along, emphasizing that he never lies. The scene shifts back to the present as Bia Yule laughs and tells Kel to look, saying it's impossible to knock it down. Kaiser asks what the hell he is doing and tells him to move. He agrees, saying okay, whatever she says, and looks at the floor. 10 minutes later, the scene shifts. Hockney explains that they will soon reach where Dongdeng is, which he believes they call the regular arena. Essentially, it's a place where they capture stray dogs and force them to fight. If Dongdeng performs well there, they will transfer him to the cage. However, according to Louis, Dongdeng is still trapped there. Hockney points to a spot and notes that based on what they learned from Madarako, it seems they can find regulars in this cube and pit them against each other. Dongdeng must be somewhere within this cube. The problem is it's impossible to reach there directly with this warship. Bomb asks if it is impossible. He affirms that they have installed a special device on the ring. If anyone or anything goes inside the ring, they are immediately stuck to it. Bia Yule laughs and remarks that it is easy to circumvent. He is a scout and adept with machines. If the others can distract them momentarily, he will enter the machine room, deactivate the device, and assure them not to worry. Louis questions if he expects them to believe that, noting that he does not appear skilled with machines. Offended, he asks how he dares and asserts that Louis cannot speak to him like that. Louis suggests he knows how to get in there. It is somewhat risky but worth a shot. 30 minutes later, the scene shifts to regular arena, where a person grabs the chain of a yellow-haired boy who is fighting with a combat dog. He instructs him to fight, crush his opponent, break his neck, rip him apart, and kill him, reminding him that he is fighting dogs. On the other side, Dutong asks what happened, mentioning that a stray dog has escaped from the dog shelter. Bongso and Zia stand in front of him, bowing their heads. He acknowledges that Lord Kanzon instructed them to keep a close watch on that specific dog and emphasizes the need to prevent this information from leaking outside. They have come to inform him because they believe he will soon come looking for his friend. Dutong chuckles and remarks that Lord Kanzon is concerned, expressing surprise that he cares about individuals like them. He reassures them to tell Lord Kanzon not to worry, stating that no stray dog has ever escaped from there. Zia considers that he looks intimidating. Perhaps this company is indeed associated with some seriously shady individuals, as that guy mentioned. He asks if she just thought to herself that he looks scary. Bongso asks what's going on. She denies it and asks how she could ever think such a thing. She claims she was just admiring how handsome, tall, and fluffy he looked. He laughs and asks if that's so. He mentions that he tries to take care of his hair, inviting her to come closer so she can pet him. She declines, saying it's all right, he doesn't deserve it. He accepts her response, telling her to let him know if she ever wants to pet him later. She agrees and privately thinks she dislikes this type of boss. She wouldn't mind if that guy actually came and confronted him. On the other side, Yule's warship collides with the wall of the regular arena. Bomb uses wide-range Shinsu control skills and a rain of attacks to kill the combat dog. An announcement states an intruder has been detected in Sector C. Bongso exclaims in surprise. A combat dog reports that a warship has crashed into the ring. Dutong comments that it must be the person he mentioned earlier. Bongso asks what they should do, noting that he is much stronger than they might think, advising them not to underestimate him if he were them. Dutong reassures them, mentioning that Lord Kanzon has actually sent a special dog to monitor that particular Rugrat, known as the Mad Dog. He asserts that no matter how strong the intruders are, they will never defeat him. On the other side, Bomb walks down the hallway, glancing around and thinking it's strange that he just crashed into the ring. Why is it so quiet? Just then, Ron May and Baragav arrive. Ron May asks him if he is the intruder. Bomb questions why the two of them are here. She counters, asking what he means since this is Lord Yama's territory. Why is he here? She wonders if he's trying to get himself killed and tells Baragav that they haven't encountered anyone this interesting in a long while. She orders him to go ahead and kill Bomb. Baragav steps forward. Bomb mentions that she still has the blood tomorrow, doesn't she? She states emphatically that ever since he acquired the blood the next day, no one has managed to even scratch Baragav's body, so he had better brace himself. Bomb prepares for the fight, thinking to himself that this is going to hurt more than he expected. Sometime later, Bomb lies tied up with ropes, his eyes covered, on the floor. He reflects that it actually hurts a lot. He struggles to sit up and thinks to himself that at least he managed to sneak in. On the other side, in Mad Dog's room, Ron May asks if he can believe that idiot Jew Vile Grace. She remarks that she thought he would be strong since he made it all the way here. But Mad Dog knocked him out in one hit. He seems weaker than before. Baragav disagrees, stating emphatically, and shows his hand. She questions how he got that scratch, noting that he didn't even hit him. He explains that it's from just hitting him, indicating that his Shinsu boost is as strong as the blood Tamara. He concludes that the kid is up to something, intentionally hiding his true power. He muses that the real issue is that he can't even begin to imagine how much stronger he has become. The scene shifts to a flashback. Ron-mei warns him to brace himself. Baragav attempts to punch him, but he moves aside. Baragav reflects that he noticed something when Bomb dodged his first attack, the unfazed look on his face. Bomb evades his attacks as if he can see everything in slow motion. Baragav employs lethal moves, and the Black Hound attacks him again, causing Bomb to step back. Bomb quickly charges toward him, thinking that when he finally lands that one final attack, Baragav will close his eyes, possibly thinking he could dodge it instinctively. Everything seemed meticulously planned from the beginning. It was as if Bomb knew exactly what he was doing. However, Bomb did not unleash the full power of the Blood Tamara either. Bomb concludes that it is not over. The next time they fight, he will make him regret underestimating him again. The scene shifts to the present. Bomb thinks that now all he has to do is find Dong Dong. While he waits, maybe he will meditate a bit. That skill takes a long time to recharge. The scene shifts to 1 hour later. At the regular arena fighting ground, a person captures Dong Deng with a chain and instructs him to go fight. Dong Deng asks what he is doing, to which the person responds that he said to fight. Dong Deng thinks about the ultimate Rugrat, the one Yama is after. He reluctantly agrees to do it. Meanwhile, he repeatedly commands him to fight, questioning if he is deaf and insisting that he said to fight or be killed. During this exchange, a combat dog rushes to attack Dong Deng. Simultaneously, another combat dog inquires if they first heard the news, announcing that they captured the intruder. At that moment, a white snake arrives, bites, and kills the combat dog before attacking another. Beayul arrives, laughing at the weakness of the combat dogs, and orders to take the intruder to the control tower, promising to break down the barrier. He remarks on the difficulty of hiding in the warship's cargo hold. Meanwhile, a combat dog pushes Dong Deng away, and they imprison him. On the other side, Bomb is also in prison, hearing voices from outside. Someone remarks what a stupid loser. He never even tries to fight back. The person added no food for him today. He's a pathetic little coward and will never be a fighting dog. From another cell, Bomb asks if he is Deng Deng. Deng Deng asks who is speaking, and Bomb replies, confirming his identity. Deng Deng inquires how Bomb knows his name. Bomb responds, introducing himself as the 25th Bomb and stating that he has come to rescue Dong Deng. He mentions that their warship is waiting nearby and that his friend Louis is with them. Dong Deng is surprised and asks what he means by that, questioning Louis' presence and well-being. Bomb reassures him that Louis is fine and that they saved him from the combat dogs. He explains that they need Dong Deng to leave this place and meet Lord Yama for them. Deng Deng, shocked, asks what he means by meeting Lord Yama and insists that it is impossible, declaring that he will never return to Lord Yama. Bomb responds by asking if it is because Deng Deng does not want to be a fighting dog. He offers to do something about it if that's the case. Deng Deng expresses doubt but apologizes, appreciating Bomb's efforts to save Louis and come all the way there. However, he explains that he has a different reason for not being able to return. He asks if Bomb can leave him and run away with Louis, but Bomb replies that it's not possible since they have already started breaking him out. Bomb mentions that there is a bomb in his backpack that will probably go off soon. Deng Deng, alarmed, asks what he means by a bomb. The scene shifts to Bongso, who asks what an item is and if it was confiscated from the intruder. Bongso confirms that the intruder was wearing a backpack and wonders what is inside it. As Bongso holds and opens the backpack, a blast occurs. On the other side, Deng Deng hears voices exclaiming about an explosion, with someone asking if the intruder is behind it and noting it occurred in Sector B. The voice instructs everyone to stay sharp. Deng Deng responds, asking if that was Bomb just now, and Bomb confirms, saying he did bring a bomb in there. He questions Bomb's sanity, warning that Lord Yama's servant Kanzan is in charge, and that angering him would lead to big trouble. Bomb reassures Deng Deng, stating he has plans for everything. Some Shinsu circles appear outside the cells, catching Dong Deng's attention. Du Tong observes the phenomenon, speculating if it is Shinsu, and realizes it is an enemy Shinsu attack. He concludes there must be a wave controller hiding nearby and orders to find him. Dong Deng wonders if Bomb brought someone with him and how they sneaked in just as another blast occurred. Bomb breaks through the wall, enters Dong Deng's cell, extends his hand, and claims responsibility for the blast, urging Dong Deng to escape with him. Bomb insists Deng Deng will never be free if he stays there. Deng Deng hesitates but eventually replies that whatever the problem is, he will handle it and mentions having powerful friends at FUG. Bongso arrives, holding his sword, and accuses Dong Deng of collaborating with the intruders, using abusive language. He asks how he dares to betray Lord Yama, running to attack Dong Deng and shouting for him to die. A Shinsu attack strikes him, throwing him away. Bomb runs quickly, urging Dong Deng to hurry, warning that if they catch him now, he'll be dead for sure. Deng Deng, determined, says he never gives up and demands to know who Bomb really is. Bomb replies that he is the 25th Bomb and asks if there is an exit around here. Deng Deng responds that there isn't. They will have to break their way out because the building is completely sealed off from the outside. They can only leave with a warship. He adds that there is a special device installed to prevent their escape, and the building acts like a leash, pulling everything towards it. Bomb says he thinks he knows how to get around that, mentioning that he brought an engineer with him, although he admits he doesn't really trust him. Yul laughs and remarks that this is a piece of care, while Dong Deng asks who the engineer is and what he means by that. Bomb explains that the engineer is really good with machines and says they will meet again. Ron May arrives and calls Bomb Juvenile Grace, while Baragav challenges Bomb to a serious fight, this time without any messing around. Deng Deng recognizes Baragav as a mad dog and asks what they should do now. Bomb reassures him, saying he will handle it, and uses his Shinsu control skill, a wide-range technique. He mentions they don't have time for this, and that they need to get out of there using stream flow as well. Baragav tries to block the attack with all his strength, but he is astonished that Bomb's Shinsu isn't weakening and keeps getting stronger. He realizes that all the Shinsu in the area are gathering around Baragav. Bomb commands to get them out of there as the Shinsu gathers around him and throws Baragav to the ground, breaking it and causing Baragav to fall inside. Baragav thinks that Bomb won't fight him again, while Bomb notes that the blood Tamara is extremely strong and that he has to control his power a bit. He tells Deng Deng that they should go and starts running away. Deng Deng agrees and follows him. Ron May sits near Baragav and asks if he is okay as they run away. Deng Deng wonders who Bomb really is, recognizing the previous attack as very powerful and sensing that Bomb is hiding much more power. Meanwhile, a guard dog informs Du Tong, who is the level 3 supervisor, that the intruder escaped from prison with the rug rat. Du Tong asks for clarification and inquires about Mad Dog's whereabouts. The guard replies that Mad Dog was knocked down by a Shinsu attack. Frustrated, Du Tong decides to handle the situation himself. Zia Lulu, puzzled, asks what is going on just as a Warcraft smashes into the building and enters. Yul laughs, asking how they like that, and warns him not to mess with their cannons. Another person questions why they couldn't have attacked like this from the start. At the same time, Bomb says there is a way out and urges Dong Deng to follow him. Dong Deng agrees and starts following him when Baragav blocks their way. Baragav says that if Bomb wants to leave, he will have to give him a proper fight. Bomb responds that Baragav is persistent and tells him to step aside, stating that he does not fight people who are weaker than him. Baragav asks what Bomb means by people who are weaker than him. Bomb replies that he must have gone too easy on Baragav when he used Blood Tamara, then unleashes his power. Baragav declares himself Mad Dog, stating that Lord Yama ordered him to climb the tower and that no other regular can be stronger than him. He calls Bomb Juvenile Grace and launches a Shinsu attack. Baragav is shocked when Bomb effortlessly blocks it and laughs, running to attack again while evading the Shinsu. Bomb explains that over the past few years, he has visited all kinds of hidden places in the tower, and has encountered far more powerful individuals than Baragav might think. He mentions seeing regulars with mysterious powers, older than most rankers, and notes that the title of the best regular does not suit Baragav. Baragav, angered, tells Bomb to shut up and tries to punch him, but Bomb evades the punches and counters with his own attack. The scene shifts to 2 years earlier, somewhere in the middle of the tower. Ha-Chai, a reclusive fighter who refused to become a ranker, says Bomb beat all his apprentices and made it all the way here and asks who he is. Bomb replies that he heard from Master Ivankhel about a master of martial arts living here. He acknowledges that Ha-Chai has gotten weaker because he refused to become a ranker and achieve eternal youth. But he believes no one would be a better martial arts teacher for him than Ha-Chai. Bomb bows in front of him and requests, "Please, sir, teach him his ways." Ha-Chai asks if Ivankhel sent him and, agreeing, says he owes her a favor. He remarks that Bomb is strong and has a lot of power, but that's why he is trying even harder to find himself. He advises that it might not hurt to clear his mind and start rebuilding his power from scratch, as even he has not reached the limits of ultimate martial arts. He says Bomb might be able to achieve this, and once his mind is clear, he will be able to obtain even greater power. He advises that it is time for Bomb to start rebuilding from zero. Bomb uses the 25th Bomb-style wave explosion. The scene shifts to the present, where Baragav arrives and attacks Bomb, who starts from 0 point. Bomb throws Baragav away, and Baragav falls down, laughing loudly. Bomb wonders what Baragav's problem is, thinking he only used enough power so his zero-wave explosion would knock him down. Deng Deng explains that Baragav must be using transformation. Bomb asks what kind of transformation. Deng Deng replies that canine people like them belong to the ancient, legendary bloodline of Lord Yama and his brothers. Transformation is what they call it when the hidden power of the canine people awakens for a moment. Most of the time, this power awakens purely by chance. Currently, the bloodline is so diluted that Lord Yama is the only one who can use full transformation. Deng Deng explains that Baragav has at least a bit of Lord Yama's power, which is why his power is awakening. When he first uses possession, it hurts a lot, so Baragav will probably be out of it for a while. Bomb says this is their chance to escape, and that he doesn't feel like fighting him anymore. Baragav, confused, asks what Bomb means, thinking this is the part where he is supposed to kill him. Deng Deng asks why Baragav called him Juvenile Grace. Bomb asks what he means by that, and Deng Deng explains that if his name is Juvenile Grace, he must be a Slayer candidate. Bomb confirms and asks if there is a problem. Deng Deng replies that there isn't. It actually makes him trust Bomb even more. Deng Deng thinks Bomb is easygoing for a Slayer candidate and says let's go. Bomb agrees, and just then, a warship arrives. Bomb flies toward the warship, followed by Deng Deng, and they enter the warship. Louis hugs Deng Deng and says he's so glad he's okay, asking if he's hurt at all. Deng Deng replies that he's fine. Bia Yul laughs and asks if Deng Deng isn't glad he had his help. Bomb acknowledges that engineers really are something else, and then asks Deng Deng if they can go see Lord Yama now. Deng Deng reluctantly agrees, saying he owes Bomb for saving Louis and himself. Louis protests, saying that if Deng Deng goes back to Lord Yama, he'll be made into one of his fighting dogs. Deng Deng says he can't just do nothing after everything they did to help him. He tells Bomb that he promised to let them go if he helped him, and he believes Bomb will keep his promise. Bomb assures him that even if it kills him, he will make sure they are both set free and tells them to trust him. Bia Yul laughs and asks if this means they are going to Lord Yama's hideout now, expressing his excitement about finally seeing a Slayer's lair. Deng Deng replies that he shouldn't get his hopes up because they can't go anyway. Bia Yul asks why not. Hockney explains that only people who have been invited to Yama's hideout can enter it, and Bomb and the others are the only ones who can get in. He says they are going somewhere else and tells them to see him later. Bomb agrees, saying he will see him in a bit, but thinks this isn't what he expected. Several days later, they arrive at Madarako's floating castle, where Kun and Rak wait for them in the base camp. Rak greets them, calling Bomb Black Turtle, and Bomb runs towards them. He mentions he heard he woke up over the pocket and looks good. Kun acknowledges this, thanking him, and he asks if he's okay, if he's hurt. Kun replies that he's having a bit of trouble controlling his body temperature, but aside from that, he's fine. Bomb asks where Ship is, and Kun explains that he wants to give them some time alone, so he stays in the floating castle. Kun notices Bomb's hair has grown a lot and asks if he's growing it out again. He confirms this, adding that it's still not as long as he'd like. Kun then observes Deng Deng and Bomb, noting that they must be the Rugrats or whatever Ship mentioned. Kun walks towards Louis and asks if he is Deng Deng. Louis looks confused, and Bomb corrects him, pointing out that Deng Deng is the one on the right. Kun apologizes, saying he has never gotten anyone's name wrong before. Deng Deng jokes that it surprised him, saying Kun is handsome. Bomb then says he needs to talk to Kun about Deng Deng. They move to another room, where Kun asks what it is about. Bomb explains that Kun wants to set Deng Deng free, but he already promised to bring Deng Deng to Lord Yama, who intends to turn him into a fighting dog. He acknowledges this, but insists that their promise was only to bring Deng Deng to Lord Yama, not to agree to him becoming a fighting dog. He expresses his desire to set Deng Deng free and states that if Yama stands in their way, they will fight for Deng Deng's freedom. Kun asks if he will fight and clarifies whom or what he means. The scene shifts to the cage in Yama's floating castle, the royal hall, where Lord Yama expresses boredom and asks how much longer those idiots will keep him waiting. He adds that he's starting to get angry and considers killing them all. Gato arrives and advises him to calm down, warning that with his power, even a small joke could cause a major disaster. Yama insists they tell the brats to hurry up and bring Deng Deng. A guard arrives with good news, informing Lord Yama that Madarako just relayed that the Slayer candidate Juvenile Grace, meaning Bomb, has arrived on his floating castle with Deng Deng. Lord Yama asks what this means and clarifies if they really found him, expressing satisfaction that he finally has the last piece of the Canine Tooth Festival puzzle. He instructs them to go and bring Deng Deng over to him immediately, stating that he wants everyone to witness the transformation of the greatest rug rat into a fighting dog. Simultaneously, Bomb reaffirms that he brought Deng Deng here only under the condition that he would be set free. He asserts that if Lord Yama refuses to guarantee Deng Deng's freedom, he will fight him. The scene shifts a few months earlier to Madarako's floating castle, where Bomb arrives and falls on the floor. Hansung looks out of the window at him and remarks not again. He is always hurt every time he comes back. She takes care of him, and when he regains consciousness, he thanks her. Hansung brushes it off, saying not to mention it, as she's the one who invited him to this hellhole, and it's her fault he's getting hurt in the first place. Bomb asks where Master Yvonkel is, and Hansung replies that she's gone for the day but will be back tomorrow. She adds that Bomb will probably start his ORB training again tomorrow, and gives him a cup of medicine, saying it will make him feel better. Bomb takes it, looks into the cup, and thinks to himself this is coffee, not medicine. After a while, Hansung tells him to focus and encourages him, saying come on, focus. She asks him to listen for a second and recalls that Madarako mentioned he might know Deng Deng's whereabouts. Bomb asks if this is true, and Hansung repeats for him to focus. She continues, confirming that Madarako believes he's located Deng Deng in Yama's territory, guarded by someone named Kanzan. Bomb realizes that Kanzan is one of Yama's 3 main associates and is sheltering the son of Yama's second-in-command. Bomb asks if there was some kind of internal conflict, and Hansung replies that it's hard to say for sure, but it seems likely. She asserts that this presents a perfect opportunity for them to go and retrieve Dang Dang with Yama's assistance. She adds that they might actually have a chance against Calivan's forces. Bomb agrees, confirming their readiness. She believes he must be prepared by now, noting that he's keeping his emotions very steady, and once he perfects that technique, he'll be unstoppable. Hansung then offers him advice as a fellow member of FUG. She acknowledges their deal with Yama, but reminds him that Yama had tried to kill him and take his thorn. She emphasizes there's no guarantee Yama won't betray them, even if they bring back Dong Deng. Hansung suggests they should assess Yama's usefulness on the battlefield and determine if they can trust him. She adds that there's no point in going to great lengths to get his help if they can't trust him. Bomb asks if she means they shouldn't trust Yama. She replies that Jinsung Ha had intended to shape him into more than just a slayer. She advises him to understand what Jinsung Ha is after and to maintain his sense of self regardless of how powerful his enemies are. She believes that's the only way to shine in the darkness that is FUG. Bomb recalls Navik's advice to him, reminding him not to lose himself. The scene shifts to the present, where Kun asks if Bomb will fight Yama. Bomb confirms, saying he brought Deng Deng here under the condition that he would be set free. He asserts that if Lord Yama refuses to guarantee Deng Deng's freedom, he will fight him. Meanwhile, inside the cage on Yama's warship, in Kanzan's training room, a dog guard expresses concern, stating they are in big trouble while Kanzan does push-ups. Kanzan, the third in command in Yama's gang and a high ranker, demands to know who dared to disturb his workout and what the issue is. The dog guard reports that Deng Deng has escaped from the regular arena and is on his way there. Kanzan asks how Deng Deng escaped and where Baragav is. The guard explains he heard a regular named Juevile Grace appear and defeat Baragav, indicating he is the Slayer candidate they've been hearing about. Kanzan is surprised, asking what is meant by Juevile Grace and commenting on the mess it causes that such an amateur is a Slayer candidate. He asks what they should do, and Kanzan replies they have no choice. He insists they must eliminate Deng Deng before their Canine Tooth Festival, regardless of any interference from the Slayer candidate or anyone else. At the same time, Kun enters the room and asks if fighting Yama is crazy, saying he understands how Bomb feels, but it's impossible. He advises that they need to stay on Yama's good side if they want his help, and besides, they are on Yama's home turf where they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Bomb acknowledges this, but insists he promised Dong Deng he would set him free. No matter how much they need Yama's assistance, if Yama doesn't agree to release Dong Deng, Bomb won't hand him over. He reflects on how Dong Deng would be condemned to life as a fighting dog if Yama captured him, which reminds him of his early days in FUG. He says it's sad to live life on someone else's terms, while Kun interrupts, saying Bomb, just as Ship opens the door and asks what's going on, wondering if they're having fun without him. Kun questions if he was eavesdropping, and Hatsu admits he's a scout and eavesdropping is his job. Nonetheless, he mentions they might have to fight Yama for Dong Deng. Ship immediately rejects the idea, asking who said anything about fighting. Kun clarifies they are there to seek Baylord Yama's help and stresses that they wouldn't stand a chance against Yama in a fight. Even if they did, he questions the point of fighting. He emphasizes their goal is to persuade Yama to assist them in saving Jinsung Ha. Ship advises everyone to calm down, and Bomb suggests that rescuing his master and ensuring Dong Deng's freedom would be ideal. He questions the point of seeking Yama's help if Yama refuses to release Dong Deng. Kun asks what he means and points out that's how everyone in FUG operates, wondering if he's just realizing it now. Ship intervenes, urging them to stop arguing and suggesting they brainstorm together. He believes they won't solve anything by arguing. Ship suggests that if they try hard enough, they might figure out a way to convince Yama to assist them and allow Dong Deng to go free. Kun agrees, acknowledging the point, and privately thinks these guys are crazy, believing himself to be the only sane one there. Rak concurs, remarking he's not sure what's going on but referring to Bomb as an idiot. When Karaka enters, he acknowledges Juvenile grace and mentions hearing that Bomb brought Deng Dong back. Ship reflects that Karaka still frightens him every time he sees him. Karaka inquires about Deng Deng's whereabouts, and Bomb informs him that Dong Deng is resting on the warship, adding that he would prefer Karaka not to see him. Karaka understands, clarifying that he didn't come to see Deng Deng directly. He commends Bomb's work, acknowledging that they can now access Lord Yama's mothership, and states they need Yama's cooperation next. He then announces they should prepare to head into Yama's warship soon. Kun asks Bomb if he's alright, and Bomb admits he's struggling to get used to the situation, finding it hard to believe he's actually working with Karaka after all the trouble he caused for him and his friends. Ship steps forward, embracing both of them, and suggests they set aside the past troubles and focus on figuring out how to convince Yama to assist them and release Deng Deng. Kun states he never agreed to Bomb's plan and would rather just hand Deng Deng over to Yama. Ship urges him not to be like that and suggests using his skills as a light bearer to gather information about the cage. Kun tells him to shut up, while Bomb thinks Kun has a point, but he refuses to give in. He acknowledges that Yama doesn't see him as an equal, and even if they manage to secure his help now, there's a risk Yama will betray them when they're in trouble. Bomb realizes that if Yama turns against them, it could endanger his friends. He believes he must make Yama see him as an equal, which means he has to be firm. Bomb suggests they work together one last time, like in the old days, and reminds them of how effective that was. He urges Kun not to be stubborn and proposes discussing the situation at least. Kun sarcastically replies, asking if they should just hand Deng Deng over to Yama. 10 minutes later, the scene shifts to Dong Deng and Louis's room, where Kun and Ship enter. Ship asks what the Canine Tooth Festival is about. Dong Deng explains that Lord Yama wants him to be the main event of the Canine Tooth Festival, which is scheduled to start tomorrow. Kun inquires further about the festival and why it matters so much to Yama. Deng Deng elaborates that the Canine Tooth Festival commemorates how Lord Yama defeated a gigantic monster long ago and saved his people. He mentions that the festival revolves around 3 huge fangs, symbols of that monster believed to still be sleeping in a cage. During the festival, leaders of Yama's gang compete among themselves to demonstrate their bravery, honoring the monster's soul at rest. Deng Deng adds that the highlight of the festival is the fang stealing ceremony, where the chosen rug rat must escape from the cage with one of the massive fangs. He explains that during the festival, leaders divide themselves into defense and offense teams to either steal or protect the fang. If they successfully defend the fang until midnight, the rug rat hands it over to Lord Yama, concluding the festival. Deng Deng notes that recent festivals ended disappointingly, with epic fights between leaders but poor defense of the fang by the rugrats. He mentions that people in the gang are concerned about their future and worry if their fighting dogs will ever produce another rancor. Kun understands, realizing that Yama wants Deng Deng to showcase his abilities to secure the gang's future and unite them. He acknowledges why Deng Deng matters so much to Yama and explains that people living in the cage don't have many children. Ship asks if that isn't bad news for them, indicating that there's no chance Yama will let Deng Deng go. Kun responds, considering the Canine Tooth Festival and the strategy of offense and defense, suggesting they might be able to leverage this situation. He adds that he doesn't want to cooperate, preferring to rescue Jin Sung Ha and sever ties with FUG quickly. Kun acknowledges that Bomb probably believes they need to continue working with FUG for now. That's why he wants to take proactive action and assert dominance, rather than bending over backward to comply with FUG's demands. He explains that maintaining his position in FUG this way means he won't have to worry about anyone holding his friends hostage or threatening him as they did before. He concludes by saying he isn't indifferent enough to ignore a friend in need and walk away. Master Evankel calls Bomb and says wow, he managed to bring Dong Dong back. nice work, and asks so if he is going to see Lord Yama now. Bom says yes, master, and asks how things are on his end. He replies here, well, he thinks this guy Gus wants to join forces with him, too. And it seems like there's something weird going on with Jahad's forces right now. And anyway, he'll try to finish things up here, and leave soon. Bom thanks him while he replies, by the way, if Yama refuses to let Dongdeng go, he asks if he is really going to fight him, and he confirms that. Master Ivankal says Hansung's got a message for him, calls him crazy, and tells she says he's quite something, as if it's not enough that he joined FUG just to save his master. And now he is even trying to shake things up at FUG. Bom says that's probably what his master would want. Meanwhile, Lord Yama wonders aloud how those individuals managed to locate Dongdeng, referring to Madarako as a smartass for orchestrating it. He expresses his excitement that his son is finally going to be in the cage. Gado, Dongdeng's father and second in command in Yama's gang, agrees with him. Lord Yama inquires about Colden and Jordan, questioning where they have wandered off to now that Dongdeng is returning. Gado informs him that they are practicing for the Canine Tooth Festival. Simultaneously, Jordan laughs and points out to Colden, remarking on his level 2 partial transformation and promising to showcase his abilities at the festival. Colden acknowledges the display as impressive, expressing his intention to dominate the arena. Lord Yama observes the scene with amusement, commenting on the enjoyment the young members of his gang are having. Gado responds that this upcoming Canine Tooth Festival is expected to be particularly special. Lord Yama mentions that one of the Elder's envoys will attend, along with a Slayer candidate and Karaka watching, emphasizing the need to impress them with their best. Gado agrees, acknowledging the imminent arrival of the Elder's envoy and inquiring about their next steps. Lord Yama prioritizes Dongdeng's situation and instructs someone to welcome the envoy. He reflects on the envoy's probable intent to criticize him for the current situation. He plans to be in the royal hall with Kanzan and requests Karaka's presence as well. Gado confirms his understanding of the instructions. A few hours later, several warships land on the ground, where Gado welcomes Lord Karaka, mentioning he has been anticipating his arrival. Karaka acknowledges Gado and notes he has heard a lot about him. Gado expresses his honor at meeting Karaka and inquires about Dengdeng's whereabouts. Karaka informs him that Dengdeng is still aboard the warship and explains that they cannot simply hand him over. Dengdeng serves as their leverage with Yama. Curious, Gado asks for clarification on Karaka's intentions. Karaka elaborates that they will release Dengdeng if Yama agrees to assist them. He empathizes with Gado as Dengdeng's father, but urges him to consider their perspective. Gado acknowledges the reasoning, agreeing that it makes sense. Karaka then requests to be led to Lord Yama, stating that he is eager to meet him. Gado agrees and leads the way. The scene shifts inside the cage in Yama's floating castle, the royal hall, where Gado escorts the guests and announces to Lord Yama there is Slayer Karaka and Slayer candidate Juvenile Grace, also known as Bom. Lord Yama acknowledges them with a very good and greets Karaka, mentioning it's been a long time since they last met. Bom thinks to himself that this must be Slayer Lord Yama, whom he hasn't seen in person before but has certainly heard much about. Lord Yama asks why Dengdeng isn't with them as instructed. Karaka apologizes, explaining that they cannot hand over Dengdeng yet because they are unsure if Yama will agree to their terms. Instead, Karaka proposes showing Yama a video to prove that they have Dengdeng and that he is safe aboard their warship. He reassures them not to worry. They will hand over Dengdeng as soon as Yama promises to help them attack Jahad's army. Yama comments on Dengdeng's resemblance to his younger self, stating he would make an excellent fighting dog, perfectly suited for the role. Gado internally curses, troubled by Dengdeng's predicament. Lord Yama tells them to state their demands, assuring they will agree to anything reasonable. Karaka begins to outline their demands when Bom interrupts, insisting that Yama first promise something regarding Dengdeng. Karaka addresses him as Juvenile Grace, but he insists that unless Yama agrees to his condition, they will not hand over Dongdeng. Lord Yama inquires about the promise Bomb refers to. Bomb explains that he heard Yama intends to transform Dongdeng into one of his fighting dogs, but Dongdeng wishes to climb the tower as a free regular, not be enslaved as a fighting dog. Bomb insists that he wants Yama to promise to set Dongdeng free. Karaka questions Bomb's demand, asking what he means. Bomb explains that as he understands it, if Dongdeng becomes a fighting dog, he will be bound to Yama for life, and if Dongdeng becomes a rancor, escaping from Yama's influence will be extremely difficult. He expresses his fear that he cannot hand Dongdeng over under those circumstances. Lord Yama, visibly angered, addresses Bomb as the Slayer candidate and demands to know what he wants him to do with Dongdeng. Karaka threatens Bomb, saying if he repeats his demand again, he will crush his head. He tries to grab Bomb with his giant hand, but Death Lady intervenes and calls out to Lord Yama, though Karaka tells her to stay out of it. Bomb reiterates that he wants Yama to grant Dongdeng freedom. He recalls seeing Yama's territory, where combat dogs without a sense of self and abandoned dogs are forced to fight. He remarks that servants acting on behalf of his gang often do so without knowing what's right or wrong. He expresses that it feels as though this massive gang exists solely to serve Yama, acknowledging that Yama's forceful leadership has made the gang strong, but has also led individuals like Dongdeng to want to escape. He explains that he means seeing how Yama takes away people's individual freedom, forces them to obey every command, and shows no interest in anything that threatens FUG or what happens outside. Bomb honestly admits that he wouldn't want to be one of Yama's fighting dogs either. Lord Yama retorts that Bomb seems less like a god-slayer and more like a mean old thug. Bomb clarifies that he means someone who uses force without regard for others. Lord Yama asks if Bomb came here to die, to which Bomb firmly replies that he came to persuade him. Meanwhile, inside the cage at dock number 2, Elaine stands ready to welcome the Elder's envoy and his attendants. Apple asks where the Slayer is, noting that the Elder's envoy wants to speak with him. Elaine responds that Lord Yama is currently with some other guests. Apple inquires about who these guests are and suggests that the Elder's envoy should be the most important. Elaine clarifies that he is with Slayer Karaka and the Slayer candidate. Apple smiles, realizing that Karaka and Bomb have arrived before them. Meanwhile, Lord Yama tells Bomb that he seems less like a god-slayer and more like a mean old thug. Lord Yama asks what Bomb means by calling himself a thug and asks if Bomb came here with the intention of dying. Bomb firmly denies this, stating that he came to persuade Lord Yama. Lord Yama acknowledges that he has heard Bomb is somewhat of a loose cannon, but he appears to be even more extreme than expected. He asks if all irregulars are like Bomb. He asserts that while he dislikes people who cower before him, a Slayer candidate must take responsibility for their words and actions. He tells Bomb that despite wanting to save Jin Sung Ha, Bomb's stubbornness is ruining any chance of negotiation. Lord Yama questions Bomb about his plans and expresses doubt that Bomb would be foolish enough to start a fight without a plan. He responds that he wants to make a bet with Lord Yama regarding Dongdeng. Lord Yama asks what he means by a bet. He explains that Dongdeng expressed a desire to be the main attraction at the Canine Tooth Festival. Lord Yama acknowledges that whoever becomes the main attraction at the festival must guard the fang for a day and return it by midnight. Bomb reveals that while Karaka mentioned Dongdeng being in Madarako's floating castle earlier, they actually sneaked him into Lord Yama's cage. He points out that the video shown to Lord Yama is from yesterday, and Dongdeng is currently hiding somewhere within the cage with his companions. Bomb proposes that they defend the fang with Dongdeng, just like in a regular Canine Tooth Festival. If Lord Yama and his allies manage to steal the fang by midnight tomorrow, they will win. However, if Bomb and his team return the fang to Lord Yama by midnight, they win. He asks Lord Yama for his thoughts on this proposal. He asks if whoever loses has to do whatever the winner wants, and if he is suggesting that he wants them to compete in the cage to see who can hold on to the fang. Lord Yama affirms this, adding that everyone except them can choose their own teams, as in previous canine tooth festivals. While Gato laughs, Karaka interjects, stating that the Slayer candidate never mentioned any of this to him before, and they would never agree to such terms. Lord Yama responds with a concession, saying that the challenge is accepted. If he wins, he will let Deng Deng go and agree to do whatever Bomb says. Bomb confirms that he will do it, but if he loses, Lord Yama will keep Dong Deng, and he won't help Bomb fight Jihad's forces. He adds that he will have to give up both Dong Deng's freedom and Jin Sung Ha's life if he loses. Lord Yama threatened to take the thorn from him and chew him up to the bone, so he had better be prepared. They emerge from the royal hall, and in the hallway, Karaka asks Bomb what that was all about, questioning how he could provoke Yama like that when they came here to ask for his help when Death Lady looked at him. He expresses frustration that Bomb didn't discuss it with him beforehand and demands to know why he even came here. Bomb explains that their goal and Dong Deng's freedom are separate issues, emphasizing that while saving his master is crucial, he can't condemn Dong Deng to a lifetime of captivity. Karaka presses him on what he means by that, and Bomb continues, suggesting that expecting Yama to help them even after they give him Dong Deng might be presumptuous. He proposes that winning this bet might make Yama more inclined to assist them. Karaka dismisses him as a fool, warning that he has no grasp of how terrifying Yama can be. He states that Bomb can do as he wishes, but he won't assist him and walks away, declaring that if he captures Dong Deng, he will immediately negotiate with Yama and won't rely on Bomb anymore. At the same moment, Team Ship explores the business area in the cage, where Ship remarks on the impressive surroundings. Hatsu comments that this building doesn't quite match Yama's typical image and suggests he might be more of a businessman than they initially thought. Ship mentions that Madarako described Yama as one of the richest FUG slayers, speculating that he earns his wealth through sports entertainment. Hatsu asks for clarification on what Ship means by sports entertainment, and Ship confirms that it involves sports, fighting events, and likely includes secret gambling activities on the side. Ship concludes that this setup explains why strength holds such value among these fighting dogs, and Hatsu agrees, noting that it's clear why they are always training rigorously. Ship acknowledges that power is everything here, and Jugung confirms this, explaining that in the cage, strength is both power and wealth. He explains that there are 3 types of people in the cage. First, there are pure outside humans like them. Second, there are canine lords who have inherited the mysterious ancient power of Lord Yama and his brothers. Third, there are mutts like them who came and settled here after wandering the tower. Among these 3 groups, the canine lords are the leaders of the cage. Currently, all the leaders of their group are canine lords except for one, and they fight once every 10 years to determine who will lead the group. Ship asks if this event is what they call the Canine Tooth Festival, and Jugung confirms this. He says that they look forward to the Canine Tooth Festival more than anything. He further states that the Canine Tooth Festival is a very special event for them and an opportunity to witness the leaders fight each other, either as those seeking the title of regular with a fang or as those defending it. Ship remarks that he seems genuinely happy, and Jugung comments that the main event of this Canine Tooth Festival is undoubtedly the fight between Lord Gato and Kanzan. He further states that Lord Kanzan, the third in command, is indeed strong, but Lord Gato has held the second place for ages. He notes that the two have always fought each other on defense and offense, but Lord Gato always ends up winning. Additionally, he mentions that it is hard to say for sure, but there are rumors that Lord Gato's secret son will be the star of this year's Canine Tooth Festival, and many believe it will be the most epic fight ever. He also says that he has bet on Dong Deng defending the Fang because his money matters to him, and he is inclined to support his own son. Ship believes that the people living here are definitely aware of Dong Deng, but they have never seen him, and this definitely works in their favor. He thinks that since they are on Yama's turf, with observers everywhere, once they are recognized, they might never escape. He really hopes everything goes according to plan. Kun. Kortro asks if those are their companions, pointing towards Kun and Rak. Kun says he just received a message from Bomb and thinks the deal with Yama went okay. Rak, confirming this, remarks that considering Lord Yama's personality, it's a miracle Bomb made it out alive. Kun asks Dongdang if he will be okay with this, acknowledging that while it is for the sake of his own freedom, by doing this, he will be turning his back on Yama, potentially putting his family in a tough position. Dongdang says he doesn't care about that and has other problems to worry about. Kun asks what he means by that, and Dongdang replies not to worry about him. No matter what happens, his goal is for both Louis and himself to be free. After a while, the scene shifts to Kanhong's room, where Kanzon's daughter asks if Dongdang is back. She says she thought he was missing and asks what happened. Dutong explains that Lord Kanzon told him to hold on to Dongdang until the Canine Tooth Festival was over, so he kept him locked up in his kennel. However, some scoundrels named Bomb barged in and escaped with Dongdang. She asks if Bomb is the Slayer candidate, and Dutong asks how he would know. She then asks Zia Lulu, who confirms she saw the Slayer candidate, and asks if he is a big deal or something. Kanhong states that even the Slayer candidate is getting involved now and that this is actually better. She declares she doesn't need her father's help and will defeat Dongdang herself to become the star of the Canine Tooth Festival. The scene shifts to the Royal Hall, where an elder mentions he has heard the news and asks Lord Yama if he made a bet with the Slayer candidate. Lord Yama confirms this. The elder envoy questions why Lord Yama would do such a favor for the Slayer candidate instead of simply refusing to help. He adds that, to be perfectly honest, Jin Sung-ha brought this on himself by making a regular Slayer candidate, driven by his own greed. He asks if Lord Yama agrees. Lord Yama tells him to mind his own business, asserting that he will decide what happens tomorrow, and not even an elder's envoy can stand in his way. He also notes that he never shies away from a bet and thinks to himself that he doesn't seriously believe he'll lose. He concludes that all the envoy needs to do is be quiet, sit back, and watch him win. He suggests bringing a few of his attendants to participate in the fang-stealing game at the Canine Tooth Festival, and if they win the bet, he knows what he wants. The scene shifts a few hours later, 10 minutes before midnight, when Kun calls Bomb and says they are heading to where the fang is now, and Yama hasn't done anything suspicious. Bomb replies that Yama will only act if they steal the fang at midnight, as those are the rules of the Canine Tooth Festival, and then he meditates to strengthen his powers. Kun asks about Karaka, to which Bomb replies that he wouldn't count on him and that Karaka might even turn against them. Kun says he wouldn't want to fight Karaka too, and asks if they are a bit short on people. Bomb responds that they will just have to do their best, and that he will keep an eye on the enemies. He wishes Kun good luck with Dongdang and the Fang. Kun replies to be careful, and Bomb says he will, and Kun should be careful too, as he dives into his Shinsu. Akryung arrives and asks who is there. He looks behind him, sees someone, and says wait, who is that? He realizes it's Shinsu and wonders what's going on and what Ghost is doing there. When he attacks Bomb, Bomb escapes. He wonders what Ghost is doing here and why he hasn't heard anything about him since he was on the floor of test. He asks why Ghost is suddenly in Yama's territory. Bomb asks what Akryung is doing there and why he is attacking him out of nowhere. He thinks that's some really powerful Shinsu and recalls that Akryung used to be a spear bearer. He wonders if he changed positions, as his Shinsu is the strongest of any C-rank regular he has encountered so far. Akryung leaves without saying a word to him. The scene shifts to the Canine Tooth Festival arena, where Kun asks if that is the fang as he looks at it, noting that it's much bigger than he thought. He comments that the monster sleeping under it must be absolutely massive. Dong Deng agrees, mentioning that some people say it's actually a smaller version of the real fangs. Kun acknowledges that it's midnight and asks if they are supposed to take the fang now. Deng Deng confirms and offers to put it in his lighthouse, suggesting they take it out when handing it over to Lord Yama tomorrow at midnight when the arena is packed with people. Kun agrees, saying alright, let's go. Some people arrive, and Michael says he got there right on time and is still as punctual as ever. He adds that it has been a long time since he has seen them and notes that he knows Kun has been looking for them, remarking on the funny coincidence of running into him here. Kun asks what the hell these scoundrels are doing there. Michael says it's been a long time and asks how Kun has been. Kun responds by asking what Michael is doing here. Michael replies sarcastically, "Come on, if he has forgotten," and reminds him they are from FUG, adding that he thought they had made it pretty clear and that Kun hasn't forgotten. Dong Deng asks who they are and if Kun knows them. Kun confirms, explaining that they were briefly teammates. Michael interrupts, saying that teammates are a stretch and that they were just pretending to be his teammates. He taunts Kun, asking if he's embarrassed that he acted as their leader. Kun tells Michael not to waste his breath trying to provoke him and demands to know what he's doing there. Michael reveals that one of the higher-ups from FUG came with them and ordered them to steal the fang. He suggests they should join the fang stealing game. Kun questions why they would participate. He replies that it's an order and a good chance to undermine him again. He mentions that Lord Yama should be done talking by now. Michael then says let's get that fang. Apple agrees, casts a spell, and announces their success. Kun calls Rak, referring to him as an alligator who quickly arrives and counterattacks. Kun observes and thinks Rak just stopped the mad shocker effortlessly, asking if he kicked it. Rak questions who the hell that turtle is and wonders if it's some kind of phantom. Michael and his team use their magic boxes, claiming they have the fang while covering their faces. They say let's go, and Kun commands get them. On the other side, Bomb asks Akryung what he is doing there and why he is attacking him so suddenly. He notices Akryung's powerful Shinsu and recalls that he used to be a spear bearer, wondering if he changed positions. Bomb thinks this Shinsu is the strongest of any C-rank regular he has encountered so far. Bomb demands an answer from Akryung but gets no response. He decides that if Akryung continues attacking him for no reason, he will have to fight back. Bomb tries to block the Shinsu and realizes it's a Shinsu black hole sphere. He is shocked, thinking only irregulars could use Shinsu black hole spheres. He then wonders if Akryung might be an irregular, too. Ship calls out to Bomb, saying they have a problem. The plan is ruined because someone else showed up and stole the fang from Kun's group. Bomb asks what he means, and Ship responds that he doesn't know the details but thinks they are with Rachel. He adds that it looks like other people are trying to steal the fang, not just Yama. He says they are calling off the whole plan and moving as well, urging Bomb to stay safe. Bomb wonders if that means Akryung is with them, too. If so, he can't afford to waste any more time here. Bomb says he has many questions, but he is in a hurry and needs to end this quickly. He uses his concentrated Shinsu control skill with Water Dragon to attack Akryung and runs toward him. Meanwhile, Kanzon's team arrives at the entrance to the Canine Tooth Festival arena. Zia Lulu asks if she really needs to come with them and wonders if anyone is listening, thinking about what she is doing here. The scene shifts to a few hours earlier in Kanzon's training room. Kanhong runs towards her father, who looks at her as she asks why he didn't tell her about Deng Deng. She says she heard he was keeping Dong Dong locked up, so he couldn't come here. She tells him that if Lord Yama finds out, he'll be in big trouble. She knows he wants to make her the star of the Canine Tooth Festival, but questions how he could do such a thing. She insists she can beat Dong Deng even if he's back and asks if he doesn't believe in her. Kanzon replies that she should pretend she never heard about any of this, saying it's all for her own good. She refuses, arguing that what he's doing will ruin them if Lord Yama finds out. He tells her not to worry about that. mentioning that the Slayer candidate just came to see Lord Yama and made a bet with him over the fang for the Canine Tooth Festival. He reassures her that while she may not be the star of the festival now, this could be an even greater opportunity. He urges her to trust him and says he has everything figured out. She then asks when he is going to get over the fact that he couldn't beat Lord Gato. She says she doesn't care if he is the second in command or third in command. Even if he can't beat Lord Gato, it doesn't mean he won't be able to beat Dong Deng. She declares she'll beat Dong Deng and prove it to him. He replies that she is too upset and tells her to cool her head down. The scene shifts to a gym for female canine people only. Luca asks Hong what she means by saying she can't be the star of the Canine Tooth Festival because Dong Deng is back. She insists it makes no sense as she has trained so hard for this moment. She says she could have climbed the tower much faster, but instead, she came back to the cage because of this. She questions what that is about a bet with the Slayer candidate, and if he is looking down on all of the rugrats in the cage. Ken Hong says there's nothing they can do about it since Lord Yama has made up his mind. Lord Yama probably felt she was not good enough, but this time, she was going to show him her real power. She tells the group to go beat Deng Deng and bring back that fang, urging them to come on. Luca agrees, and they all leave the gym where Zia Lulu is standing. Ken Hong calls Zia Lulu as her intern and reminds her that she said she knows what the Slayer candidate looks like, so she should come with them, too. Zia Lulu asks what she means by that, and Baragav asks if they are looking for Bomb. If that's the case, he wants to join. Zia Lulu asks what he is doing here, and Baragav replies that he's coming with her to get back at Bomb for humiliating him. She agrees, saying the more, the merrier, but she has dibs on Deng Deng. He agrees, and she says alright, let's go. Zia Lulu asks if she really has to go too, and Ken Hong replies, of course. Du Tong says he'll stay behind. The scene shifts to the present, where Zia Lulu wonders what she's doing there and reflects that she didn't think she was working for FUG. She regrets not saying no immediately when they gave her that little guy and offered to find her a job. She thinks back and realizes the whole situation seemed sketchy. The job only came up as a recommended post on a job site. If she had known it involved FUG, she wouldn't have considered it. Now, she feels compelled to follow them, or else they might kill her. But she has doubts. She considers that there are 4 of them, which might not be enough to defeat the Slayer candidate. She questions if they tricked her into this as she looks at Michael and his team. Ken Hong demands to know who they are and asks if they are enemies or if they are with the Slayer candidate. Baragav denies any affiliation with the Slayer candidate. Michael asks aggressively who they are and charges toward them, insisting they step aside. He declares they have to get past them, and his team activates their magical boxes. Kun uses teleportation to appear beside them and commands them to stop. He punches Michael and asserts that they're not going anywhere, threatening them. Kun asserts that Michael has some nerves and asks if he thinks he could just provoke him like that and get away with it. He walks towards Michael confidently. Michael acknowledges that he has changed, noting he never used to become this violent, even when angry. He explains he decided to alter his approach and has become more impulsive, especially after enduring numerous betrayals from scoundrels. He admits that rather than simply fleeing with the fang, he would prefer to first thoroughly defeat them. Baragav rushes forward to attack him, while Apple asks where Michael is, expressing concern that the situation isn't good. Dong Deng appears, and Ken Hong looks at him, realizing he is a canine. She observes his canine ears and begins to suspect something, wondering if he is Deng Deng and what his presence means. She transforms herself and strikes Dong Deng, kicking him away. She identifies him as Deng Deng and introduces herself as Kanzon's daughter, Ken Hong, expressing her desire to fight him. She questions whether he's more interested in fighting her than securing the fang. Michael remarks that Kun has really changed, or perhaps he's always been this way since he climbed the tower with Rachel years ago just to avenge his friend. He unsheathes his injection-like sword and comments that Kun is indeed an interesting guy. He jokes about wanting to preserve him in formaldehyde forever and charges toward Kun, who defends himself with an ice flower. Michael asks when Kun learned these skills, and Kun counters by asking what he means by little tricks. Michael attempts to use triple box magic to counterattack, but Kun swiftly freezes him. Michael acknowledges he can't move, and Kun remarks it's not bad for just a little trick. Michael admits Kun caught him off guard and confesses he never expected Kun to be capable of using ice shinsu. Kun declares that Michael is finished, drawing his sword and charging at him, demanding to know who at FUG brought them there before he kills him. He questions why Michael is attempting to steal the fang and threatens to prolong his death if he doesn't talk, but promises to make it less painful if he cooperates. Michael asks if anyone is going to help him, emphasizing that Kun is serious about killing him. He suggests that Kun might want to know about the beast sleeping in the cage. Kun asks what Michael means by the beast, to which Michael confirms he's referring to the monstrous creature from which the fang came. Kun states he isn't interested in Yama's past and accuses Michael of stalling for time. He declares that if Michael continues to deceive him, he will start by cutting his tongue out. Michael interrupts, stating that Yama's older brother is the one sleeping underground, and the elders of FUG are desperate to awaken him. He explains that an envoy from the FUG elders instructed them to steal the fang, which is why Madarako ordered them to bring Dongdeng to him. Kun ponders over what Michael is saying about Yama's brother sleeping in the cage. The scene shifts to Bomb using his concentrated Shinsu control skill with Water Dragon to attack Acryung. A year earlier, at Madarako's floating castle, Bomb recalls Hansung asking if he can manage his Shinsu well, to which Bomb confirms. Hansung explains that typically, Shinsu power decreases as the amount of bangs controlled increases. Bomb agrees but notes that he has never experienced that phenomenon. Hansung clarifies that Bomb's Shinsu power remains constant regardless of the number of bangs he controls. She acknowledges that Bomb is an exception, capable of continuously absorbing Shinsu as if he were blessed by it, unlike herself, who wasn't as fortunate in that regard. She explains further that Calivan and Jinsung have similar abilities, though not to the extent of Bomb. She clarifies that while the essence of bravery played a significant role in Calivan surviving Jinsung's attack, his Shinsu blessing was also crucial. She notes that Bomb's ability to absorb Shinsu's energy allows him to continuously draw in power, similar to the mechanism Jinsung used to inflict a wound on Calivan that couldn't heal easily. She speculates that if Bomb could harness this natural gift to create a Shinsu loop that operates endlessly, he could accumulate even more power and potentially use Shinsu from that loop indefinitely. Bomb attempts to use Water Dragon Shinsu, while Hansung notes that even though it might not seem like much Shinsu at first glance, the power stored in a loop like that would be immense, akin to a sea of Shinsu. She explains that the destructive potential of Shinsu in such quantities would be nearly limitless as Bomb attacks with Water Dragon Shinsu, demolishing the building. She asks if he agrees, while Acryung counters with his own aura. Bomb replies that if he can fully master this skill, he might take the first step toward defeating Calivan, capturing Acryung with his water tendrils and squeezing tightly. He says this could be the first step towards defeating Calivan as he jumps high and attacks him, attempting to finish him off with his Shinsu. Meanwhile, Kun grabs Michael's shirt and questions why Yama has an older brother, why he's keeping him in a cage, and what Madarako's involvement means in all of this. Michael responds that he can't speculate on Yama or the elders' intentions, but he knows one thing for sure: they've all fallen into a trap. Kun asks what he means by a trap, and he replies that Madarako has been using them since the beginning. He asks if it didn't seem strange to him, having to rescue Dongdeng now of all times, and the fact that the elder's envoy is here too. He explains that the elder wanted him to bring Dongdeng here, suggesting he might be key to awakening Yama's brothers, although Lord Yama himself seems unaware of this. Kun thinks to himself, surprised that Dongdeng isn't just the son of one of Yama's henchmen. and wonders if Madarako manipulated them. Meanwhile, Zia Lulu watches from a distance, wondering who those suspicious people in hoods are and why they suddenly start fighting. She debates whether she should just run away. Suddenly, a magical spear arrives and stabs her friends. Kanhong looks back in shock, trying to understand what's happening, while Zia Lulu becomes even more confused by the sudden turn of events. High-ranker Baylord Paul, who is Yama's third brother, emerges from a bear-shaped warship and comments on the situation, remarking how lucky it is that things turned out this way. He admits he didn't expect to see him back here like this and comments on almost forgetting what the cage smells like. Baylord Paul looks at the deceased individuals, and Chaehong identifies them as Luca and Ryan, confirming their deaths. Apple observes them and reflects that no one mentioned that canine people like Baylord Paul would be joining them. Baragav wonders about Baylord Paul's identity, thinking he must be incredibly strong. Meanwhile, in a residential area within the cage, Jordan and Kuldian are practicing. Jordan asks if they are the first ones to be on the move. Kuldian replies that he heard Lord Yama is still sleeping, emphasizing the urgency of bringing Dong Deng back before Lord Yama wakes up. He stresses the importance of ensuring that the Canine Tooth Festival starts normally this morning. He says he'll go check out the Fang, and they need to get Dong Deng back, but he is also concerned about the Elder's envoy and his attendants. Jordan agrees, saying he'll go check out the Slayer candidate and wonders what he's like in person, having only ever heard rumors about his skills. Meanwhile, Bomb attacks Akryung, who jumps back to evade his strike. Bomb notices Akryung's ability to regenerate, likening him to the demon accompanying him. Bomb observes Akryung's human eyes and remarks that he can talk, too. Akryung acknowledges Bomb's increased strength, but warns him that he needs to get even stronger if he wants to fight Jahad. Akryung comments on the destruction caused, noting that, fortunately, it's late, and no one is around. Jordan asks if Bomb is the Slayer candidate and Bomb wonders who Jordan is. Jordan introduces himself, saying he's heard a lot about Bomb and that he's the 8th in command in Lord Yama's army. He identifies himself as Jordan. Akryung says they will meet again and disappears, leaving Bomb to wonder where he has gone and speculating that Akryung used some kind of spell to vanish. Jordan suggests that now it's just the two of them and proposes they have a duel, mentioning that he'll restrict himself to using only one arm since Bomb is still a Slayer candidate. Bomb considers Jordan to be working for Lord Yama and recalls his name, thinking he must be the person known as the Fighting Maniac. He ponders what he should do next, deciding to stick to the plan. The scene shifts to Madarako's warship just before entering the cage. Bomb recalls asking about winning over Yama's henchmen. Kun confirms this and explains that stealing the Fang is a game played by Yama's henchmen to determine their ranking. Given this context, there's a good chance Yama will show up at the end of the game. He adds that while Yama may have a bet with them, he's not someone who would willingly make himself look bad, so they need to find a way to win over Yama's henchmen before Yama intervenes. Kun continues, mentioning they have several opportunities, and although Yama might not be aware, the competition for rankings and resulting conflicts are quite serious. He emphasizes they're short on time but promises to gather as much information as possible. Once the game begins, their priority should be to win over any henchmen they encounter first, no matter what. Kun believes that once they secure one henchman on their side, the rest will become much easier, expressing confidence in their ability to achieve this goal. Currently, Bomb stands with Jordan and asks if he likes fighting. Jordan replies, of course, he's crazy about it. He came all the way here just to fight him. He may be a regular, but when else will he ever get a chance to fight a Slayer candidate? Bomb then suggests that Jordan join him to fight Jahad's army, mentioning there are many powerful warriors there. He adds that Jordan hardly ever gets to fight new enemies in the cage. Jordan asks what Bomb means by this, and Bomb assures him that he would enjoy it. Bomb asks Jordan to help him with the bet, explaining that even if they lose the game, Lord Yama will still have to assist them. Jordan finds this idea interesting but expresses uncertainty about betraying Lord Yama. Bomb insists it's not betrayal and reminds Jordan, it's just a game. As they discuss this, one of the attendants of the Elder's high priest, Rancor, arrives, and an explosion occurs nearby. Culden arrives and demands to know who the high priest's attendant is. Jordan explains that he is one of the high priest's attendants sent by the Elder. Bomb wonders what Jordan means by the Elder. Jordan adds that he heard the high priest wanted to participate in the Fang stealing game and seems serious about it, as the Rancors are now getting involved too. The Rancor uses his magic spell to attack them. Jordan questions what the Rancor is doing as he smashes a nearby building. Bomb narrowly escapes the attack and realizes that the Rancor sees him as just a regular, so he needs to be more careful to avoid being caught. Bomb pauses as he realizes he is unharmed. Jordan asks where Bomb got those wings and expresses surprise, as he didn't know Bomb could use wings. Bomb asks Jordan what he means by that, and Jordan clarifies that he has never seen a regular who can fly before. He responds that it must be because Bomb is a Slayer candidate, and honestly, he had wondered when he heard a regular had become one. He apologizes, acknowledging they are indeed different. Bomb considers Jordan to be interested in him, wondering what might happen if he shows him an even stronger skill. Jordan remarks that while this is a game, Bomb being a Slayer candidate means he can't simply barge in and attack like that. It's rude. He then uses partial transformation, the second form of his green furry beast, asserting that Bomb started it. And even though he works for the High Priest, that's no excuse for his actions as he smashes the building. Addressing Bomb, he asks what he thinks of his transformation, calling it impressive and asking if he finds it amazing. Bomb thinks Jordan must have been eager to show him that. Jordan adds that he can actually evolve one more level from there, asking Bomb if he wants to see how much stronger he can get. Bomb nods in agreement, and Rancor warns him to watch out before charging in to attack. Bomb seizes the opportunity and employs his concentrated Shinsu control skill. Jordan ponders if Bomb really is a Slayer candidate as Bomb directs his blue dragon skill toward them. Jordan smiles, impressed by Bomb's abilities, thinking to himself that Bomb kicks ass. Chahong arrives and intervenes, warning that Bomb is in serious trouble. Deng Deng interrupts, laughing and advising them to stop because Rancor is a powerful opponent. Despite Chahong's attempt to attack, Rancor counters and injures her, causing her to fall to the ground. Baylord Paul also appears and asks if a little rugrat has just attempted to attack him, bewildered by the chaos in the cage. Baragav warns Paul to stay still, threatening to kill him if he tries to fight. Paul declares that he has the Fang in his lighthouse and demands they hand it over. Baragav challenges Paul, asking who he thinks he is and refusing to comply easily. Paul identifies himself as Baylord Paul, Yama's younger brother, surprising Kun with this revelation. Baylord Paul sternly insists not to make him repeat himself and demands the Fang, mentioning that opening someone else's lighthouse, even a rugrat's, is troublesome. Michael explains that they came under the Elder's orders to awaken Paul's other brother, and are willing to give him the Fang, but they request his assistance. Kun adds that they will give him the Fang if he helps them by eliminating Rancor, threatening and insulting him. Michael addresses Baylord Paul, informing him that the Elder desires Paul to take control of the cage again. Suddenly, Kun swiftly draws his dagger and slashes at Paul's shoulder, causing him pain. Michael expresses gratitude to Baylord Paul, who has arrived to intervene and save him from further harm. Baylord Paul stabs Kun, who collapses to the ground. Michael exclaims in shock, noting that Paul really killed him, and he breaks the ice barrier. Paul instructs to keep the Fang in the lighthouse for the time being, as he doesn't want to carry it around and doesn't mind collaborating with the Elder's High Priest. Michael confirms their agreement just as Deng Deng arrives. Baylord Paul mentions he almost forgot about the heart. Meanwhile, Bomb uses Blue Dragon to attack them, impressing Jordan, who admires Bomb's skills and remarks on how awesome the attack was. Jordan praises Bomb, saying he's definitely not an ordinary regular, and rates his move as 10 out of 10. Bomb laughs and thanks him, mentioning that there are all sorts of people outside the cage, just as he had mentioned earlier. Bomb thinks to himself that he's almost convinced Jordan might join their cause. Jordan comments that despite Bomb's considerable power, he's still classified as a C-rank regular. The High Priest calls Jordan and inquires about the situation, asking if they haven't captured the Slayer candidate yet. The ranker apologizes, stating they haven't. The High Priest continues, noting a problem. Baylord Paul seems to have infiltrated, and now that circumstances have changed, Paul doesn't need to conceal his identity anymore. The ranker acknowledges this development, and Jordan asks if Paul has just transformed. The scene shifts to a residential area within the cage, where Ship expresses concern that something may have happened to Kun because he's not responding. He urges them to hurry, and Ship asks what he means. He explains he can't leave Kun behind and accelerates. Ship reflects that his Shinsu boost has recently become stronger when a warship appears behind them. He questions if someone is there. He asks who it is and states he knows he is there, revealing himself, while Quitro laughs and says he has caught him, indicating he is a scout who was instructed to capture him silently. But it seems he wants to play with fire and attack him. Ship wonders if that's Quitro Blitz who is attacking him. Quitro says he guesses he'll just burn him down. Ship tries to escape from his attack and asks if that is a hologram when Ship uses his deadly kick, and Quitro falls down. Ship asks if he doesn't think he was too off guard and if he didn't climb all the way up here for nothing. He laughs and asks how his deadly kick is when a person with a scarred face comes from behind and points his dagger at Ship's neck. He says never to let his guard down, and Ship replies that's right. Hatsu comes up behind him and advises him never to let his guard down, mentioning he didn't see him coming while also pointing his sword at him. The person with the scarred face remarks that he didn't come back and states he just knew they were being followed. He confirms and says he knew they had a tail, so he pretended to leave to draw them out. Ship observes that they are both scouts. He knows and asks if they don't find it difficult not to notice a wave controller and a fisherman following them. Hatsu agrees, asking what they are both doing there. The person with the scarred face responds that they are not obligated to tell him that, and furthermore, if he stabs his friend here, he will die, knowing that a needle is faster than a sword unless he is from the Eri family. Hatsu responds go ahead. If he doesn't mind him cutting his head off, he won't stop him. Ship advises him to stop, noting that despite being his friend, he's a total psycho. At that moment, a guard dog arrives and demands to know who they are and what gives them the right to crash into his house in the middle of the night like this. Ship tells them to run, and the person with a scar says let's go, Quotro, while guard dog berates them and orders them to stop right there. Ship runs and enters a room, asking if it's because the residents here have been through so many fights among the leaders that they are so tough. He adds that technically, they broke down his house, and Quotro coughed. Ship then asks why they are here and points out that they aren't even canine people. The person with the scarred face explains that he is human, but also half canine, having been raised by one since he was very young. He mentions that not many people know about this, but there are canine people who were cast out and now live in the shadows. He says he was helping them return to their homeland. Ship asks what he means by cage, and he responds that there will be a coup in this territory very soon. Ship questions if he is serious, and he confirms it, elaborating that Yama used to have two brothers, and all three fought for control. Yama gained support from his gang and became the ruler. Subsequently, he imprisoned his older brother in the territory and expelled his younger brother. The scarred man explains that he was raised by the younger brother's followers, who were always seeking an opportunity for revenge. However, the territory is heavily fortified, and its location constantly changes, making it difficult to breach. He explains that the entrance code and location change daily, and they are communicated in a specific manner to very few visitors, never leaked to insiders. He adds that even the location given to visitors isn't accurate, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the exact spot. However, he managed to gain Baragav's support from FUG, enabling them to decipher the code and locate the territory. His angel was always responsible for delivering information about the territory to Baragav. Using this information, he infiltrated the area and learned about the territory. The person with the scarred face mentions that Baylord Paul and his party have long been prepared to enter, supported by others. He predicts that upon their arrival, a war will erupt over who will become the ruler. Meanwhile, Baylord Paul arrives there, and Jordan looks at him, wondering what just happened. One of the attendants brought by the high priest transforms into a canine person. A ranker remarks that Jordan seems surprised and addresses Baylord Paul as a brother. Jordan asks what he means by a brother, questioning if he truly is a canine person when all canine people are supposed to be in the cage. Baylord Paul explains that they were deceived by Yama and confirms that those who were in the cage expelled them and subjected them to hell. He attacks Jordan, who tries to evade the assault and retaliates. Jordan identifies him as a Slayer candidate and asks if he can hold his attention for a month. Baum expresses his desire to capture him alive and knows how to do so, but he needs time to employ that skill. Jordan declares he will prepare his spear if he can act as the fisherman for at least 10 seconds. Baylord Paul assures him he can do it, and Jordan tells him to get ready, to which he agrees. Baum realizes he needs to focus and must succeed in one attempt as he looks at his injured allies and uses his healing spell on Kun. Baum employs the wide-range Shinsu control skill, Water Dragon Heavy Storm, as the ranker wonders if this onslaught will ever cease. He reflects that he had thought the Slayer candidate was just a C-rank regular, but if a C-rank regular can do this, perhaps he could kill him without needing the thorn, though his orders are to capture him alive. He asks if Baum is prepared for something stronger, and the ranker acknowledges the impressive display, stating it's enough. Jordan utilizes his second transformation, Dog Bite, and the binding skill, Little Forest, to attack, telling the ranker to take that. He captures the ranker, who realizes he can't move as Little Forest completely immobilizes him. Jordan asks what he was saying earlier and questions if it's true that some of the canine people aren't originally from the cage. The ranker confirms this, explaining they are descendants of the canine people who were expelled after Yama assumed control of the territory. Jordan says that cannot be true. When Lord Yama freed the cage from the great beast, all the rankers, including Lord Yama's own brothers, died in battle. That is why Lord Yama is the only one still alive from that time. The ranker denies this, insisting that Yama is a vicious brute who imprisoned his older brother and chased away his younger brother to seize power for himself. He states that Yama tried to hunt down and kill the canine people he had banished from the cage, which is why they have all been living in different places, hiding their true identities. He explains that it has been so long that almost none of the canine people from back then are still alive, but people's hatred for them only continues to grow stronger. He says that all his brother ever trained for was to seek revenge against them, and when they finally managed to become rankers, they returned to the clan. Now, only a few of them remain in the clan, and the elder's high priest has come to see them. He explains that he offered them a chance for revenge and, in case the mission failed, he had installed a Shinsu bomb in his head so that the location of their clan would never be discovered. He adds that even if he dies, their clan will return here. When the ranker starts bleeding, Jordan becomes shocked and exclaims that he killed himself. After a while, a guard dog arrives and addresses Lord Gato, informing him that something is amiss in the cage. He received word from Jordan, who reported that the attendant who came with the high priest admitted to bringing a canine person. Lord Gato questions what he means by a canine person, and the guard dog confirms that he said he is a descendant of the canine people who were banished long ago from the cage. He sneaks into the territory, seeking revenge, and asks if Lord Gato knows anything about this. Lord Gato responds no, not at all, and asks if Lord Yama is still asleep. The guard dog confirms this, saying he probably won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Expressing concern, the guard dog remarks that it's risky to wake Lord Yama up early. Who knows what might happen? Lord Gato reassures him, stating there's no need to disturb him. He recalls an incident where a whole building was destroyed because of waking Lord Yama prematurely. Deciding to investigate himself, Lord Gato explains that he ensures Lord Yama can sleep peacefully at night because he looks out for him in the cage. The guard dog attempts to interject, but Lord Gato insists don't worry, he'll take care of this. The scene shifts as Kun attempts to get up, and Rak arrives, addressing him as Blue Turtle, mentioning it took forever to descend from the roof. He expresses a bad feeling about the situation, stating he shouldn't be late as their leader. Rak approaches Kun, asking what happened to him and who did this to him, when suddenly a fire attack strikes Rak as well. Confused about the source of the flames, Rak asks where all these fires are coming from as they engulf Kun. He wonders what's happening to him and considers if the blue turtle has somehow come back to life. Kun regains consciousness and looks at Rak, asking if he is okay and if he is dead just now. Reflecting on recent events, Kun realizes that he was knocked out by Paul's attack, but now doesn't have a scratch on him. He wonders if he somehow came back to life and ponders what happened. Kun mentions the fish, initially thinking he imagined it, and asks if it was the one who saved him. He then asks about Michael and the rest of their group. He declares that he must catch those scoundrels and find out where they went. Rak observes that he seems to have returned to normal quickly and expresses uncertainty about whether everyone had left when he arrived. He asks if anyone else is still alive and whether there are any clues left behind. Baylord Paul arrives, commenting on the coincidental timing and expressing surprise that they would also go after Yama today. Dung Dang interrupts and asks why he decided to sneak into the cage today. Baylord Paul responds that he got lucky a few years ago when he obtained the coordinates he had been seeking for a long time. He explains that someone approached him and revealed how to infiltrate the cage and awaken his brother. Dung Dang queries who this person is and then understands, realizing that he came to the cage today on the orders of that individual, too. He asks what Dung Dang means by that, and Dung Dang responds that this isn't mere luck or coincidence. He knows the ways of the tower and believes in forging his own destiny as one of the elders. Baylord Paul questions if that's the case, suggesting that the elder must have decided to replace Yama, speculating that the person must be one of Yama's men. He declares he will deal with them and instructs Deng Deng to wait. Meanwhile, Lord Gato informs Jordan that the attendant who came with the high priest claimed to be a canine person. Roland asks if Jordan thinks he is telling the truth. Lord Gato admits it's hard to say, and the only way to discern the high priest's intentions is to meet him personally. She questions where he is going at this hour and why an official warship is present so late. Lord Kanzan intervenes, asking why he is sneaking around while Lord Yama sleeps and if he intends to see his son, implying disloyalty to Lord Yama. Someone from the warship demands Gato to answer where he is going. Gato responds that he received an urgent message from Jordan about the individual who came with the high priest, claiming to be a canine person. Kanzan asks what he means by that, and Gato explains he is on his way to inquire with the high priest to verify the claim. He asserts he is not sneaking off to see his son and tells Kanzan to step aside. Kanzan acknowledges and adds he has one more question. He reveals that he has actually had Dung Dang in his custody all this time, hoping his daughter would shine at the Canine Tooth Festival. He asks how Gato could do such a thing but mentions discovering something unusual. His men conducted a blood test on Dung Dang and found something similar yet different from them. Gato explains Dung Dang may be a canine person, but he's somewhat different. Additionally, he heard from researchers that the chances of Deng Deng being his son are almost non-existent. Kanzan demands to know what Gato is up to, while Roland asks what he means. Deng Deng clarifies that he is not Lord Gato's son. Gato insists that it's impossible. A person from the warship calls Roland, who asks what's going on. They report sensing powerful energy from a high ranker heading towards the cage from the Canine Tooth Festival arena. Roland questions what this means. A dog guard interrupts, informing them of a significant event at the Canine Tooth Festival arena, likely involving a high ranker. Gato acknowledges that he seems to be cornered and admits that Dongdang isn't his son. Roland and Kanzan react with surprise to this revelation. Gato reflects that this moment was inevitable and declares that from now on, he will no longer work for Lord Yama. Kanzan asks Lord Gato if he is quitting and questions what he means, asking if he is turning his back on Lord Yama. Gato confirms that's correct. Kanzan calls out to him, and Roland expresses disbelief, saying he must be joking when he grabs her by the neck. Gato wonders how he couldn't sense an enemy right beside him, acknowledging himself as a dedicated servant, but a failure as a combat dog, and punches her head and throws her on the floor. Kanzan calls to him again. Gato explains that he knows once Lord Yama falls asleep, he doesn't wake until morning unless he senses a serious threat. Furthermore, even if he were to wake Lord Yama, he would face his wrath. He asserts that he is currently the only one capable of awakening Lord Yama in the cage, and as long as Lord Yama remains asleep, the night will continue in the cage. Kanzan berates him, but Gato uses stage 1 partial transformation, and Blackfoot arrives there, blasting his warship. He remarks that it's unfortunate. If only he had not been so blinded by jealousy to kidnap Dongdang, none of this would have happened. Nonetheless, at least now he'll finally get what he wanted by leaving. He mentions he is the second in command, and Kanzan congratulates him. Simultaneously, in Team Ship's area, Chang receives a call confirming that Lord Paul managed to sneak into the cage and they will arrive soon. Chang acknowledges the information, agreeing it's good work, and assures they will set him free as planned, wishing him luck. Chang notes they will be there soon and prepares to leave. Ship questions what he means, but Chang insists he warned him. This place will soon become a war zone, and if he wants to survive, he should leave while he can. Ship contacts him, stating that things are spiraling out of control and they need to contact Bomb. He asks about Kun, and Ship responds that he forgot about Kun, and they should call him as well. Meanwhile, with Team Kun, Kun inquired if they took Dung Dung with them. Zia Lulu confirms this and mentions that they referred to Dang Dang as the heart instead of by name. Kun asks what she means by the heart, and she confirms that they said they are taking the heart with them. The individual stated that his older brother is hidden deep at the center of the cage, and he intends to wake him up there. She asks what she should do now and expresses a desire to leave immediately. Kun admits he doesn't know what to do, but escaping under the current circumstances could be very dangerous. He tells her she can figure it out for herself, as she is a regular chosen by Hedan after all. He suggests they go and inform everyone about this. Rak agrees, insisting she stop calling him an alligator, while Zia Lulu asks them to wait as they run away. The scene shifts to Bomb and Jordan, where Bomb asks if he has finished informing his superiors. Jordan confirms that he has, and Lord Gato also remains unaware of the situation. Bam remarks that he supposes now. At that moment, Ship calls Bomb and asks if he is alright, inquiring if something happened. Bomb confirms there was a bit of a fight, but he is fine and asks if the other person is okay. Kun responds that he is okay, too, but they have trouble. He explains that someone claiming to be Yama's younger brother, Paul, has arrived and taken both the Fang and Dongdang. Bam asks what he means by Yama's younger brother. Ship apologizes for not being able to stop him, explaining that everything happened suddenly, but he has figured out where he's heading. Bomb, Kun. Ship interrupts, saying he just encountered Chang and Quotro. Bomb asks what they are doing there, while Ship responds that there's no time to explain and he'll get straight to the point. Ship realizes a coup is about to happen here, while Jordan asks what Ship means by that. Ship explains that Chang mentioned the canine people outside the cage are planning to invade this place. He recalls Chang mentioning Yama's younger brother, Paul, and asks how Paul, whom they just met, could still be alive. Jordan expresses confusion, questioning how Yama's younger brother could be involved in a coup and what is happening. Kun states he doesn't know how Yama's younger brother survived. But one thing is certain, they can't trust anyone, and Madarako is involved too. Baum asks what he means by that, and Kun explains that Madarako sets them up from the beginning. Ship remarks that it was indeed a trap, emphasizing they will be in serious trouble if Yama's older brother wakes up, and they must stop them. Baum suggests now isn't the time for internal conflict, and Jordan agrees. He asserts that standing around won't solve anything. They need to speak with Lord Yama. Baum agrees it's a good idea, acknowledging he's uncertain how much help he can provide, but is willing to try to stop the coup. Jordan expresses gratitude, affirming he believes Baum will be of significant assistance as he runs off. Baum also takes flight. Culden arrives and says he expected much more from the High Priest's attendant, finding him not nearly as strong as anticipated. Ranker states it's time to step up a notch, asserting that while he may be a mutt tied down to the cage, he is still an elite ranker. He inquires about Baum's ears, and Baum confirms that he is indeed a canine person. He then asks about Baum's rank when Baylord Paul arrives, remarking that he has heard even the leaders of the cage have rankings now, and that he intends to eliminate the strongest ones first. Baylord Paul adds that if Baum is too embarrassed to reveal his rank, he doesn't have to, though it doesn't really matter. Culden wonders who this newcomer is, having never seen him before. Baylord Paul declares that he will kill every last one of them, from the strongest to the weakest, while Culden thinks Paul must consider himself very powerful. Culden asks what Paul means by everyone, noting that Paul must be seriously underestimating the cage. Baylord Paul states that he is not embarrassed to reveal his rank as he uses his stage 2 partial transformation with brown hands like mountain and declares that he is 6th in command. He acknowledges this, confirming Paul's rank and inquiring how ranks are determined nowadays by size. Paul responds that they are ranked by strength and immediately launches an attack. Baylord Paul counterattacks and they both strive to defeat each other. He thinks about how this can be, as Paul is overpowering him effortlessly. Baylord Paul remarks that his opponent is a weakling, to which the opponent responds that perhaps Paul is just too strong. Baylord Paul expresses his anticipation for a good fight, but it appears he might be disappointed. As his crew arrives, he orders an attack on them. Kanzan arrives and asks how Gato can betray Lord Yama, pointing out that Gato was Lord Yama's favorite servant among them all. Kanzan uses his stage 2 partial transformation, lethal move / torrent, and declares that Gato cannot do this, attacking him. He wonders what he sees when he notices a warship behind him. Gato comments that they have arrived, just as he predicted. Kanzan asks what this is and who is coming in the warship. He demands to know with whom Gato has teamed up and questions whether he feels any shame after Lord Yama granted them all that power. Gato asks what he means by the power and asserts that Kanzan knows nothing. He explains that Lord Yama was meant to step down as king of the cage as he uses his stage 3 partial transformation. Kanzan wonders why Gato is doing this as he transforms into iron-willed Blackfoot. Gato states that, as he has always said, the reason Kanzan cannot defeat him is that he lacks a clear goal for getting stronger. Kanzan tells him to cut the crap and asks if he is implying that he has a reason to get stronger, and that is why he is turning his back on Lord Yama and siding with someone else to bring down the cage. Lord Gato says that's right. That's why he has managed to get stronger and remain 2nd in command when he uses his 3rd transformation. He replies that he will never let Gato get away with this, using wings of the sky splitting red fangs. Gato asks what makes him so sure he can win this time, to which he responds by shutting up, stating that this is different from the ranker battles and is a real fight. Meanwhile, Kun notes that it is a good thing they left the ship there, and his alligator comments that they underestimated him and that it is the general rank's time to shine as they run towards the warship. Jordan asks what that is, and Baum wonders if it's a warship, sensing some seriously deadly energy coming from inside. He thinks that these could be the canine people from outside the cage that Ship mentioned before. Tall sees the cage just as Kanzon falls and gets hurt. They declare once again that Lord Gato is the winner in the ranking battle and praise him, saying that Lord Gato is the best and expressing hope that he remains second in command of the cage forever. They tell him they are all counting on him for protection. The people look at the warships and remark that their leaders are entering the cage, expressing hope that they will destroy the scoundrels in the cage and those cruel people who killed and exiled their own kind. The three leaders of Paul's clan, Grand, Venti, and Tall, arrive. Tall asks if this is the cage, noting that the inhabitants don't even know what's about to happen, yet they seem relaxed. Grand inquires about the loud bang just now and asks if the ranking battle has already started. Lord Paul calls him and asks if they have arrived yet, adding that, as far as he knows, Yama is still sleeping and must not be awakened. Otherwise, everything will be ruined. He instructs them to do whatever it takes to ensure Yama doesn't wake up. Tall confirms this and asks what Chang means, noting that he agreed to set him free. Grand asks what they should do about the human kid working as their spy in the cage. He replies that they can't risk him telling anyone about this, so he will give him real freedom, adding that he is still tracking the coordinates of his pocket. Grand acknowledges this, saying got it. Meanwhile, Quitro asks Chang what the plan is now. Chang responds that, now that they don't have to follow those mad dogs anymore, they should just climb up the tower nice and easy and enjoy themselves, as they only live once. Grand remarks that he's gone, and Tall confirms it, praising the good work. Tall then says it's time to take over the cage as they walk away. At the same time, Jordan calls out to Lord Gato and Lord Kanzon, questioning why the network had to go down now of all times and what happened. He mentions an enormous warship arriving and a huge explosion, and he can't reach the leaders. He expresses concern about the serious trouble they are facing. Baum asks what they should do and offers to help in any way he can. Jordan replies that someone needs to inform the leaders about what's happening, but since they are not allowed to contact them personally, they have no way of reaching them if the internal network goes down. Baum suggests asking his companions for help. Jordan responds that if his companions aren't regulars, it would be too risky. Baum assures him that they are more than capable, all of them, and he is confident they can handle it. Jordan agrees, saying alright, if he says so, he'll take his word for it. Jordan then calls Ship, saying someone here has a favor to ask of him. His name is Jordan, and he is one of Lord Yama's leaders. Ship greets him, and Jordan explains that their internal network is down, so they need someone to inform the other leaders about the situation in person. He asks if Ship could get on the warship and go tell them, promising to send him their location. Ship agrees, saying sure, of course. Jordan then calls Kun, who mentions that he heard what Jordan said to Ship. Jordan confirms, adding that Kun should keep following Paul. He also explains that there is another leader by the elevator that goes down to the center of the cage, and that they need him to inform this leader about the situation before Paul does, if possible. Kun expresses doubt about getting there faster than a high ranker, but agrees to do his best. Jordan thanks him and says now, let's get to Lord Yama as soon as possible. Baum confirms this plan. The scene shifts to a few minutes earlier with Karaka and Medarako's group, where Deaf Lady calls Lord Karaka and asks if he is really not going to help the Slayer candidate. He replies that he won't help and questions why he should clean up his mess, adding that the Slayer candidate will never get any help from him. He thinks it's good because, for a moment, he was worried things might go sideways, but now these guys are turning against each other. He reflects that, just like the elder said, once Yama's brothers wake up, both Yama and Karaka will be finished, and he'll finally get the ladle and revive him. Deaf Lady responds, pointing out that the Slayer candidate's actions have a point, and she doubts Yama will side with them in the war against Jahad just because he brought over one regular. She asks if he had more faith in the Slayer candidate than in Yama. Lord Karaka insists that he doesn't trust anyone, stating that he has no need for allies, only troops who will fight his war. He asks Bomb, who confirms and says there was a bit of a fight, but he is fine. Death Lady asks what this is and inquires if it is coming from the Observer, adding that it sounds like the Slayer candidate is wiretapping. Lord Karaka explains that it's just some basic hacking. He installed it when Bomb wasn't around. Death Lady remarks that she guesses he was worried about him after all. Lord Karaka responds that it's just a habit, reminding her that he's a scout. Bomb agrees, saying the same, but they have trouble as someone calling himself Yama's younger brother, Paul, who showed up and took the fang and dang dang. Madarako wonders what Bomb means by wiretap, and Bomb apologizes, saying he couldn't stop him. It all happened suddenly, but he figured out where he was heading. Death Lady asks what Bomb means by Yama's younger brother and demands to know what's going on. Lord Karaka says he is not sure, while Kun calls Bomb and apologizes for interrupting, saying a coup is about to go down there. He says Chang informs him that the K9 people outside the cage are planning to invade this place, and he asks Paul if he just met him. Paul replies that one thing for sure is they can't trust anyone, including Madarako, who is in on it too. Madarako interrupts, addressing Lord Karaka, expressing concern about the Observer, and mentioning he's hearing things. He asks what Bomb means by a coup, and if Bomb is also involved, demanding an explanation. Bomb thinks the situation isn't good with the warship looming overhead. Lord Karaka demands immediate answers, threatening to kill Madarako where he stands. Madarako claims ignorance of any details, stating he was simply following orders. Lord Karaka presses, asking whose orders and what those orders entail. He gazes at the warship and questions why it has arrived so soon, realizing everything is falling apart, and he can't steal the ladle this way. Madarako curses and uses a tactical retreat to attack, prompting Lord Karaka to call out to him. Death Lady states that she will go after Madarako, insisting that Lord Karaka must go see Lord Yama at once. Lord Karaka asks what she means by that and expresses concern about whether he will be alright on his own. She reassures him, saying that he worries too much for someone who claims not to need any allies, and then jumps away. Lord Karaka tells her to be careful, and she transforms, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Baylord Paul attacks some warriors, swiftly killing them, and remarking that it's refreshing. The scene shifts to the center of the cage, where there is an elevator leading to the secret underground chamber. Baylord Paul descends from his pet dragon, and confidently states that he knew Gato would be there. He calls out to Gato, who confirms he is Paul. Paul introduces himself as one of the leaders who was guarding the place and mentions that he swiftly defeated the 4th-ranked leader who let her guard down, acknowledging her strength. He acknowledges that Gato must be as talented as they say. Baylord Paul responds that he was actually relieved when the elder told them he was a traitor. He explains that he has always considered Gato one of the greatest obstacles to taking over the cage and never expected him to betray Yama and team up with their brother. He welcomes Gato to the same team. The scene shifts to the top floor of the cage, Yama's room, where Bomb notes they are almost there and urges them to hurry. He asks if this is Lord Yama's room and notices it's empty, wondering if it's always this quiet when Lord Yama is around. Jordan confirms that Lord Yama can't stand being bothered while he's sleeping, so on Lord Gato's orders, only Gato stands guard for him. Bomb then asks where Lord Gato is now. Jordan replies that he keeps trying to reach Gato, but he's not answering. He suspects something must have gone wrong and questions why there would have been an explosion earlier. Lord Yama is sleeping in his room when Bomb asks if that means Lord Yama is also in danger. Jordan replies not really. Whenever Lord Yama senses that his life is in danger, his instincts kick in, and he attacks any enemy in sight. He adds that anyone who wakes Lord Yama up is in far more danger than Yama himself, and only a handful of people can even wake him up in the first place. Jordan explains that not long ago, someone woke Lord Yama up, resulting in all his servants in the building dying and more than half of the building being destroyed. Bomb asks what he means by that, and Jordan continues, saying that Lord Gato barely managed to escape alive, although he was badly injured. He mentions that no one stands guard around Lord Yama's bedroom, as Yama doesn't need protection while he sleeps. They both run away from the scene. A dog guard steps into their path, and Jordan punches him. Tall calls the dog guard a butler, but Jordan refuses and asks what he thinks he's doing. Tall attempts to attack Jordan, but Jordan dodges his strike. He asks if the dog guard is okay. He replies that he needs to wake up Lord Yama and mentions that Lord Gato betrayed them. Jordan asks what butler means by Lord Gato betraying them, stating that this is worse than he thought. He resolves to deal with the Slayer candidate if he can go wake up Lord Yama. Bomb asks what Jordan means by that. Jordan explains that if Lord Gato truly betrayed them, Lord Yama is the only one who can stop him, emphasizing the urgency of waking him up immediately. Jordan adds that he has a feeling he can wake Yama up, noting that even high rankers find it difficult to rouse Yama. Jordan uses stage 1 partial transformation as he asserts that not only will Bomb fail to wake Lord Yama up, but he'll likely get killed even if he somehow manages to rouse him. Tall remarks that it seems like the leaders around here have lost their minds and transformed into a bright, blue sword of justice. Jordan asks what Tall means by calling Bomb a mere regular, stating he doesn't know who Tall is but that he's messed with the wrong person and abuses him. Tall insists that Bomb isn't just any regular, he's a Slayer candidate, and he challenges him to try waking Lord Yama up. Bomb agrees, and they attack Tall. Tall retreats briefly and asks if Bomb thinks he'll let him escape. Bomb attacks again, and Tall tries to evade the strike. Tall reflects on how Bomb managed to stop his attack, feeling genuinely scared just now, even in the presence of a high ranker like himself. He observes how Bomb appeared nonchalant, as if he didn't care, and considers how Slayer candidates truly seem to be a different breed. He wonders what might happen if Bomb actually succeeds in waking Yama up. Jordan urges Bomb not to just stand there and attack Tall, who also draws his sword to counterattack. Jordan remarks that Tall probably has not encountered a regular like him before and asks if Tall isn't afraid of waking up Lord Yama. Tall dismisses the idea, stating that Bomb's head would be gone if he even touched Yama while he slept. Meanwhile, Baylord Paul welcomes Gato to his side. Michael and his team bring Dung Deng, who is tied up, and call out to Gato as his father. Gato asks if Dung Deng is back, to which Dung Deng pleads for his help. Gato rejects Dung Deng's plea, refusing to be called his father anymore and stating he's done pretending. He asks if Dung Deng didn't realize that when he ran away. Gato declares himself as the herd who defied his fate and fled for freedom, only to end up back where he started. He remarks that nothing would have changed even if he had stayed with John the whole time, unable to deny his fate. Michael interrupts, urging them to end the family reunion. Gato responds that Yama could wake up at any moment, emphasizing the need to enter quickly. He adds that they can't all go inside together, and someone must remain outside to guard in case the entire place goes on lockdown. Michael assures them not to worry, mentioning that one of his men is on the way. Meanwhile, Venti descends from the sky and bows before Baylord Paul, addressing him as Lord Paul. Paul acknowledges Venti and instructs him to stand guard while they are inside. Venti agrees, addressing Paul as Master. Paul decides they should proceed, and Michael asks about their role. He whispers to Apple that they clearly need the Fang, so while he goes inside, he wants Apple to wait outside in case things go wrong. She acknowledges they will keep the Fang as a last resort and assures them not to worry, telling them to go. He responds affirmatively, saying he'll see her in a bit, and asks if she's coming too. She confirms, and they glance at Deng Deng before proceeding through the lift. The scene shifts to the central cage base level, where Baylord Paul comments on Yama, making them enter the password every time they come down there, adding it's fortunate they came with him this time. Deng Deng spots a person's shadow and identifies him as his brother, Doom. Baylord Paul remarks that all these years, Doom was locked up in a place like this. Deng Deng wonders if that person is Lord Yama's older brother. Gato asks if Dong Deng feels it, prompting Dong Deng to call his father and inquire about what he means. Gato explains that the heart beating in Dong Deng's chest will now beat for him and advises Dong Deng to be grateful for being part of something greater than himself. Deng Deng thinks to himself that today, he's going to die, but he doesn't want to die. Meanwhile, outside, Venti observes Apple sitting on a magical box, guarding. Bomb runs swiftly in search of Lord Yama's room, fearing they might be too late if he hears snoring, concluding this must be Lord Yama's chamber when he reaches the door. He senses the danger but knows there's no time to waste. Opening the door, he enters Yama's room and remarks on Yama sleeping like a baby, questioning how Yama can remain asleep amidst all the chaos. The scene shifts 20 minutes earlier, on their way to the cage, where Jordan explains that, unlike most canine people, Lord Yama is a deep sleeper who practically hibernates. He recalls Yama saying he's not accustomed to living in a pack, preferring to sleep and eat until fully satisfied, enjoying his life, unlike ordinary canine people because he's a wild beast. Jordan adds that this uniqueness contributes to Yama's greatness, making him almost like a lone champion. Returning to the present, Bomb acknowledges Jordan's description, agreeing that Yama sounds like someone who does whatever he wants. Bomb acknowledges Lord Yama's strength, but emphasizes the urgency of waking him up because his men are under attack. He attempts to rouse Yama, thinking Yama might not hear him, and he may have to resort to attacking Yama when he wakes up. Bomb reaches out and grabs Yama's hand. Lord Yama, now awake, demands to know what Bomb thinks he's doing and how he dares to touch him, asking if Bomb wishes to die. Bomb wonders if Yama was just talking in his sleep but realizes he needs a stronger approach. Despite feeling it's cheating, Bomb decides lives are at stake and uses the Shinsu black hole sphere against Yama. Yama swiftly rises and pushes Bomb away, remarking that Bomb must be eager to die. Bomb wonders if Yama is truly awake and if Yama doesn't recognize him. Yama demands to know who Bomb is and how he dares to interrupt his slumber, threatening to kill him where he stands. Bomb realizes that Yama doesn't seem fully awake yet and concludes that he can't dodge the impending attack just by looking at his eyes. As Yama rushes towards him, Lord Karaka arrives on the scene and commands Yama to stop immediately. Lord Yama pushes Bomb out of the building, but Lord Karaka saves him using his strings. He checks on Bomb, asking if he's alright and expressing disbelief that Bomb tried to wake Yama up alone, stating that Bomb is fortunate to still be alive. Bomb asks how Karaka knew to come here. Lord Karaka explains that he overheard their conversation, and while he had previously stated he wouldn't offer any aid, the situation left him little choice. He declares that from now on, they will fight together as one. Bomb asks how Lord Karaka managed to hear their conversation. Lord Karaka explains that he had planted a small bug in Bomb's pocket. Bomb asks him to clarify what he means by that, but Lord Karaka dismisses it as a minor detail, emphasizing that they should focus on waking Yama up. Acknowledging the severity of Yama's sleeping habits, Lord Karaka comments that even the Fonseca family isn't as bad. Bomb asks for their plan, suggesting they use an airwave to agitate the Shinsu in Yama's body, which might awaken him. Lord Karaka agrees, noting that they should synchronize their efforts for optimal effectiveness and emphasize the importance of the technique's flow rather than its raw power. Despite expressing uncertainty about Bomb's skills, Lord Karaka decides to skip a lecture, assuming they both learned the same principles from their master. Bomb agrees and is ready to proceed with the plan. The scene shifts to Baylord Doom, while Bomb wonders if that person is Lord Yama's older brother. Gato asks Deng Deng what he feels, and Dong Deng asks what he said. Gato explains that the heart beating in Deng Deng's chest now beats for him. Deng Deng reflects that today he might die, but he doesn't want to. He recalls discovering the truth when he was 9 years old. Gato remarks that everything is proceeding according to plan, catching Dong Deng's gaze. Lord Doom asks if the boy knows that his heart belongs to Doom. Deng Deng wonders what heart means and who Doom is. He admits he's unsure if Deng Deng has realized it yet, but even if he does, it won't change anything. If Yama finds out, he'll likely kill him. Deng Deng believes that hiding the truth is his only means of survival in this cage. Even if he learns the truth, there's no one to tell, nor any way for him to communicate it. He concludes that it's probably safer to live a life of lies than to speak the truth and risk death. Lord Doom acknowledges that Deng Deng now understands, and Gato says he'll have a discussion with his son. Deng Deng reflects that the night he found out, he realized he was just a fake son his dad brought in to smuggle the heart of someone named Doom into the cage. He understands he wasn't truly his father's son. His real parents were canine people from outside, and his heart belonged to Doom. His dad didn't want Lord Yama to discover that Doom's heart had returned to the cage, so he fabricated a story about mating with a human and bringing the offspring inside. While his dad didn't disclose who Doom was exactly, he did explain that Doom was Lord Yama's enemy. This meant that if Lord Yama found out he harbored Doom's heart, he would kill him instantly. Therefore, Deng Deng chose to live a life of lies, however brief, instead of facing death that day. He's uncertain if it's because of this heart, but he noticed he learned transformation much quicker than other canine people. He reflects that Lord Yama once considered him the hope of all canine people. Everything was a fabrication, but he appreciated Lord Yama's praise, so he continued training. Louis was the only bright spot in his deceitful life. Strangely, they were about the same age, and he felt a sense of familiarity with him, so they became close friends. Even his dad made an exception for Louis, although he never allowed him to socialize with anyone else. Just as he began finding more reasons to live, they suddenly became regulars, and he escaped in search of freedom. However, he was captured by Lord Yama's men on his way up the tower. Reflecting on it now, he realizes his journey has reached its end. Everything about him, running, laughing, smiling, crying, fighting, and gaining recognition from others, was based on a heart that never truly belonged to him. He thinks, yeah, maybe it's better for a fake like him to just stay stuck here forever. And then he comes to him and asks him to leave with him when recalling Baum. He thinks Baum was the first person who ever reached out to him, and he wishes he had told him the truth. But if he had not taken his hand, he might not have made it this far. He thinks he just couldn't bring himself to tell the truth and turn away his hand because he wanted to live. Lord Paul asks Gato if he knows why Yama is keeping the older brother alive instead of killing him or kicking him out of there. Gato says that power flows through the leaders and a few of the canine people who can transform, and that power used to belong to Doom. He says Yama may be strong, but he's a selfish creature who can't share his power with anyone else, and that's why he shares Doom's power with him and pretends it is his own. Gato says yes, he knows their power comes from Lord Doom, not from Lord Yama, and asks if they will awaken Lord Doom. He says to Lord Doom that this may be the first time they meet, but his power has always been flowing inside him. He says it's obvious he has more of his power in him than any other executive since he is the strongest, and he must have been destined to awaken him. He says it's time for him to get out of that little coffin and says let's get started. Gato says it's time to take that heart out of his chest, while Deng Deng calls him father. Gato says don't be upset. That heart never belonged to him in the first place. In fact, he should be grateful that he got to spend his life with the heart of such a great man inside him. Deng Deng says no, he doesn't want to die. He wants to live a bit longer, travel the tower with Louis, meet lots of people, and enjoy his life. He says that if he really needs this heart, then at least give him back his real heart that was taken away from him. Gato says he is sorry, but there is no other way. It is his fate to die here, and there never was his real heart. He lifts him up by the collar. He says it's because he was never his son or Louis's friend. He was just a vessel for Lord Doom's heart, while Dong Deng thinks he wants to live. The scene shifts to Kun, who looks at Venti and Apple sitting there to guard the gate. He thinks if they are too late. Kun says he sees that the canine person is still breathing when he looks at him sitting aside. Rak asks what now, Blue Turtle, and says don't just sit there. Kun says let's fight them. They will get on a warship and head straight to them. He says further that he'll tell him the escape plan on the way. Just come with him. Rak agrees with him and says he thought he was impulsive, but what the heck is up with his eyes? Another warship arrives there, and Apple asks what the heck a warship is. Venti uses his level 2 partial transformation, a hard and quick black bullet, to destroy the warship, and a blast occurs there. Kun emerges from the warship, and they look at him and recognize him. Rak also jumps out and says let's go. Apple asks how the hell he is still alive, and Venti says stop right there, asking what two little regulars could possibly do. He asks if they have both lost their minds. Kun says he might ask him the same thing and questions if he thinks a mere rancor can stop them by himself. Apple asks if he needs their help, and Venti asks what he means by help, saying he'd only get in his way and should stay out of it. He says they are all the same, whether on this side or that side. Regulars need to learn their place and attack them. Kun calls Rak Alligator, who replies he's on it, and they both try to block his attack. Kun says to go when the canine person uses a fire attack and tries to attack them with his sword. Apple asks what that was and if she just moved. Rak says there's no way, and Kun thinks it's sweet that she's awake and wonders what's going on. All he remembers is passing out after Lord Gato attacked him. He says it's nice, and Rak asks if the turtle came back to life while he feels a burning sensation flowing within him. He thinks he knows this power is in that guy as well and wonders if he saved him. He notices all the scars on his body are gone, too, and on top of that, his whole body feels like it's burning with power. He says watch out. He uses his transformation, the blue-gray iron arm, to counterattack while Apple exclaims, "Oh no," and Kun says, "Wow, that's awesome." Rak comments that she's strong. The scene shifts to the 52nd floor of the tower, far away from the cage, aboard Ivankel's high-speed warship. Hansung asks if he thinks they will really help them. Ivankel replies that some of them seemed like decent people, although most were more interested in saving their own skin. She says a lot of them seem to like Baum and Jinsung Ha, and she is more worried about Jahad, who is being too quiet. She wonders what he is up to. Kun asks what that person is and asks if he is Ivankel. Kel Helm says he knows what path he's trying to take, but he can't, recognizing him as the high-ranker Blue Hole Fug Elder Kel Helm, who says it's because he will lead him to a different path. Kel Helm asks what that is supposed to mean and says Ivankel, the holder of ancient power, seeks to help the Slayer candidate. He says she knows he's trying to gather the power of Fug to fight Jahad, but as an elder, he can't let her do something so reckless. Hansung asks what he means by an elder, and Ivankel replies that she means an elder of Fug. Kel Helm confirms this, saying they are the darkness of the tower and, pointing his arrow, adds that if there's a light that tries to lift that darkness, they reject it. He declares that tonight, neither she nor the Slayer candidate will take the path she wants. Hansung wonders if someone stopped Bomb, too. Kel Helm says the path this arrow points to is her destiny. Ivankel asks if she has lost her mind and who cares about destiny. Meanwhile, Gato grabs Dung Dung by the collar and says it is his fate to die here and that there never was his real heart because he was never his son nor Louis's friend, to begin with. He explains that Deng Deng was just a vessel for Lord Doom's heart. Deng Deng thinks he wants to live and hold that hand, but now he'll never get the chance again. He says if it is his destiny to die here, as Gato said, then he'll die after finishing off his hope. Gato asks what he is talking about, and Dong Deng replies by asking why he thinks he is still wearing this necklace. He reveals that the necklace is set to explode when he pushes the button to ensure that Regrats can't rebel. He says that when he escaped from that place, he stole the key from the guards while they were unconscious. He holds up a remote and says if he pushes this button, Gato can say goodbye to the heart he wants so badly. Michael arrives and says that's not going to work, noting who would have known Dong Deng had the remote controller up his sleeve. He further explained that he found it strange that Dong Deng still carried around something so heavy, so he asked Apple to jam the device. He says he's sorry to break it to him, but the bomb is broken. However, it doesn't really matter because he's going to die anyway. He'll die either way. Gato says there's no other way and that this was all decided from the beginning. Dong Deng becomes emotional and calls him father. Gato replies that his real heart is inside Louis and apologizes. Deng Deng, confused, thinks about what this means. Gato says this is their destiny, knocks out Dong Deng, and walks away. He apologizes for having to be stuck in such a lowly body and says it's now time to return to his real body, giving the heart to a lightning monster. All the warriors become happy and relieved at this moment, saying that finally, he's waking up and Yama's finished now. Tall arrives and says he can't believe he actually sent a regular in there. He guesses he shouldn't expect much from a guy whose master lies around sleeping while his henchmen are getting slaughtered. Jordan asks if he just insulted Lord Yama to his face. Tall replies, asking if he is wrong, and says he heard Yama doesn't suit the leader of a clan. He just lies around sleeping, eating, and fooling around. He says Yama even locked his own brother up and chased Lord Paul away so he could have his own way. He questions if they really think a guy like that deserves to run the cage. He suggests they forget about Yama and join them, saying Lord Paul takes very good care of his talented men, better than any ranker he knows of. He says after tonight, this clan is going to have a new leader anyway. Jordan says he can't stand this anymore and that he talks way too much. He asks if he is a canine person while using a level 3 partial transformation. He quickly runs to attack, wondering if he can transform again. Jordan says they are supposed to obey whoever is the strongest, not whoever talks the most. He takes out Bullet, piercing through the woods of uncertainty. He says the cage needs a leader who really cares about the clan, and no matter how strong Yama may be, he refuses to obey someone like him. Jordan asks if he still doesn't see why Lord Yama is so charismatic as he prepares to attack. He replies that Yama is lying on his ass, sleeping while the cage is about to be overrun, questioning why anyone would find him charismatic. They both attack each other, trying to defeat one another. He says Jordan is too late and attacks him, but Jordan blocks the attack, and the opponent runs away. He asks how he could have sworn he shot late and how this could happen, while Jordan explains that this bullet pierces through uncertainty. Whatever he sees in the scope is guaranteed to be hit. Jordan suggests they use an airwave to stir up the Shinsu in his body, saying it would probably wake him up and it'd be better if they both do it simultaneously. He emphasizes that the flow, not its power, is what's important. Lord Karaka admits he is still not sure if he can rely on Jordan's skills, but decides to spare him the lecture since they probably learned the same thing. Lord Yama tells him to just do as the master taught him and runs towards him. Lord Karaka agrees, blocks Yama's attack, and says let's do this, while Bomb responds alright. Bomb uses the 25th Bomb-style airwave, and Lord Karaka uses Karaka-style airwave, starting from 0 to 105, and they continuously attack Lord Yama. Lord Yama looks at them and asks what's going on and what they are doing here while Bomb realizes he's awake. Yama counterattacks and tells them to watch out. The scene shifts to Verdici, who uses his transformation, blue-gray iron arm, to attack, and they all look at him. Apple is shocked to see this, and Kun says that's awesome. Rak says she's strong, while Verdici wonders what is going on, thinking she was dead a minute ago. He wonders if the flame from that regular brought her back to life, but dismisses it as impossible when Kun tries to stop him. Rak asks if he did it and if he brought her back to life. Kun says it looks that way and that he can't believe it either, then jokes about killing Rak and bringing him back to life to see if it's real. Rak says no thanks and thinks that this turtle now sees killing someone as a game. Venti replies that this works out for him as he has always wanted to fight a cage executive. He uses level 3 transformation, a sharp gray flesh-piercing spike, and says he is not holding back anymore. Verdici responds, saying he can transform 3 times, and though he doesn't know where Venti came from, he always welcomes a good fight and attacks him. Kun and Rak also prepare to attack when everything starts floating in the air. Rak asks what's going on. Lord Doom arrives and says he has not breathed the outside air in ages. Apple wonders if it could be Lord Doom. Looking around, Lord Doom says it's been so long, but what's all this mess? He declares that he'll need to get things in order again. Lord Doom, the first of the 3 Yama brothers, a high ranker and ranked among the top 200 in his prime days in the Middle Ages, demands to know which of them are the traitors who serve Yama. Lord Doom says he sees Verdici has his fang, while Apple wonders what he means by that and realizes that he is Yama's older brother. She thinks he's shorter than she imagined, but can tell he's definitely dangerous. Verdici asks who the hell he is, and Lord Doom responds that judging by the way he is charging at him, he must be one of Yama's mutts. He uses Doom's special skill, Feral Roar, to attack them. Kun asks Rak if he can move rocks and suggests he can knock down that wall over there. Doom replies, hoping Kun is not on Yama's side, and demands he hand over his fang, calling him a light bearer. Apple asks what that is, and Doom asks if he is one of Yama's treacherous servants, too. She replies no, looking at the cracks in the wall, saying he is not Lord Paul behind him. Rak thinks this tremor is what he thinks it is. Lord Yama is awake, and Jordan agrees, saying it has to be. Doom says he has to alert Lord Paul to retreat, but Jordan tells him to stop right there. Lord Yama continues, stating that Paul came and staged a coup while he was asleep, and as if betrayal wasn't enough, Gato sided with the Elder's envoy and woke up his brother to dethrone him. He adds that he never thought Gato would betray him like this, and Doom should be awake by now. Bomb says they don't have time for this. The citizens of the cage are dying, and he has to go help his men. Lord Yama disagrees, saying the situation is far too complicated to act so rashly. If Doom dies, their entire canine species will die with him. Lord Karaka asks what he means by dying with him and says his master said he defeated all of his brothers long ago. Lord Yama confirms that he knew. Yes, he beat them all and says he can take on Paul anytime. He states that no matter how many Pauls they send his way, he can defeat them all, but with Doom, it's a different story. He explains that Doom is special because he is the source of all canine people's power, and all the transformation power that the canine people wield belongs to him. He continues, saying that he and his brothers never knew their parents, nor did they know where they were born or why they were abandoned. All they know is that the 3 of them are brothers, and they are stronger than others. They called themselves wild dogs, and Doom was their leader. He had a talent for leading a pack, unlike him, who was more comfortable alone. Additionally, Doom had a special ability, the power to share his own power with others. With this ability, even an ordinary person could become a canine person and transform. He explains further that none of them could bear children, but those newly turned canine people could, which is how Doom gradually gathered his pack. He explains that the problem arose when the elders from FUG took an interest in him, wanting to make a slayer out of Doom so they could harness his power, but he was against it. He says there was a good reason he opposed the idea. Doom had the ability to use mind control on the canine people with whom he had shared his power. He explains that if Doom wanted to, he could even compel the entire canine people to end their own lives. Doom and the elders sought to use this power to make the canine people fight for FUG. In exchange, Doom became a slayer for FUG, and Paul agreed to Doom's plan, but he opposed it. Eventually, they ended up fighting each other over who would rule the pack. He describes it as a long and brutal fight, but he emerged as the victor. He banished Paul from the clan, ripped out Doom's heart, and managed to lock him up in the cage. He explains that there was still a problem. Unlike Doom, he couldn't share his power with others. With most of the canine people killed during their feud and without Doom to share his power, their numbers were growing thin, risking extinction. That's why he decided to borrow power from FUG and the workshop. He promised to become a slayer and lend them his powers. In exchange, he asked them to create a device capable of harnessing his brother's power and sharing it with other canine people. Eventually, the workshop managed to craft the device, and he became a slayer. With that device, he shared Doom's power with his subjects. He explains that he created soulless combat dogs to serve as soldiers for FUG instead of their canine people. Everyone thought he was the source of power, not Doom. But that was a lie he had to come up with to ensure peace in their clan. He explains that, to be honest, he couldn't care less about what anyone thinks of him. He's only doing this to preserve their clan. Lord Karaka asks if he is saying the canine people will no longer bear descendants with the power to transform if Doom dies. He replies affirmatively, stating that if Doom dies, the canine people will go extinct, and over generations, the power is bound to weaken. He mentions that this is what made Dong Dong so special, but he suspects it was also part of Gado's plan, believing Dong Deng carried his brother's heart inside him. He continues, saying the truth was about to be unveiled, and the moment had come to choose one of two options. Jordan calls out to Lord Yama, and he further explains that either Doom becomes the new ruler of the cage, with all the canine people becoming his warrior slaves, or he kills Doom and lets the entire race die out slowly. He explains that either way, their fight is inevitable. If he were to fight him again, he can't lock him up again, and he'll have to kill him this time. Lord Karaka calls him and says to hold on. Bomb suggests there must be a way to solve this, a way for Doom to stay alive and for him to keep his Slayer title. Lord Karaka asks if it's again with false hope and says there's no way a high ranker who's lived that long would suddenly change his mind. Bomb clarifies that's not what he meant. If they can't get through to his brother, they could propose a game of some sort. Lord Karaka asks what he means by a game, and Bomb explains it could be something like whoever takes the fang from the opponent first wins. He suggests that Doom might not want to fight Lord Yama head-on since he was defeated once before, and if they propose something like that, he might agree to it. Lord Karaka considers that Bomb may have a point. If it's the two of them and not Yama, Doom might underestimate them and accept the challenge. He thinks that if it goes well, they might be able to get Yama and his canine people to help them rescue their master. He asks Yama if, before he fights his brother, he would give them a chance. Lord Yama asks for a chance for what, and Lord Karaka replies that they should challenge him first so he can accept the outcome. Lord Yama asks if he will challenge him, noting that Doom may not be as strong as he used to be, but the two of them don't stand a chance against him. Lord Karaka insists they should worry about that. In exchange, if they succeed, Yama has to agree to help them. If they fail, then he can do whatever he wants. Lord Yama agrees, saying alright, they have a deal. In the meantime, he'll go see the Elder's envoy. If the Elder tries to get rid of him, he'll have to fight back. Lord Yama asserts that Doom has not reclaimed his fang yet, and if he does, he will regain his mind control ability, considering this the last chance he will ever give him. He emphasizes that if Doom retrieves his fang, regardless of extinction or not, he will kill him. A masked man asks where Apple is, and Kun instructs Rak to go find her. Rak asks about Deng Deng, and Kun replies they cannot allow him to obtain the fang. With Deng Deng now awake, Kun fears he might already be dead, wondering if that scoundrel took him away. Reflecting, he wonders who that man back there was. Rak remarks that the man had some interesting skills for a rugrat. Surprising him, Doom challenges anyone daring to come after him, the leader of all canine people, and asks if they are ready to die. Kun tells Rak to use all his power and stop Doom. Rak agrees, and Doom laughs, questioning who will dare to stop him. He chuckles at the rugrats' audacity, finding them amusing, and reminisces that in his day, They were more powerful as they attacked Doom. Ship observes them and compliments their shot, saying, "Wow, nice shot." Hansung declares that tonight, neither she nor the Slayer candidate will follow the path she desires, and the arrow points to her destiny. Ivankel questions if he has lost his mind, rejecting destiny, and vows to burn them all with a blast. She unleashes Aya, Flower of Flames, as they prepare to attack. Hansung notes that his arrow pierced through Ivankel's flames. She observes that both arrows are still advancing, finding it interesting as the arrows surround them from all sides. Confused, Ivankel wonders why they keep circling, and Hansung considers the arrows to indicate a path. Kel-Helm reminds them he warned them that these arrows would determine his path, while Hansung acknowledges him as elder. He insists they must depart for the cage. Ivankel predicts they will kill the Slayer candidate, overthrow Yama, and elect a new Slayer, including herself. He asserts if they think he's the only one with ancient power, they are mistaken. While Ivankel ponders who he truly is, he commands them to go, but Ivankel urges him to stop as magical strings attack from all directions. The scene shifts 50 seconds earlier, in the air above the cage, where Death Lady arrives and gazes at Grand, questioning her identity. She, in turn, asks who the lady is and remarks on her tacky suit. Death Lady inquires if she is a canine person, while Lord Paul is observed elsewhere nearby. Doom comments on the Rugrats being hilarious and reflects on how kids are these days. He mentions that in his day, they were more powerful. Venti looks up and asks if he is Lord Doom, as they all observe Doom, who is injured and falls down. The scene shifts 30 minutes before Doom is hit with a spear in the air above the cage at the Ryulmon residence, where Hatsu arrives and asks if this is where the executive that Lord Jordan told them about is. Ship states that according to their data, he's the only one of the current executives who survived that battle before, but there's no record of what he's been up to lately. Hatsu asks what Ship thinks, and Ship replies that he doesn't see any special defense system, and the observer isn't picking anything up either. Hatsu cautions that they should still be careful because he never knows, and as a regular, he can't possibly know about every trick rankers have up their sleeves. Indorsi asks who's there, and Hatsu asks if they heard them talking when they noticed the warship. Indorsi comments that they must be those Rugrats from the outside and asks if they are here to ask him for help. Ship asks how he knew, and Indorsi replies that it's obvious because all the observers in the cage are connected to him. Ship then asks why he isn't helping the other leaders, mentioning that the cage is in total chaos right now. Indorsi explains that they need his help to stop the takeover and tells him to come with them. As they move, Ship wonders if this is the same Indorsi he saw in a magazine and questions what she's doing here. She tells him to leave it and come inside. Ship agrees, thinking about what he might find inside, and opens the door to enter the room. He asks if someone is there, and Nerd responds immediately, calling them Rugrats and saying he doesn't need an explanation because he saw what happened and knows Jordan sent him there. Indorsi glances at him discreetly and tells Ship to forget about it and act as if he never saw anything. Ship agrees but insists he doesn't want to get involved in any battles and won't be persuaded otherwise. Ship confirms this and thinks that the canine person definitely likes Indorsi a lot. Nerd says he has been keeping this from the current leaders, but he guesses they all know now. He reveals that Lord Yama's older brother, Lord Doom, is being held prisoner in the cage, and that he fought on Lord Yama's side in the battle between Lord Yama and Lord Doom. Ship wonders why he is suddenly talking about the past. Nerd continues, explaining that in that strange fight between the brothers, many executives were either killed or driven out of this place. He says he only fought with Lord Yama because he respected him, but to this day, he has never told him the truth about what that battle was really about. Ship reflects again, thinking that the canine person sure likes Indorsi a lot. Nerd repeats that he has been keeping this from the current leaders, but they all know now that Lord Doom is being held prisoner in the cage, and that he fought on Lord Yama's side in the battle between Lord Yama and Lord Doom. Ship wonders why Nerd is suddenly talking about the past. Nerd explains that in that strange fight between the brothers, many executives were either killed or driven out of the place. He says he only fought with Lord Yama because he respected him, but to this day, he has never told him the truth about what that battle was really about. Nerd says anyway, he might as well just go. He's not the old him anymore and doesn't care who ends up ruling the cage. Ship asks him to wait, and by any chance, if he has heard of the regulars who go traveling with Endorsi. He says he might not care, but they are Endorsi's teammates. Nerd asks what he means. The scene shifts to the roof of Rulemon's residence. Ship notices a spear and asks what it is. Nerd replies that Lord Yama entrusted him with that spear. He says it's a spear the ancients once used, but its name is still unknown. He explains that if anyone other than the ancients tries to pick it up, it sends an intense wave of pain through their body. He says even he can only throw it once without ignition, and it's still way stronger than most spears even when not ignited. Nerd says he really didn't want to use this spear again, but if it's what Endorsi's teammates need, he guesses he doesn't have a choice. Ship thinks he sure gave in easily. Nerd says Lord Doom is already awake. Ship asks what he means by that. Nerd replies that Lord Doom has not transformed yet and still has not recovered all of his power. If they act quickly, they might just be able to put him back to sleep. He adds that after the war, he vowed never to turn into the old black dragon again. But seeing these guys here now, he guesses it's his destiny to throw this spear again. Ship asks what he means by black dragon and says that's a pretty cool name, then asks if he is kidding. Nerd uses his right arm level 5 transformation and laughs loudly. He transforms into Rulemon, level 5 right arm transformation, black dragon. Ship asks if he really is a black dragon. Nerd replies that if he helps them, will they really help him meet Endorsi? Ship confirms and says, of course, that she apologizes to Endorsi and promises to treat her to something nice later. Nerd laughs and says he doesn't care anymore about who their ruler is or who's in charge. Taking sides and fighting each other didn't make anyone's life better. He gets angry and asks if he is listening, mentioning his poor brothers who lost their lives for nothing. He says from now on, he's fighting for what he wants, no matter how insignificant it might seem. On the other side, Venti, Apple, and all the others look at Lord Doom, who is hit by a spear's attack and hurt by arrows, causing him to fall down. Lord Paul asks who the hell did this and realizes that the spear was Rulemon's. Kun says he's not sure what's going on here, but they should go. Rak responds with, huh. Kun asks what he means by huh and insists they get back to the floating ship. Rak confirms this as Lord Doom breathes heavily, commenting that he just woke up and is already in trouble. He asks if this is Rule's spear and notes that it's a good thing he transformed in time, or he would have been in real trouble. He admits he's going to have a headache for a while. Kun and Rak run towards him with magical boxes. Kun looks at him and thinks he got up. Lord Doom asks where they think they are going, calling them rugrats, while Kun realizes that he's still alive. Meanwhile, Ship asks what happened, and if he is dead. Nerd refuses and asks what they are going to do, thinking Doom is still alive. Ship asks what he means by that and says he's going to die as an otaku when Nerd tells him to run. The scene shifts to Yama's room, where Lord Yama calls Jordan. Jordan asks when he is allowed around his room. Lord Yama asks if he heard everything, and Jordan apologizes. Lord Yama says he'll take that as a yes and confirms that everything Jordan just heard is true. His canine power belongs to his brother. He tells Jordan he won't stop him if he wants to side with his brother and that he can leave if he wishes. Jordan responds that he's impressed. He always thought it was strange that Lord Yama would share his power with them since he's a lone wolf, the best warrior, who doesn't share anything with anyone. Jordan adds that this is the real him. He says he doesn't care who gave him his power. He gibber him and will follow him until the end. Lord Yama asks how the Slayer candidate and Slayers can all be so gibber, thinking what a lunatic. He adds that having a couple of gibber like him around makes the pack more interesting. He says he's going to see the Elder's envoy and tells Jordan to go with the Slayer Gibber, instructing him to inform him immediately if he encounters any problems. Jordan Gibber. The scene shifts to a moment later, in the accommodations of the Jabber envoy. The envoy says very well, Jabber if he is on his way over, and mentions that something a bit unexpected came up, but things are still going according to plan. He says he is sure he gibber that little hiccup as well, and that everything is going exactly as freedom. The elder confirms and says gibber wait to hear from him. Lord Yama enters and greets the envoy, saying he heard he sided with Gado and was up to some pretty serious business while he was Jabber. The envoy asks how he dares interrupt his slumber, stating he has made a big mistake today while thinking that Yama is already awake. Lord Yama asks if it's just the perfect weather to die and tells him to get out here, abusing him. Elder's envoy Mule asks if he has lost his mind, stating that although he may be a slayer, how dare he destroy the box given by the elder. He explains that anyone who opens this box is deemed an enemy of the Elder's council and asks if he knows what that means. Lord Yama, appearing nonchalant, asks if it is that important and acknowledges that he didn't know attacking the Elder's envoy is the same as attacking the Elder himself. Mule declares he won't let him get away with this, activating his skeleton armor. He boasts that the armor was a gift from the Elder and claims that not even Yama can keep up with his speed. Lord Yama, unimpressed, confirms that the envoy is pretty quick. Mule laughs, saying Yama left his back wide open. He then uses his skeleton armor's lethal move, Green Bone Breath, to try to escape. Lord Yama, unaffected, asks if he calls that an attack, noting that it didn't hurt at all and merely smells like crap. He then sarcastically asks if the envoy has ever heard of a mouthwash. Mule realizes Yama didn't even budge and thinks he has to get out of there. Lord Yama uses his level 1 partial transformation when Mule thinks he's being drawn into that power, something he didn't want to do. Lord Yama declares that he's not going where the envoy is headed but straight to hell. The scene shifts to Teen Karaka and Bomb. Bomb calls out to Lord Karaka and asks if he has thought about what he'll challenge Doom with. Karaka replies that he has, acknowledging that they might be at a disadvantage in terms of raw power alone, but they have a hidden card Doom doesn't know about. Bomb asks what he means by that, and Karaka explains that Doom has never encountered a regular like Bomb before. He thinks about the airwave bomb used to wake Yama up, noting that while it wasn't as powerful as Yama's, it was unbelievably strong for a regular. He thinks it sounds ridiculous, but if Bomb activates the thorn, he might even be stronger than a ranker, and they'll never see it coming. Lord Karaka says they should hurry, and Bomb thinks he'll just have to take his chances on Karaka as his master did. Bomb says here they go. At the same time, Doom asks where they think they're going, calling them Rugrats. He realizes he's still alive while Lord Paul asks if Doom is really alive. Gado also walks towards Doom. Lord Doom greets Paul, saying it's been a long time, and asks if Paul was the one who woke him up. He notices Gado and asks if he's with Paul, then says they can talk after he deals with these intruders. Lord Paul asks where Ryul is, and Doom replies that he's going to kill Ryul. He tells Paul to forget about Ryul, noting that he must have thrown the spear from quite a distance and can only throw it once anyway. He says he let his guard down and can't believe these Rugrats got him. He admits he got too carried away and never thought the first kill after waking up would be humans instead of canine people. Kun asks Rak if he can turn into a Godzilla or something, and Rak says he's asking too much. He wonders why the blue-haired guy is here and is surprised he's come back to life. Kun wonders what to do next, and Lord Doom demands his fang back before he kills them. He suggests that if they hand it over, he might consider letting them live. Kun tells him to shut up and says they're not falling for that. Lord Doom replies, well, painful death it is. Then, Bradici tells them to stop and steps in front of them. Doom asks if he's alive, and Bradici replies that he'll hold him off as long as he can while the others run. He asks what she means by that, and she explains that he's the one who saved her, Executive Burditch. He acknowledges saving her life and promises to repay his kindness until the day he dies. He expresses a desire for Burditch to share more of his mysterious power with him. Lord Doom asks what she means by his powers. Burditch confirms that he felt Doom's overwhelming power when he brought him back to life, and with that power, he might even be able to reach the next level of transformation. Doom wonders what she's talking about and whether he can use these flames to get stronger. He ponders if that's even possible and acknowledges that if that's what she felt, he'll go along with it. Kun uses his powers and launches his attack, thinking it can't hurt to try. Burditch activates level 4 partial transformation, manifesting 2 dazzling emerald arms. Kun observes that it worked. The flames indeed made her stronger, and Rak asks what it was and if he could do it to him, too. Doom expresses surprise at the reinforcement of the power of transformation, noting that the Light-Bearer has acquired some new skills while he was trapped down there. Lord Karaka arrives and addresses Baylord Doom, who looks at him questioningly along with the others. Karaka confirms he is Slayer Karaka. Bomb comments that he's Lord Yama's brother and shorter than he imagined. Karaka introduces himself as Slayer Karaka again, and Endorsi remarks that his name doesn't ring a bell. Gato clarifies that he's the Slayer chosen after Doom was trapped and introduces Bomb as the Slayer candidate Juevile Grace. She questions the idea of Bomb being a Slayer candidate, suggesting that FUG must have weakened significantly while Doom was asleep. Kun thinks to himself what a jackass Karaka is, and she asks what they're doing here. Lord Karaka states that they have come to challenge him, and Endorsi asks what he means by that. He explains that through this challenge, they aim to resolve the conflict between her and Yama. Karaka proposes an idea. Either Yama leaves the cage forever or meets his end, emphasizing that there is no other option. Kun thinks to himself that he heard Dung Deng was taken away, but he can't find him anywhere. He concludes that there's no point in prolonging the conversation because he refuses to share the cage with Yama under any circumstances. Bomb asks Kun about Dong Deng's whereabouts, and Kun replies that he saw Dang Deng enter a building with others but has not seen him since. He adds that there's no guarantee Dong Deng is still alive, but if he is, he must still be inside the building. He explains that they had to run away with the Fang and couldn't help him. While thinking about Dong Deng possibly being inside, Bomb insists he has to go save him. However, Lord Karaka interrupts, reminding them they are dealing with Doom and cautioning Bomb against doing anything rash. Bomb persists, stating Dong Deng is inside. Lord Karaka questions if Bomb thinks Doom will allow him to simply walk in and rescue Dong Deng, warning that leaving now would ruin their entire plan. He adds that Dang Deng might already be dead, but if he's alive, there's still a chance to save him. He reminds Bomb not to forget their original purpose for being there, despite wanting to free Dong Deng. Caliban arrives suddenly, causing a blast, and holds Michael and Dang Deng in his hands. Kun asks who Caliban is and identifies Dang Deng. Michael breathes a sigh of relief, realizing Dang Deng's safe. Bomb also gazes at Caliban, and Baylord Paul questions why he brought them out. Caliban explains that these canine people were sacrificed for their pack, and he wanted to give them a proper burial. Paul dismisses it casually while Bomb presses further, asking if Caliban buried them. He questions Caliban's identity. Lord Doom interjects, stating that the boy referring to Dang Deng is dead, but he returns after receiving back his heart. Bomb asks if Dong Deng died because of him, clearly distressed. Lord Karaka calls Bomb, but he continues to ponder if Dong Deng's death was his fault. Lord Doom clarifies that Dang Deng's heart remembers everything, and that he returned to the cage after receiving what rightfully belonged to him. He suggests that Dong Deng may have lived longer thanks to him, as Dang Deng was possibly created as a vessel to bring his heart back to the cage. Lord Doom insists that Bomb should be thankful Dong Deng lived with his heart for as long as he did. Lord Karaka intervenes, questioning how Lord Doom can be so cruel, and tells Bomb to stop dwelling on it. Bomb wonders aloud about canine people not necessarily dying right after their heart is removed, suggesting Dongdang might come back to life if his real heart is returned. Kun privately acknowledges that Lord Doom may not be lying, and that Dongdang is barely alive. Lord Karaka redirects the conversation, urging them to focus on the challenge they have for Lord Doom. Lord Doom asks for clarification, and Lord Karaka restates that they propose Yama either leave the cage or die. Otherwise, they have nothing more to discuss. Lord Doom counters that he doesn't believe he's in a position to reject their offer, mentioning that Yama is now awake. He challenges them further, asking if they would still refuse their offer if he threatened to kill them all unless they accepted the challenge. Lord Doom questions if it's true that Yama is awake at this late hour, noting that he wouldn't wake up even if a blade were put to his neck. Lord Karaka confirms Yama's wakefulness, mentioning that he seemed quite agitated to be disturbed during his sleep. Tall informs Lord Paul that Yama is indeed awake, and Gato expresses surprise, confirming Tall's statement while privately noting that Yama still has not recovered his fang. Lord Doom agrees to hear their proposal and asks what this challenge is about. Lord Karaka explains it's called Steal the Fang. Lord Doom seeks clarification on what that entails, and Lord Karaka elaborates that they will compete to retrieve Yama's fang first. Starting immediately, if they manage to bring it back to the arena first, they win. However, if Lord Doom's group steals it from them, he wins. He adds that there are rules. Yama's fang will be guarded by one of the leaders along with their team members, and they will send a regular and a ranker to interfere with them. He explains that once the game begins, the high rankers will remain stationed here, and one of them will engage in a one-on-one fight with Lord Doom. The rule is that they will continue fighting until one of them emerges victorious. If, however, the fang reaches the arena before the battle concludes, their side wins automatically. Lord Doom expresses skepticism about these rules, questioning what would prevent him from simply evading the fight. Lord Karaka asks if he fears losing, to which Lord Doom replies not to provoke him. Despite being a formidable high ranker before, he knows better than to underestimate a slayer. Acknowledging Lord Doom's caution, Lord Karaka proposes a deal he cannot refuse. If their canine ranker fights the slayer candidate without using transformation and wins, they can immediately pursue the fang. On the other hand, if the slayer candidate wins, they must remain until he defeats them. Lord Doom queries the meaning behind this proposal, while Kun considers the prospect of Bomb battling a ranker. Lord Paul questions Lord Karaka's sanity, criticizing the decision to pit a regular against a ranker, suggesting it's a move that undermines their chances from the start. He wonders about Karaka's motives, speculating if he's mocking them. Times may have changed, but in his view, a regular could never defeat a ranker. He ponders why Karaka would make such an offer, considering if it's a strategy to goad them into facing him instead of the slayer candidate. In response, Lord Karaka outlines the terms. If they win, Lord Doom must halt the battle and assist them in their upcoming conflict. If Lord Doom wins, Karaka will concede the Slayer title to him and pledge never to allow anyone who breaks the challenge rules to enter FUG again. He asks if Lord Doom accepts the challenge. Lord Doom readily accepts, affirming his agreement to Karaka's terms. Pleased with the acceptance, Lord Karaka instructs them to take the fang and move forward. Kun acknowledges the weight of Karaka's commitment, noting that by putting his own title on the line, Karaka must be confident in his chances of winning. Kun asks if he will assist in taking the fang to the arena, and he replies that he would, of course, just say the word. Bomb calls Kun, who reassures him not to worry and promises not to let anyone take the fang. He asks Bomb to focus on keeping those guys off his back, and Bomb agrees. Kun then asks Rak what his plan is, and Rak replies that he will stay there and watch the Black Turtle fight. Bomb wishes them good luck, and Verdici flies away, stating they are leaving. Someone calls Venti, telling him they should also depart, and Venti agrees. Michael insists they can't just leave on their own, and Apple suggests taking the warship. Lord Karaka asks what their decision will be, and if they are going to fight him. Bomb declines, saying there's no need for that. He's confident he can buy as much time as needed. He calls out to the canine person, stating that the Slayer candidate will fight his rancor. Calivan asks if they will begin, and Bomb agrees. He responds with all due respect that he won't go easy on Bomb just because he is a regular. Bomb acknowledges this, while Kun wonders what Bomb means by understood. He asks why Bomb is so confident and if he knows something they don't. Kun acknowledges Bam's talent as a Slayer candidate, but points out he's still just a rugrat. Bomb rushes to attack Calivan, attempting to punch him. He realizes it's impossible as Calivan dodges his punch swiftly. Bomb feels the impact of missing his attack. Meanwhile, Calivan considers who this guy could be. He notes that Bomb has not even used the thorn yet and realizes he underestimated Bomb's strength. Calivan thinks he knows he wasn't fighting him seriously, but still, that's speed and power if this guy is really just a regular. The scene shifts to the accommodations of the Elder's envoy, where Lord Yama declares he's going straight to hell. He asks why the envoy doesn't try begging that big, tough elder of his to save him, but then adds that he's probably too far away to hear him. He states that now, he's going to show them what happens when they mess with him on his turf. Mule warns him to wait, stating that if he attacks, he'll regret it. Lord Yama demands to know what he just said, to which the envoy confirms that before he was captured and brought back into the building, he left the armor's nucleus in the air. Lord Yama asks what he means by nucleus, and the envoy explains that it's like an energy condenser that powers the armor, capable of being an extremely powerful bomb if detonated. He explains that right now, the nucleus is flying towards the residential area of the cage. He emphasizes that while he and the executives won't die in the explosion if that thing goes off, what will happen to most of the canine people in the cage? He adds that usually, the cage security system could track down the core and eliminate it. But with the security system currently down, it won't be easy to find and neutralize the core. He warns that if he attacks him, nucleus will detonate and wreak havoc on the cage, and asks if he understands the gravity of the situation. Recalling someone asking what's going on and where the leaders are, he informs Mule that he suspects there's an intruder. Mule asks what he intends to do and questions if he's seriously considering attacking him and risking the lives of all those canine people. Lord Yama responds by stating that even if a bomb goes off in the cage, it has nothing to do with him. Perplexed, Mule asks what he means by that. Lord Yama responds that he lives life on his own terms, sleeping, eating, and living as he pleases, and questions why he should care if all the canine people in the cage die. He chuckles and asserts that they both know that's not true, then questions why he kept Lord Doom alive if not to ensure the canine people retained their power. He continues, stating that he could have easily struck out on his own and built his own army, but instead, he chose to conceal all of this in order to keep the cage running. He acknowledges that he acts like he doesn't care about anyone else, but he knows he cares more about the canine people than anyone else. He points out that the Elder doesn't need a Slayer who only cares about his own people. He wants a cold-hearted Slayer who is willing to sacrifice others if necessary to achieve his goals. Now that he knows about the bomb, he demands that Lord Doom be handed over his Slayer title and promises not to detonate the bomb if Lord Doom bows to him and pledges to relinquish all his power. He extends his hand towards Lord Yama and commands him to bow and beg for forgiveness. Lord Yama curses him but eventually relents, bowing down and pleading to spare the canine people. He laughs and asks if this means he will give up his Slayer title if the bomb isn't set off. Lord Yama confirms, asserting that he will do anything necessary. However, he warns that if Lord Doom breaks his promise and harms his clan in any way, he will hunt him down along with his master and tear them apart, consuming them completely. He reassures himself that there's nothing to be nervous about. He just needs to stall long enough for the Elder to arrive. Once the Elder deals with Yama, everything will be resolved. Meanwhile, Cal Helm flies towards them. announcing they are nearing the cage. On the other side, Bomb practices while Gato observes him and reflects on hearing about Bomb giving Rancor trouble in a previous battle. Initially, he dismissed it as a ridiculous story fabricated by FUG, but now he realizes Bomb is indeed formidable. However, at this moment, Bomb is just obstructing their path, and if this conflict continues, they will reach the arena first. Gato feels the need to take action before that happens. Lord Paul expresses frustration, questioning how he, as a Rancor, cannot defeat a mere rugrat. Lord Doom ponders whether he let his guard down or if Bomb is genuinely that strong. He urges Calivan to act swiftly, stating that time is running out. Meanwhile, Lord Karaka strategizes, recognizing the significance of the next attack and noting that the enemy is still unaware of the Thorn's power. He acknowledges that Bomb cannot sustain a battle against a Rancor indefinitely and resolves to unleash Thorn's power to swiftly finish the fight. He wonders why Bomb isn't using the Thorn and urges him to do so. Bomb thinks about his promise not to use the Thorn until he completes his training. He considers it might be risky but notes that his opponent cannot use transformation either. Bomb realizes that if he can't defeat his opponent without Thorn, he stands no chance against Calivan. As Calivan continues to attack relentlessly, Bomb blocks his strikes with the full power of Shinsu. They engage in a fierce battle, with Calivan landing punches and Bomb countering with Shinsu attacks. Bomb tries to anticipate Calivan's moves, thinking about whether he can dodge them. Eventually, Bomb manages to block Calivan's attack and uses the reverse flow control skill. Calivan is surprised by this move, recognizing the unique flow Shinsu Bomb is employing and wondering if Bomb is manipulating an airwave in that stance. Bomb unleashes the 25th Bomb-style lethal move, Flare Wave Explosion, creating a grand explosion that catches everyone's attention. Gato confirms that Bomb used Flare Wave Explosion and remarks that Bomb hit Calivan squarely. Despite this, they continue to fight intensely, each aiming to knock the other out. Eventually, Calivan falls down and bows before Bomb. Lord Paul expresses disbelief, while Lord Karaka thinks about how the other guy wasn't allowed to use transformation, yet Bomb didn't even use the Thorn. Lord Doom laughs, questioning if this is due to an age gap. Calivan insists his defeat was just a mistake, claiming he could beat Bomb with a little more time. Gato intervenes, stating it's enough. He acknowledges Bomb as a Slayer candidate but criticizes Calivan for allowing himself to be defeated by a regular, which he sees as humiliating for the canine people. He declares he can't stand back and watch this any longer. Bomb asks why Gato is speaking like this as he steps in between with a blast. He apologizes, saying Gato had to witness that. Gato responds, addressing Bomb as the Slayer candidate, admitting he's genuinely impressed by Bomb's talent as rumored. He expresses disbelief that he made Bomb fight someone as weak as Calivan, considering it rude of him. Gato proposes that if Bomb wants, he'll reveal where Deng Deng's heart is located if Bomb can defeat him, asking how Bomb would like to proceed with the fight. Bomb asks if Gato will tell him where Deng Deng's heart is, and Gato confirms that's correct. Lord Karaka intervenes, telling him he can't do that as it goes against the rules. He draws his sword and calls for Baylord Paul, who remarks they lost that fight. Paul challenges Bomb to fight him now, stating there's no rule preventing him from fighting the victorious regular. He suggests that Bomb could admit defeat if he truly wants to save Deng Deng. Lord Karaka queries Paul's meaning. Gato asks Bomb for his thoughts, mentioning he knows where Deng Deng's heart is located and inviting Bomb to fight him. Rak calls out to Bomb, rushing over to him and confronting Gato angrily. Gato activates his level 2 partial transformation, but Bomb manages to evade his attack. Observing Rak and Lord Karaka's concern for him, Gato wonders if he missed something. Meanwhile, Kenzan arrives and attacks Gato, who recognizes him immediately. Bomb looks at Kenzan and wonders who he is. The scene shifts a few hours earlier when Kun asserts that Bomb can figure things out himself, being a regular chosen by Hedun. He suggests they should inform everyone about the situation and calls for Alligator to join him, prompting the latter to object to the nickname as they run together. Zia Lulu tries to stop them, but they ignore her and continue running. Kanhong also regains consciousness and asks Zia Lulu if she's alive. Zia Lulu confirms she is, and Kanhong explains she felt a surge of energy, possibly from the power of the flame. Zia Lulu questions her about the flame, and Kanhong affirms there's something happening that she needs to inform her father about. On the other side, Kanzon gets hurt and falls to the floor, bleeding. He thinks he shouldn't be lying here like this if Lord Yama is asleep. He considers himself the only person in the cage who can stop the traitor Gado, but wonders if his feelings of jealousy are clouding his judgment. Will Lord Yama forgive him? Even if he gets up again, will he be able to defeat Gado? He reflects that the wings Lord Yama once praised him for have already been torn off. Zia Lulu tells Kanhong to slow down a bit, but Kanhong insists there's no time to waste as her father's pockets say he's this way. She runs quickly, wondering why her father is here, and if something happened to him too. Zia Lulu wonders why she is following her and questions if she should even feel guilty. Kanhong points in a direction, and Zia Lulu looks over to see her injured father. She runs towards Kanzon and asks who could have done this to someone as powerful as him, questioning what happened. Kanzon gets up and explains that Gado betrayed them. Zia Lulu is surprised and asks if he means Gado. Kanzon confirms it, stating that Gado teamed up with some outsiders and staged a coup. She asks how he dared to do that and asserts that they can't just stand around. They need to stop him. Kanzon replies uncertainly that he's not sure they can, as Lord Yama is asleep and Gado defeats him. There's no one here who could stop Gado. Zia Lulu accepts this, acknowledging that he has already fought hard for the cage. She understands if he is exhausted but questions if he is really okay with that. She expresses that she doesn't want to see him fight and suffer, but it hurts her even more to see him acting so weak. She asks why he is so obsessed with winning. She continues, saying there's something she can never give up on, and as far as she knows him, he's the one who would try 1,000 times even if there's no chance of winning. She explains that even if he ends up losing, people may call him a loser, but she would be proud of him. She emphasizes that some fights are worth trying even if he loses, and that's what she respects about him. He agrees with her, admitting he almost disgraced himself, and he's going to fight with his pride as a warrior of the canine people. She calls his father and runs towards him, asking if he is okay. He reassures her that he's fine and tells her to let go. Zia Lulu questions what he means by saying he's fine, noting that at this rate, they won't even get there on time, and even if they do, he'll collapse without even getting to fight. She suggests that they, as canine people, try to think about this situation more rationally. Kanhong thinks she's right. She has to help her father somehow. Maybe if she gives her father this power that saved her, it might put her in danger. She puts her hand on her father's shoulder and tells him that she'll see him when he gets back and to show them what he's made of. She then transfers her powers to her father, and he gets up while she falls down. The scene shifts to the present, where Kanzon says his daughter gave him the strength to fight again and he won't lose to Gado. Bomb asks if he isn't one of the leaders who were with Lord Yama, and Kanzon confirms his name is Kanzon. He says he's not sure what's going on, but he'll deal with this traitor, and Bomb can stay out of it as the Slayer candidate. Gado remarks that he thought he beat Kanzon once and for all, but his daughter gave him the strength to get back up again. He mentions this situation is similar to what happened with Verdici and wonders why all this strange stuff keeps happening. Gado says anyway, no matter how hard he tries, he can't go against fate, and he'll never beat Kanzon. Kanzon disagrees and asserts that he will right now, declaring it's the first and last time. A blast occurs as he attacks Gado. Rak runs towards Bomb and asks if he's okay, adding that he wasn't really worried about him, but now he is serious. Bomb agrees and suggests they should get out of there for now, as staying would only hinder Karaka. Lord Doom arrives and addresses Bomb as the Slayer candidate. Bomb asks if Lord Doom isn't going to ask to fight him, too, while Lord Doom responds that he doesn't consider himself as pathetic as them, and he isn't corrupt enough to break the rules. However, he admits he's now interested and asks if Bomb has ever considered joining the canine people. He asks why Lord Doom likes him and tells Yama not to be so sensitive. Lord Doom says the three of them are the only real canine people in the world, and all the others are just disposable. Lord Yama thinks he can't believe he has feelings for those disposable creatures and feels ashamed of himself. Jordan arrives there and thinks the Slayer candidate has traveled a lot farther than he thought. He looks up at the sky and asks what the heck is there. He realizes there's something there, but it's too far away and too small for the scope to pick up on. The scene shifts to Ryulmon's residence, where a person from the warship asks the companions of the Slayer candidate if they can hear him. Ship agrees, and he explains that there's an unidentified object floating above the cage. Ship asks what he means by an unidentified object. He confirms and says he thinks it might be an enemy weapon. He tried to zoom in on it with his scope, but it didn't work, so he needed help from Ryul's observers. Ship says okay, they are in a bit of a fix right now, but he'll try to call for help. He runs into the room and calls Ryulmon. Ryulmon exclaims that he's completely lost it, and Ship pleads with him, saying he'll go to prison if that's what Ryulmon wants, but please let him use Wi-Fi. Ship continues, saying if Ryulmon helps them out, Endorsi will sing him whatever song he wants. Rap, a ballad, a dance song, or anything. Ship thinks to himself that besides, Endorsi sucks at singing and asks when did she say that. Ship tells Ryulmon to just say the words dance song, love song, twice, Red Velvet, EU, and BTS when they see some warships coming towards them. Ryulmon asks Jordan if he reads him, and if he checked out that sketchy flying thing he mentioned. Ryulmon confirms that Jordan was right. It's a massive bomb, but it's still way up in the air above the cage, so it should be safe to detonate it. He says he'll connect the observers from the cage to his scope. He says he'd better not miss, while Jordan assures him not to worry. It's him. Once he sets his sights on something, he never misses. Mule asks what happened. Did the nuke just go off? Lord Yama asks what it is and asks if something is wrong. Mule denies it, saying he doesn't think there's any problem. Someone interjects, informing Lord Yama that he probably heard a loud bang just now. It was the sound of the object they blew up in the air above the cage. They reassure him not to worry about it. Lord Yama acknowledges, saying okay, good, well done. He asks if he just complimented him, and Lord Yama confirms that he did. He thanks him and says he'll remember and keep that in his pocket forever. Lord Yama remarks to remember that dogs always repay him if he takes good care of them, except for him, of course, because he is the king of the dogs. Mule calls for Paul to come back, while Lord Yama declares that the only place he is going is hell. Lord Yama asks for help from the elder, vowing to wipe Mule off the face of the earth. He attacks Mule, throwing him away, and Mule's body blasts apart. Seeing Mule's head still intact, Lord Yama comments that Mule is persistent. Mule laughs, saying it doesn't matter if he kills him because the elder will arrive soon, and Lord Yama will lose everything. Lord Yama scoffs at the idea of destiny, mocking Mule for not even seeing his own death coming. Meanwhile, Kun tries to escape from Verdici, who is right behind him. Kun thinks he doesn't believe he can lose him, given how difficult it is to escape a transformed canine person with wings. He wonders where the other enemies are and if they are also approaching. Kun's lighthouse picks up on a warship coming from far away, and he realizes that if they get reinforcements, it will only cause more trouble for them. He realizes he can't use his flame if he has to fight them, too, so it might be better to deal with the rancor before they arrive. Verdici, though injured, says that's not a bad idea, but mentions he runs out of energy quickly, even though he was healed. Kun suggests they might have a way to finish the rancor off quickly. Verdici agrees and suggests they find a better place to fight, then jumps away from the building. Venti notices and asks what's going on, wondering if Verdici is waiting for him. Verdici replies he'd rather fight than run and asks Kun to back him up. Kun agrees. Venti mocks them, asking what difference it makes if Verdici gets a rug rat to help him, and insists he's taking the fang back to Lord Paul. However, Venti feels a surge of power and uses his level 4 transformation, Unstoppable Mutation. He charges at Verdici, who is also preparing to counterattack. Venti attempts to attack while Kun calls him back. Venti wonders what's happening and where his power went. Kun explains that whenever Venti gains even a slight amount of power and then loses it, it throws him off his game. He notes that Venti's power was just temporary and, without it, he's lost. Venti cries out in pain and gets hurt. Kun congratulates Verdici, who replies that it was all thanks to him. Suddenly, Kun starts coughing, and Verdici asks if he's okay. Kun responds that he's fine, he just feels kind of hot and attributes it to using up a lot of power. Verdici suggests he should rest, but Kun insists he can't because they're in the middle of a battle. Kun thinks his whole body feels like it's on fire and wonders if his ice shinsu is the only thing keeping the flame from consuming him entirely. He thinks about how Venti is likely enjoying his power and sarcastically calls him a sweet fish. He imagines Venti feeling like a big deal by bringing back the flame and spreading it everywhere. But he sees Venti as no different from a pig. He thinks Venti should enjoy it while he can because someday, when the flame spreads beyond his control, it will become a massive blaze, burning up everything around them. Meanwhile, Madarako's floating ship arrives above the cage, and Kel Helm arrives with his intern. He says they are here, and she asks if he can feel it, the presence of that white jerk sleeping beneath their feet. He confirms and recalls that the name was White. He notes that White may not be back to his old self yet, but he'd rather not wake him up and risk firing up his appetite. Catching Yama and the Slayer candidate is what matters most right now. He asks where the Slayer candidate is, and she replies that the envoy isn't available right now, so she'll go look for him. As she is about to fall, he asks what's wrong and if she is okay. She says she's alright, attributing her condition to the Slayer candidate. She reassures him not to worry, saying she'll live. Spotting Bomb, she remarks that she found him with some canine people, but has a bad feeling about it. She isn't entirely sure, but she thinks Bomb is on a path she can't trace. Expressing her eagerness to kill him, she urges Kel to hurry. He agrees, noting the danger of getting too close to Bomb, and jumps from the building, saying he'll go by himself. Lord Doom, now intrigued, asks Bomb if he has ever considered joining the canine people. He suggests that Bomb become a canine person and work for him, promising to make him an executive and even offering Yama's position. He assures Bomb that he'll never lay a finger on him and promises protection. Bomb, puzzled, asks what he means by that. Lord Doom promises that if Bomb accepts, he will grant him the greatest canine power he can offer anyone. He bets Bomb would make an incredible canine person and asks for his thoughts. Bomb firmly refuses, knowing Doom would use mind control on him if he became one of the canine people. He asks if Doom really thinks he would fall for such a trick. Lord Doom summons a monster, and Bomb asks what it is. Doom explains that he became a FUG Slayer without needing anyone's permission to turn others into canine people. He adds that he can easily transform people with weak Shinsu resistance, like Bomb, into canine people. He assures Bomb it won't take long and promises to make him a great canine warrior. As the monster captures Bomb, Rak calls out to him, "Black Turtle, no," and runs to save him, but is unable to. Lord Karaka arrives and asks where Doom thinks he is going. Lord Paul comments that Doom seems to like Bomb and intends to turn him into a canine person. Lord Karaka questions what he means by that and considers whether it's against the rules, suspecting Doom's intentions to transform Bomb. Lord Paul advises giving up, noting it won't kill Bomb, and urges them to prepare for their fight in the Dark World. Kel Helm arrives and tells Doom to stop. Doom, with his monster wings almost capturing Bomb, falls and vows never to forgive those despicable scoundrels, including the 10 family leaders. He reads a spell, Lo Pobia Yastracha. Bomb feels his power being sucked in while Kelhelm appears behind Doom, saying he should have never woken up. Doom demands to know who is trying to stop him now, and Kel commands him to stop whatever he is doing immediately. Doom looks at him and asks what an elder from FUG is doing here, while Lord Karaka also looks at him and wonders what he means by calling himself an elder. Kel replies that this is no time for chit-chat and orders Doom to stop what he is doing immediately. Doom tells him to shoot, as he is very close, though Rak arrives there and runs to save Bomb. Lord Karaka asks if Bomb is okay as he falls on him, and Rak responds that he thinks so, as he can hear him breathing, to which Lord Karaka replies, "Thank God." He then asks if Kel is the elder behind this coup, and Kel greets Lord Karaka and confirms that he is Elder Kelhelm. He explains that he has come to take away Lord Baylord Yama's Slayer title, and appoint Lord Doom as the new Slayer. Doom asks if he is serious about making him a Slayer, to which Kel affirms that the Council of Elders has decided so, and as long as Doom obeys their orders, he can be a Slayer. Doom laughs and says of course. Lord Karaka questions whether the Elders have the right to strip someone of their Slayer title like this. He responds, what does he mean by steal? That's a pretty strong word, and he states that he believes the Elders have the right to judge whether someone is worthy of being a Slayer, at the very least. He criticizes Lord Baylord Yama for prioritizing the survival of the canine people over his duties as a Slayer. According to him, most of Lord Yama's work is done by his subordinates, and in his opinion, Lord Yama is clearly more suitable to be a Slayer. Doom interjects, calling his words nonsense. As they exchange looks, Lord Yama suddenly arrives, and Doom recognizes him. Lord Yama accuses them of treason and demands to know what they think they are doing in his cage. He warns that if they want to take anything from him, whether his Slayer title or even a single grain of sand, they will have to fight him for it, as he is eager to take them on. Lord Yama tells Lord Paul what he is doing back here and asks if he forgot that he begged him to spare his life and promised never to show his face around here again. He inquires why he didn't run away when he woke up and asks what makes him think they can defeat him now when they couldn't before. Doom believes he has become even stronger than before. Lord Paul suggests to Yama that they should talk for now. Yama responds by telling him to shut up while he is talking. When Kanzon looks at him, he asks Lord Yama how he woke up. Yama replies that the Slayer candidate woke him up and sent him over because he wanted to have a showdown, but it looks like they have an uninvited guest. He says he will have to step in and deal with this himself, and as for Gato, Gato thinks the Slayer candidate woke Lord Yama up. He can't believe it. Lord Yama tells Gato he will see him after he is done with these guys. Gato calls him Lord Yama, and he replies that he trusted him and asks how he could betray him like this, adding that just killing him won't be enough. Kanzon requests Lord Yama to let him deal with Gato and give him a chance to punish the traitor. He asks if that is what he wants, and if he can't finish him off before he's done with those scoundrels, he's letting Jordan be his second in command. Kanzon responds that he can't let that happen and agrees, saying it won't take long. Lord Yama replies, good, go ahead and get on with it. Then, Kelhelm attacks Lord Yama and comments that he got up too early today. Lord Yama uses partial transformation and transforms himself. He identifies Kelhelm as the elder and says, as much as he'd like to fight him right now, he must take care of his brothers first, so could he wait a minute? Lord Paul says they want to take care of him first and attack Lord Yama from all sides. Lord Yama blocks their attacks and asks if Paul has forgotten that his Shinsu can't even touch him. He explains that he is completely resistant to the Shinsu of anyone who is afraid of him. Lord Paul approaches, thinking that he knows Yama has some kind of special resistance to the Shinsu of anyone scared of him, and as long as he's afraid of Yama, none of his attacks will work. Paul thinks about how he can't help but be scared after seeing Yama fully transformed before. He acknowledges that he knew this would happen and realizes he doesn't have a choice now. He uses Paul's Shinsu, green beets swimming through the river of death. Lord Yama says he told him it wouldn't work and tells Paul to try not to piss himself as he walks toward him. Doom calls out to Yama and asks how he dares to lock him up and humiliate him like this. He uses his level 6 partial transformation, the yellow claws of the beast, and declares that he'll kill him before attacking. Lord Yama blocks his attack and says he didn't want to leave him like that if it weren't for his power and that he would have killed him already. Lord Yama recalls when Kodu called him and said that 3 of his most trusted rankers had died in the last year, all apparently committing suicide for no reason, implying that Lord Doom must be behind it. He says that he's keeping Doom under control, but at this rate, he won't have any canine people left eventually. Lord Yama asks what he can do, reminding Katu that Doom is still his brother and the head of the canine people. Katu replies that Lord Doom has no right to lead them anymore and questions why Yama doesn't just take action. Lord Yama dismisses it as too much hassle for him. If Doom is so scared, he can go ahead and leave him, too. He asserts that he is fine by himself and walks away. Katu interjects, addressing Lord Yama, but finds him already dead when Yama looks back at him. Lord Doom explains that Katu recently told him to his face that Yama doesn't deserve to lead the clan. He apologizes, acknowledging how much Yama cares about Katu, and suggests getting him a stronger replacement if he wishes. Lord Yama returns to the present moment, expressing his determination to kill Doom no matter what it takes. He admits he hated having to keep Doom alive for the sake of the canine people, but he has had enough, declaring that today is Doom's last day. Doom interrupts with a sharp command to shut up. He accuses Yama of betraying his own brothers and questions why it matters if those pointless creatures die. He asserts that the 3 of them were the only real canine people anyway and rushes to attack Lord Yama. Lord Yama blocks his attack, and they both struggle to gain the upper hand. Lord Yama remarks that his attacks no longer affect him and asks if Doom wants to know why because he is scared of him. The scene shifts to the past, during the war between the Baylord brothers. Doom asks how long they have been fighting and acknowledges that Yama has grown significantly stronger. He reflects that he should have paid more attention to Yama when Doom was at his peak. Doom suggests it's not too late for Yama to apologize to his brothers and use his power to help them, warning that trying to summon all the canine people here will only harm himself. Lord Yama rejects this idea, stating that while Doom is busy with politics, he focuses solely on improving himself, unlike Doom, who is a loner. He declares that now it's finally ready for the one and only complete transformation. Doom asks what he means by that. Yama replies affirmatively, telling Doom to watch carefully as he transforms into a completely new canine being. Doom thinks that just the thought of Yama back then is so scary that he can barely move. Meanwhile, Lord Paul also calls out to Doom. Lord Karaka observes that Doom isn't quite back to his old self yet but acknowledges that he is no match for Yama. He reflects that it's just as his master said, Yama is incredibly powerful. Lord Yama attacks Doom and throws him away. He asks if Doom saw that, asserting himself as the strongest of the canine people. He challenges Doom, inviting him to bring it on. Kel-Helem concludes that this proves Baylord Yama truly is the most powerful king of the canine people. Doom tells Lord Yama not to underestimate him like that and flies towards him to attack. Lord Yama remarks that Doom doesn't give up easily. They both prepare to attack each other, but Doom suddenly stops his attack. Yama looks at him, surprised. Lord Paul asks what's wrong with Doom, and Kel-Helem explains that Doom's heart is under a powerful spell. If he doesn't obey, he'll die. The scene shifts to several hours earlier. Ivankel stands there as Hansung arrives and comments that everything has returned to where it started. She admits uncertainty about the nature of this power, but suggests it only moves in one direction, even if they attempt to go another way. Ivankel agrees, stating they are indeed stuck there. Hansung expresses concern that if the elder is heading towards the cage now, Bomb and his friends are in danger. Ivankel confirms this, adding she also has business with the elder. Hansung asks her to step aside for a moment. She asks if Ivankel has a plan, but Ivankel refuses, stating she's just going to burn that thing. She asserts that the scoundrel underestimated her flames. Confused, the other person asks what she means by that. Ivankel explains that while normal fire can burn many things, it cannot touch Shinsu. However, the flame she intends to use now is a special flame, and it can even burn Shinsu. She uses the rare ORB primeval flame as an example. She recounts how the head of the Yon family received two types of flames from their ancient master, one capable of burning anything and another capable of saving anything. Over time, these flames have weakened, so the ones they use now aren't much different from ordinary fire. Yet, some direct descendants of the Yon family inherit the power of those two primeval flames. She emphasizes that this primeval flame she can use can burn matter, living creatures, and even something greater. She considers his suggestion, acknowledging that the arrow is burning up. However, even if they burn that path, they won't be able to reach the cage. She wonders if there's a way for them to follow the elder to the cage. She pauses and then suggests they wait for a moment. Ivankel asks what she has in mind. She explains that she has just thought of a way for them to reach the cage. Ivankel presses for details. She responds that if they don't use that primeval flame, the path of the arrow will light up without burning. Ivankel confirms this understanding and asks what she intends to do next. She proposes setting the whole thing on fire. Ivankel questions why she would do that since it won't burn anyway. She explains her reasoning. If the elder followed the path of that arrow to the cage, then that path must still be connected to their current location. By continuously burning the paths that intersect with the primeval flame, eventually, the flame will start burning in a straight line, which must be the path leading to the cage. She suggests using his primeval flame to burn up the other paths and leave only that path. Ivankel agrees, stating they will be able to take that path to get to the cage. She affirms this plan, advising him not to burn everything recklessly but to consider their actions. Ivankel asks who is calling her an idiot and insists it's time to start thinking. She agrees and decides to give it a try. She uses her primeval flames and asks if that's it. She instructs Ivankel to burn up all the other paths except that one. Then, they only need to burn the last one. Ivankel agrees, saying it sounds good, and suggests they go to the cage. The scene shifts to the present, where they both arrive at the cage. Fonseca looks at them and asks how they got there. Hansung explains they left them a path leading all the way there. Fonseca expresses surprise at seeing them there, calling Ivankel a weirdo, which Ivankel confirms. She then demands to know where the elder has gone. Ivankel looks around and asks the elder why she left her all alone and demands her to come back. Hansung speculates that she went to look for Bomb. Fonseca wonders how those two got here and recalls blocking all the paths leading here. She questions if they really destroyed those other paths. Hansung decides to handle the girl, stating he will deal with her, and instructs Lord Ivankel to go find the elder. Ivankel agrees, saying she'll see him in a bit, and moves away. Hansung approaches Fonseca and attacks her. She commands him to stop, but he declares she's not going anywhere unless she gets past him. Fonseca calls out Hansung's name, questioning if he has any idea who she is dealing with. Hansung refuses and suggests she must be the celebrity here, sarcastically offering an autograph and laughing. Meanwhile, Ivankel finds the elder amidst a destroyed building and remarks on the mess, wondering if there was a fight here. She expresses hope that Bomb is okay. She notices a giant spear and questions who sent it. Simultaneously, Kel Helm informs Doom that his heart has a powerful spell on it, and if he doesn't obey, he'll die. He reveals that Doom's heart was sent to the workshop in the past to be studied. Doom asks for clarification and questions about how that could be possible. Kel Helm explains that when he acquired their resources, He had a sorcerer put a spell on Doom's heart, ensuring obedience under the threat of death. Lord Yama interjects, questioning how Kel-Helem dares to say such things. Kel-Helem warns Yama to think carefully about his next move, as the fate of the canine people rests in his hands. Lord Karaka comments on the situation, calling Kel-Helem a scoundrel and speculating if this was his goal all along. Kel-Helem confirms that he first needs Doom's fang, implying he will eliminate anyone in his way. Kel-Helem aims an arrow and declares he will fight them again shortly. Rak grabs Bomb and runs to save him while Lord Karaka calls out to them. Kel-Helem attacks them all as they attempt to escape, prompting Lord Paul to inquire about his whereabouts. The scene shifts to Team Kun and Verdici. Verdici asks if Kun is okay, and Kun responds that he's fine and can keep going. He admits that, honestly, he's not sure if he can take another step, feeling like his heart is about to explode. He reflects that he used to hate these showdowns, but now he doesn't mind them so much, finding solace in knowing others are in the same predicament. Verdici encourages him to continue, stating they're almost there and urging him to hang in there. They both leap onto the bridge inside the cage. Verdici remarks that they are almost there. If they board the warship up ahead, they'll reach the station in no time. They arrive and observe Doom and Kel-Helem. Kun looks at them and asks who they are, mentioning he didn't expect those two to have the fang. Kel-Helem orders him to kill them immediately and bring him the fang, Doom. Lord Karaka speculates that the building across from the arena must be where Kel-Helem is trying to keep them, intending to steal the fang. Lord Yama reassures them, stating that if Kel-Helem moves it, he can reach there in a matter of seconds. However, he emphasizes that they still don't know exactly what's going on, mentioning Rule sent him the location. He mentions, by the way, what happened with the showdown. He remarks that they would have won if it had continued. He expresses regret, noting that he guesses he'll just have to kill his brother now. Lord Karaka questions if that is really the only solution. Yama responds that rather than allowing the Elder to take over the canine people, he would prefer to kill his brother and let the canine people gradually go extinct. Lord Karaka suggests he try breaking the spell on Doom instead. Bomb asks about the spell Yama mentioned. Yama explains that they are not sorcerers and there's no way to lift the spell on Doom's heart, reaffirming his intent to kill Doom. Bomb intervenes, saying to wait, as he might be able to break the spell for him. Lord Yama asks how Bomb plans on doing that, to which Bomb replies that it's kind of hard to explain, but it might be possible since spells hardly work on him at all. Lord Yama questions how hard Bomb hit his head before, telling him to stop wasting his time. Lord Karaka reminds them that the Slayer candidate is the one who woke Yama up and suggests it's worth a shot. He acknowledges that while Yama may not like his brother, he also doesn't want the canine people to go extinct. They just want to help him somehow. Lord Yama concedes, telling Bomb to do whatever he wants and that he'll buy some time, but he won't wait long. As soon as Doom tries to take the fang, he'll kill him. Lord Karaka advises Bomb not to take too long, and Bomb confirms. Lord Karaka asks if it's true that Bomb can break the spell, and Bomb says he's not sure if he can lift spells on other people, but he knows spells barely work on him, so it's worth trying. Lord Karaka suggests, alright, let's try to fly as high above the cage as they can, while Bomb asks why he's saying this. Lord Karaka explains that while Yama is distracting the Elder, he plans to wait for a chance to throw him down to Doom. He warns that one small mistake could mean death, emphasizing the importance of remembering that. Bomb acknowledges, saying he's got it. Meanwhile, Kel-Helem stabs Verdici. Kel-Helem threatens to kill Verdici unless he obeys right away and brings him the fang. Verdici refuses defiantly, stating he'll never surrender to a scoundrel like him, and daring him to go ahead and kill him. Kun, bewildered by the situation, wonders who the guy is and what happened to Doom. He resolves that regardless, he knows one thing for sure: he can barely use the power of the flame right now. He resolves not to let them have the fang. Kel-Helem taunts well. He's from the Kun family. Hand over that fang, or he'll kill that canine person. Fridici insists that don't let him have it and questions what this move is about. Lord Yama asks why Kelhelm is targeting his innocent servants instead of facing him directly. He challenges Kelhelm, questioning if a big elder like him is afraid. Kelhelm responds that Yama doesn't seem to understand. If he continues, he'll kill his brother, asking if Yama wants the canine people to be wiped out. Lord Yama questions why Kelhelm is attempting to take control of the canine people, given that elders usually avoid direct involvement in such matters. He probes why an elder would want to conquer the canine people. Kelhelm explains it's to prepare for their future and asserts that a war is imminent. Lord Yama asks about the war, and Kelhelm confirms it, stating that to win, they need obedient soldiers like the canine people. He emphasizes the canine people's potential for growth and their ability to surprise the enemy, arguing against wasting their power on saving Jinsung-ha. Lord Yama asks if Kelhelm is suggesting he wants to use the canine people as mere cannon fodder, questioning if he thinks he'll let him get away with that. He activates his right arm, achieving a level 6 partial transformation known as the Lonely Red Arm. Kelhelm retorts that he doesn't need Yama's permission and asserts that the canine people were destined to come under his command. Lord Yama counters, suggesting that what Kelhelm really means is that he was destined to have his ass kicked. Kelhelm scoffs, asking if Yama really thinks he would lose to him in a real fight, challenging him to let Doom go and fight instead. Meanwhile, Ivankel calls Kun, addressing him as the light bearer, and informs him that Bomb's pocket isn't working. She emphasizes the urgency due to their limited time and asks if Kun knows where the elder is. Kun confirms that the elder is right in front of him. Ivankel instructs him to listen carefully but not to make it obvious they are communicating. She informs them that she's not far from their location and has sent them the coordinates without the elder noticing, instructing them to calculate his coordinates and aim at him. Kun asks what she means, and Ivankel explains that she's not an expert spear bearer, so there's a chance she might miss if the coordinates are even slightly off, stressing the need for precision. She asks how long it will take, suggesting 5 minutes or 3. Kun considers the variables, including the flow of Shinsu, and determines the actual firing angle equation, entering it into the lighthouse. Confident, he believes he's got it. Ivankel asks if he's sure, surprised at his speed. Kun affirms his readiness, urging her to trust him and shoot. Ivankel marvels at his confidence, saying he's sure cocky, she'll give him that, and unleashes her primeval flames, declaring, "Let the battle begin." Lord Yama wonders about Ryul's spear and asks who shot it. Kun proudly announces that it is Bullseye, urging Lord Yama to show some respect. Bomb alerts Lord Karaka, telling him it's time to move. The scene shifts to the air above the cage, where Kelhelm announces a change of plans to Karaka, noting that the Slayer candidate and Lord Karaka had caught on to their intentions sooner than expected. He orders him to take their teammates on the warship hostage if necessary, intending to trade them for the ladle. Ivankel emphasizes the importance of catching the kid alive, especially that one. Meanwhile, a person in a blue dress acknowledges the command, reporting that they are already in the kid's room, which is currently empty. A boy runs towards them, having heard a massive explosion from the cage and noting that all communications with the cage are down, sensing something is amiss and needing assistance. He looks at a door, wondering if someone might be inside sleeping. The person in the blue dress speculates that the kid must have gone that way, pointing out where the last person to pass by had gone, and asking if this is the correct path. He asks if this is some kind of VIP lounge and whose room this is, noting it's the room for the regular who came here with Lord Karaka and insisted on having the biggest, best room on the warship. He mentions the regular seemed to be from the Eri family and wonders about his identity, despite being just a regular. He tells the brown dress person there's no need to get too nervous. White arrives there and remarks that's the line, acknowledging that his head keeps telling him to stay calm. He mentions he's been trying to control himself. but having just woken up, he's starving. He considers crossing that line and declares he'll officially consider him his prey. A person in a brown dress asks if he called them his prey and remarks that he has some nerve for a regular. Another person responds that they are not giving him any breaks just because he is from the airy family. White thinks they are crossing the line and believes he can devour them, resolving to do whatever he wants. He says it's been ages since he had a nice, tasty, rancor soul. The person in the brown dress asks what's going on when White summons his monsters to attack, causing Bomb to think, "What the hell is this?" Another person senses something is wrong, recognizing that the guy is no ordinary regular, while the person in the brown dress urges, "No kidding, hurry up and kill him before running to attack." The person in the brown dress wonders if he dodged the attack, but White responds that he doesn't dodge swords, he reads them. White then blocks the attack, saying the attacker probably thinks he blocked it but has actually been cut, as evidenced by his injured arm. The person in the brown dress acknowledges that White is tough. Meanwhile, Fonseca uses her Shinsu control skill, flow-bending blue sapphire fish, while Hansung thinks her Shinsu attacks aren't working at all, and the arrows keep changing the direction of the Shinsu. Fonseca notes that wave controllers don't stand a chance against him, and he'll never beat her. Hansung acknowledges her strength, but believes there must be a way to overcome her. Madarako laughs and says the elder has already arrived, though they seem to have some uninvited guests as well. Hansung calls out to Madarako, asking if he is involved in this too, and he replies affirmatively. Fonseca asks him if he is Madarako, and he confirms, saying she must be the elder's guide and that he would like to help handle the situation. She expresses uncertainty about trusting him, commenting that he looks like a catfish, to which Madarako responds with confusion, asking what a catfish is. He says she mentioned he looks like a catfish, to which she responds with an apology, saying he actually looks more like a rice cake. He retorts, asking, "Rice boy?" Hansung asks if he even speaks English, while he dismisses her question, saying he doesn't know why she is back, but should say her prayers. Hansung thinks she's unsure if she can fight two high rankers as she prepares to attack them. White arrives and comments that he has not eaten that well in ages. They all look at him, and Fonseca thinks it's White. Hansung also wonders who White is. White says he's still hungry when Kel-Helem attacks him with primeval flame. At the same time, Lord Yama wonders if it's Rule's spear and who shot it, thinking it's a perfect bull's-eye as the spear stabs Kel-Helem. Kel-Helem is surprised, thinking he can't believe the spear hurt him so badly and that his body isn't recovering fast enough. Lord Yama, unsure of what's happening, tells Karaka that now is the time. Karaka says let's go, and Bomb replies he's coming, and they both start running quickly. Lord Yama attacks Kel-Helem, who blocks the assault and thinks he should focus on healing himself for now. Lord Yama says that's gotta hurt, elder, as he strikes again with a giant spear. Rak wonders if that is the spear while Bomb runs to attack and is pushed away. Lord Doom arrives, and Bomb looks at him. At the same time, Kel-Helem attacks Lord Yama, who counters the attack. Lord Yama asks if this is the arrow that teleported him elsewhere before. Kel-Helem confirms this, thinking if he interferes with the arrow, it takes him somewhere completely different. He believes this should give him some time to heal and says that Lord Yama basically can't attack or come near him. Lord Yama notices some primeval flames and thinks those flames are Ivankel's skill. Ivankel calls out to the elder, who recognizes the voice. Ivankel comments that his side must be stinging, indicating he received her present, the spear. He looks at her and calls her name Ivankel, who acknowledges her arrival and thanks him for helping her get there quickly. Lord Yama addresses her as Ivankel and asks if she is the one from hell, which she confirms, adding that she is mentoring the Slayer candidate. Lord Yama inquires about her purpose here. She replies that she is assisting the Slayer candidate, acknowledging that he could probably handle it on his own, but suggests they fight together because there is more to that old fart than meets the eye. Helm laughs, saying he didn't expect this, and it must be her destiny. He declares that now he can get rid of them both at the same time and attacks Lord Yama with his shinsu. Lord Karaka, watching them, asks what is happening as Helm summons a giant monster, claiming it is his fate. Meanwhile, Bomb looks at Doom, and Kun asks Bomb what he is doing there and what happened to the showdown. Bomb replies that he is sorry and will explain later, but first, he has to break the spell on Doom's heart. Kun asks if he set a spell. Bomb confirms and explains that there is a spell on Doom's heart, and the Elder is using it to threaten Lord Yama. Kun, incredulous, asks if he is serious and wonders what the giant monster is. Kun remarks that it looks somewhat like Evankel's power and urges Bomb to hurry up and help Doom. Bomb responds that he is on it as they all look at Doom's demonic wings. Bomb blocks Doom and tells him he is there to help, asking him to hear him out. Doom calls for Bomb, who uses his ORB and mixes the water dragon with the ORB and 7 dragons endless sky to break the spell on Doom's heart. Kanzan arrives as well and tells Gato to stop, asking why he is trying to avoid fighting him. Gato responds that he heard what the Elder said about leading the canine people to destruction. He questions why Gato is helping him, urging him to consider everything he has done for the cage and to fight instead. Gato explains that a long time ago, while on a mission for FUG, he fell in love with a human woman he met there, and they had a child together. Unfortunately, the boy's mother died during childbirth, and since he wasn't a canine person, the child was born with a weak heart and was destined to die soon. Gato was desperate to save him. He explains that he would have done anything to save the child he had brought into the world due to his own desires. He recounts that Helm appeared and offered to save his son in exchange for helping with his plan. Kanzan considers that it doesn't seem like very long ago, given that Dongdeng is barely 100 years old. Gato continues, stating that he obviously accepted Kel's offer, and Kel brought a random newborn canine person to him. He says Kel told him he could save his son if he transplanted the baby's heart into his son's body. After keeping them both frozen for a long time, Kel promised to take them to the cage and raise them there. Gato admits he lied to Lord Yama, claiming both were his sons from a canine woman he had met outside the cage, and he raised them as his own family. Gato reveals that his real son is Louis, not Dongdeng, and Dongdeng is the son of the canine person whose heart he gave to Louis. Gato asserts that since strength is all that matters in the cage now, Louis will never be acknowledged as his son anyway, but once this ordeal is over, he will finally be able to call Louis his son. Addressing Kanzan, Gato mentions he has a daughter and urges him to understand his feelings, questioning how he could give up on his son and prioritize his own pride in such a situation. Gato reflects that the old man, a proud canine warrior, may already be dead, but he has chosen to continue living as a father, viewing it as his destiny. He asks what is happening, prompting Kanzan to call out to him while Bomb uses his water dragon and ORB to break the spell on Doom's heart. Bomb observes that Doom is emitting energy intensely due to pain and realizes he needs to clear a path to Doom. Using his intensive Shinsu control skill, Water Bomb notes Doom's wings spreading around him, thinking they regenerate quickly and pondering his next move. Rack calls out to Bomb as Black Turtle and advises him to step back, prompting Bomb to also look at him. Rack grabs a spear, prompting Bomb to ask where he got it, and thinks that Rack has cleared a path. Rack tells Bomb to move, calling him Turtle, and Bomb thanks him. Doom cries out in pain. Bomb notices that Doom doesn't look good and declares that he will break the spell for him, asking him to stay still. Rack asks what is happening as a spear arrives. Bomb questions what it is, and Gato asks what he is doing. Bomb looks at Gato and addresses him. Gato explains that he thought about it on the way there, questioning who is disrupting his destiny like this. He acknowledges that he may have underestimated Bomb for being a rug rat, but Bomb is the one who has caused upheaval around here. He is the Slayer candidate. Gato declares it's time to restore things to normal and attacks Bomb. Bomb flies away, and Gato mutters that he still sees him as a rug rat, adjusting his power and attack speed unconsciously. He remarks that it seems Bomb still looks down on him, inviting him to apologize again as they now fight as proper enemies. Bomb considers whether he should break his promise and use the thorn, questioning whether doing so would render all his training pointless. He reflects on needing new power and activates Red Thriasa's level 1 transformation. He wonders if the power of the Red Thriasa has taken on a physical form. Gato asks about the newfound power, noting it resembles a transformation. Bomb wonders where it came from, thinking he just needed more power. Gato remarks that it's not enough to defeat Bomb anyway as he charges forward, using Black Spirit Kick. Bomb thinks he's not exactly sure what this move is, but he decides to give it a shot. He believes he succeeded in breaking through Gato's attack. However, Gato counters and attacks again. Bomb retaliates, and Gato reflects that Bomb not only broke through his attack, but also managed to injure him. That cutlery is dangerous. The scene shifts to somewhere on the tower, to an area known for peaceful coexistence. A person arrives and addresses Mr. Chairman, informing him that Jahad's forces are continually increasing their troops, potentially forming a whole squadron soon. They anticipate an attack within the next few days and ask for guidance on what to do. Chairman Kal Rahim of the Peace Council responds that this place is a sanctuary dedicated to peace, and they cannot afford to let it fall. He advises them to wait calmly and try not to be too anxious. He predicts that soon, Kel Helm will follow that light with an army of brave canine people. Kun asks Rak if he is sure someone went in there. Rak confirms and describes the person as all black. He expresses frustration that he can't see inside, noticing a warship nearby. Michael spots someone and comments that the showdown seems chaotic at this point, but they are focused solely on their target. Kun calls Michael a lunatic and tries to intervene. Meanwhile, Gato looks at Bomb, who wonders if this is truly the power of the Red Thrissa, impressed by the earlier attack. Gato mentions he wanted to provoke Lord Doom as little as possible, but feels he has no choice. He activates level 7 partial transformation, his deepest and darkest legs. Gato remarks that transformation is a deadly weapon even against Bomb, but a sharp sword is useless if it can't be cut. He vows to demonstrate the difference in their levels, while Bomb considers needing even greater power. At the same time, Ivankel and Lord Yama observe Kel Helm's giant monster. Ivankel comments that he has finally revealed his true form, and Jordan asks what that is as they all arrive there. Lord Yama examines the branches and wonders if it's a tree. Ivankel predicts its movement and blocks the attack while Lord Yama charges toward it. Lord Karaka and Lord Paul also attack, using their respective abilities against the spreading branches. Everyone tries to block them. Kun asks what is happening, and Lord Yama asks if they have managed to stop it as the branches slowly enclose his cage. He wonders about the significance of this cage. Kel Helm's monster roars, and Lord Yama remarks that Kel Helm is attacking again. Ivankel responds that he will need to do better than that and calls upon her elephant monster. Lord Yama realizes she has a similar skill and asks if she also has an elephant. Ivankel states that she will handle the ancient, and Lord Yama should go after the elder, who is being used as a host by the ancient. She explains that if they take down the elder, the ancient's power will become useless, and she bets it won't be able to unleash any more power in case the administrator intervenes. Lord Yama responds all right, good luck then, as Kel Helm's monster roars. He encourages Ivankel to move quickly. Using his blades, Lord Yama cuts through the branches and asks if Kel Helm is there. They both charge to attack him, but Lord Yama stops and activates level 7 partial transformation, challenging Kel to fight him. Kel Helm attempts to run away, but Lord Yama attacks him and blocks his counterattack. Lord Yama states that he won't let Kel use that power against him and suggests they fight hand to hand. Kel Helm retorts that Lord Yama is mistaken if he thinks he can defeat him. asserting that he may have found him, but is destined to lose this battle anyway. Lord Yama challenges the notion of being destined to lose, likening it to him cutting his nails. He asserts that Helm still has no idea of his capabilities as a vicious hound, and now that he's far from the cage, he intends to demonstrate. He declares complete transformation and undergoes a transformation. Helm remarks that Lord Yama has put on quite a show. Lord Yama responds that this is indeed a complete transformation, but it's just the beginning. He senses a tremendous flow of Shinsu and vows to make Kel tremble with fear, taunting him verbally. Helm responds that he certainly hopes so. The scene shifts to the past, where Lord Doom asks Lord Yama what he's doing and questions if he's training so early in the morning. He advises Yama to stop such activities, stating that he is already strong enough. Meanwhile, Lord Yama continues practicing. Doom suggests leaving battles to their servants, and if more are needed, they can recruit additional ones. Lord Yama responds defiantly, saying it's none of Doom's business and that he's training for his own enjoyment. Doom casually acknowledges Yama's response with, "Alright, dude." Yama reflects that as time passed, Doom neglected training, becoming obsessed with expanding his influence, while Yama remained focused despite distractions. He reflects that Doom aimed for canine dominance and protection under his influence, whereas Yama sought to protect canine people directly with his own efforts. Lord Yama says he has not felt this way in ages. Helm asks if this is what he calls complete transformation. Lord Yama confirms, stating that this is only the beginning and noting the enormous flow of Shinsu he feels. He declares that soon, Helm will be trembling with fear. Helm responds that he certainly hopes so, thinking of Yama as a cocky little punk. Yama uses his power to fully transform his left arm and taunts him, telling him to laugh while he can, as he will soon wipe the smile off his smug face. Helm challenges him to do his worst and moves to attack. On the other side, Karaka and Ivankel also try to attack. Karaka asks if that is Yama. Helm attacks Yama with a spear. Lord Yama uses his magical power, Massacre Lightstorm, to counter and comment that it's not nice to gang up on one guy. He creates a protection shield to block Helm's attack and says he has news for him. Helm attempts to attack again, but Yama counters, asserting that he doesn't stand a chance. They both continue to attack each other. Lord Yama taunts him, asking what's wrong and noting that he doesn't seem to find this amusing anymore. He reminds him that they still have a long way to go, and that this is only the beginning. He says that right now, he is only using his left arm. If his whole body transforms, then Helm will see what complete transformation is really like. Helm thinks about what Yama means and realizes he is only going to keep getting stronger. He anticipates that Yama will transform his right arm next. Helm acknowledges that Baylord Yama is a much tougher warrior than he thought. He knows he can't beat him if he fights back, but it will cost him time and a lot of energy. He considers that if he has to get himself hurt just to win against Yama here, he is unsure if he will be able to lead the canine people out. He reflects that she is probably still waiting for him and wonders how he can make this work. Now that he is farther away from the Slayer candidate, he believes he can see his destiny. Meanwhile, Kun Agro tries to block the ship with his power and throws a man away. Kanzan casts a spell on him while saying, "He again." Kanzan asks if he has seen a canine person dressed in black. Kun Agro mentions a canine person and says he saw a kind of weird guy heading in that direction just now. Kanzan confirms the direction and moves toward that side. On the other side, Bomb attacks Gato and throws him away. Gato tries to counterattack, but Bomb moves back. Gato remarks on the terrifying nature of destiny, suggesting that if he had not brought Dung Deng here today, maybe he would still be alive. He thinks Bomb is too fast to keep up with. Bomb knows the Red Thrissa has the power to block Gato's attacks, and tells him he doesn't need to feel bad about it, addressing him as the Slayer candidate. However, he acknowledges that he can't keep up with Gato's speed. Gato says that Dang Dang's death and the Elder's takeover of the canine people are both just part of their destiny and try to attack again. Bomb moves aside and questions how Gato can be so heartless, thinking his son's death was just destiny. He realizes this strategy is not working and worries he will die before he gets anywhere near doom. Just then, Bomb receives a message. Master Ivankel says she left him a message since he isn't answering her calls and asks if he can hear her. He wonders if it is really Master Ivankel. She says she is pausing his training for a bit and emphasizes that this is not a drill. Bomb asks what she means. She tells him to stop being so stubborn and just use the thorn. Gato declares that Bomb is destined to die, too, and moves to attack him. Bomb screams, using his power, while wondering what the red light is. A red, flame-like light emerges from Bomb's back as he screams with force. He is shocked and thinks about what kind of power this is. The scene shifts to a few years ago. Hachai tells Bomb that he believes he has taught him everything he knows. He has trained Bomb to empty everything until now, and now Bomb just needs to build a good reserve of power. From now on, his physical abilities and Shinsu control skills will improve much faster than before. He explains that he didn't choose to be a ranker because he thought he would become depraved. He says that if Bomb continues to seek stronger powers, he will eventually realize that he possesses dangerous power. He acknowledges that he may have over-worried himself. But Bomb is a peculiar individual. He does not try to suppress or dominate others with his power. He observes that there is no sign of wickedness in Bomb, even though many people develop such traits as they gain more power. He mentions a saying that God grants power only to those who are qualified, though tragically, this is not always true. However, seeing Bomb by his side, he feels grateful to God because Bomb deserves the power and can continue seeking strength. The scene shifts to the present. Gato observes Bomb's body parts increasing in size and wonders if the transformed part of his body has grown. Bomb uses his red Thrissa level 2 transformation. Gato notes that it resembles the transformation of the canine people, but is different, almost like a completely different creature. Bomb uses his power to attack him. Gato quickly moves to protect himself, cursing as he feels pain in his leg and realizes that the sharp weapon is definitely dangerous. He decides he must eliminate Bomb before he learns to control it. Moving back, Gato wonders what is happening as he clashes with Kanzan. He asks what he thinks he is doing. Kanzan responds that, while he may have won all those fights, he now knows Gato's weakness. He says that if Bomb hurts his legs while transformed, he will be helpless for a minute. Additionally, the part of him connected to his transformed legs becomes extremely weak. He notes that he was too fast for Bomb to catch up with before, but that is no longer the case. He instructs Bomb to do something. Bomb asks what he should do. He advises Bomb to use the power he previously used to break the barrier. He may not be able to stop Gato with an attack, but if Bomb can at least distract him, he will figure something out. Bomb agrees and decides to use the Shinsu black hole sphere to strike him directly. He attacks and cuts his leg. He exclaims in disbelief and wonders what happened as he sees his leg on the floor. On the other side, Lord Yama tells Helm that next, he should focus on his right arm. He reflects that full transformation is difficult to endure, even for him. However, he is accustomed to pushing through the pain on his own and using it as fuel to become stronger. The hardest part for him was sharing his power with others to build a community, as Doom did. In that sense, Doom and he are complete opposites, but he does not envy them. He thinks that while he may not be skilled at sharing and collaborating with others, he has never taken advantage of anyone, and has never allowed himself to become weaker by relying on others. His power is what defines him. Helm laughs, and Lord Yama asks if he has lost his mind. Helm calls So-Oh. They all cast magic to attack each other. So-Oh calls out to Kel and says there has been a change of plans. He will blow Yama over to the arena. She asks what and tells him to cover Yama, calling him a stupid Madarako. Madarako inquires about the situation. Helm picks up an arrow and remarks on how impressive Yama is, saying he did not expect Yama to have this much strength. Helm even goes so far as to compare him to the first-generation slayers. Lord Yama questions why he is suddenly receiving compliments. Helm explains that this is why he believes it is his destiny to send Yama where he belongs first, and asks if he is aware of the wall built in the area of peaceful coexistence. Lord Yama mentions the wall created to end the war between Jahad and his opponents after Genesis. He has heard of it and asks why it is relevant. Helm confirms this and explains that to symbolize the end of the war, King Jahad's opponents, including Fug, sealed their own war heroes within the wall. Helm clarifies that his goal is not to fight and win the war, but to minimize the chaos the war is bound to cause, and to ensure that the rest of the dead remain undisturbed. He simply wants his old fellow warriors to rest in peace forever, and uses his magical power to attack. He then instructs So-Oh to act. She uses magic and responds that she understands. Lord Yama questions what is happening now and asks what he is up to as he moves to attack him. Helm uses an arrow to protect himself and wishes him good luck. Ivankal observes this and thinks about what has happened, wondering where Yama has gone, as he has suddenly vanished. After a while, at the area of peaceful coexistence, Squadron 5 of Jahad's army, led by Rancor Collar, delivers a warning to the chairman in charge of the wall. He announces that Squadron 5 will destroy the wall in 2 days, a plan sanctioned by King Jahad, the king of the tower. Since everyone agrees with this decision, he advises him to evacuate the fortress before the attack to avoid civilian casualties. Kal Rahim calls them idiots and asks if they have any idea what the wall is protecting. Rancor Collar confirms that he is well aware. He explains that he knows nothing, stating that this is one of several walls built in the tower as symbols of peace and coexistence, intended to end the long war with the forces opposing Jahad's ascension to king. Jahad had promised never to touch this space once the wall was constructed, and his opponents had pledged not to engage in outright war with Jahad as long as the wall remained intact. Additionally, the bravest warriors of Jahad's army were sealed within this wall as proof of his commitment to peace. If these warriors are unleashed, the tower will face turmoil. Rancor Collar dismisses these concerns, asserting that the king and the 10 great family leaders want chaos again. Kal Rahim inquires further, and Rancor Collar explains that Fug is responsible for bringing chaos back to the tower, according to the squadron commander. Just then, Kal Rahim hears some noise and asks who is there. Lord Yama arrives and inquires about his location and the nature of the place. Meanwhile, aboard the battleship Aquila, Squadron 5 of Jahad's army, Division Commander No. 2B Fusile remarks that civilian casualties are likely unavoidable and asks how they should proceed, noting that they have only 2 days left. The commander of Squadron 5 of Jahad's army, Bia Yasrucha, states that this is precisely what the chairman and a few of his associates desire. He suspects that those working under him feel differently, and has received reports indicating that many people in the fortress are dissatisfied with the chairman. He proposes that they should aim to cause the fortress to collapse from within and attribute the resulting chaos to the chairman. For now, they should begin by surrounding the wall and continue sending messages. He instructs him to prepare the 2nd Division for deployment. Bia Fusile acknowledges the order. The scene shifts to Gato, who exclaims in frustration as he sees his severed leg on the floor and wonders what has happened. He thinks it is now or never. He asks where Bomb thinks he is going. Bomb quickly approaches him. Kanzon calls out to Gato and attacks him from behind. Gato reflects on that attack. Jordan inquires if he is all right. He assumes it must have been Jordan and replies that he is fine, instructing Jordan to cover the Slayer candidate. Gato expresses his growing irritation and attempts to attack. Meanwhile, Bomb quickly runs toward Baylord Doom and assures him that he is there to help. Doom responds by telling him to be quiet, stating that he does not need assistance from a Gotham rugrat like him. He calls Lo Po Bia Yasracha and mentions that he recently glimpsed his past while attempting to fill him with the power of the canine people. It appears that he harbors a grudge against the 10 family leaders and opposes jihad. He extends his hand forward and suggests that they might be facing the same enemy. He asks if he could trust him just this once. He moves closer and places his hand on Doom's chest to channel some power. Closing his eyes, he admits that he is unsure if merely touching him will be enough to break the spell, but if any part of him can dispel it, then perhaps it will help. Doom wonders what is happening, thinking that this cannot be the source of the pain, and then feels it dissipate. At that moment, Gato arrives and asserts that Doom is not supposed to wake up yet. He was meant to remain a puppet king under a spell, and the canine people did not need a king like him. Doom asks for clarification. Gato declares that he intends to create a better world for the canine people, a world where his Louis is recognized as a true member of their kind, and where a completely new society values more than just bloodline and strength. Doom responds by attacking him, stating that he does not know what kind of world Gato envisions for the canine people. He warns that if Gato believes he can control their destiny, he is mistaken. The canine people are destined to be ruled by competition and strength, and not even Gato can change that. He asserts that the canine people themselves chose their current society, and he wants to change it simply because it does not align with his ideals. He comments that he has some nerve. Kanzan arrives and observes Gato lying on the floor, severely injured. Gato tells Bomb that he promised to reveal Dung Deng's real heart's location if Bomb defeated him, so now it is time to keep his word. He reveals that Deng Deng's real heart is in Louis. Bomb asks for clarification. He explains that, long ago, he gave Louis Dung Deng's heart to save him, as Louis is his son, and Louis is his true son. Bomb asks what he means by Louis being his real son. Gato confirms that if he returns Louis's heart to Dong Deng, it might save Dong Deng but would also result in Louis's death. He chose to save Louis instead of Dong Deng. When Bomb inquires about Dong Deng, Gato explains that he had convinced himself it was their destiny and questions what he would have chosen. He asks God to answer him, considering whether he would kill Louis to save Dong Deng. He reflects that he led Dong Deng and the canine people to their doom to save his son, believing it was the right decision for the cage. He questions if that choice was so wrong and wonders what else he could have done. He argues that if he attempts to alter their destiny now by killing Louis, it would be no different from his own actions. As Bomb rushes toward Dong Deng, Gato pleads for divine mercy and answers. The scene shifts to several years earlier. Deng Deng pleads with his father, begging him to make the other canine people stop bullying Louis just because he has human ears. Gato agrees to see what he can do, and Deng Deng thanks him. However, Gato emphasizes that Deng Deng should focus on his training so he can help those who are weaker than himself. Deng Deng acknowledges this and agrees. Gato then calls Louis over and expresses his pleasure at seeing the two getting along so well. He reassures Louis that it is indeed okay for him to be Deng Deng's friend. Gato hopes that Louis and Deng Deng will remain good friends for a long time. He then encourages Deng Deng to let go, and Deng Deng takes Louis's hand, responding affirmatively. Louis thanks Gato, and Deng Deng echoes his gratitude. The scene shifts back to the present, where Gato reflects with regret, apologizing to Deng Deng and Louis. On the other hand, Lord Yama questions his surroundings, wondering where he is and what this place could be like. He curses the elder, frustrated about what has been done to him. Rancor Collar observes and notes the presence of a high-ranking individual who has appeared unexpectedly. Lord Yama notices a wall and realizes that Kel Helm must have sent him to the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence. Kal Rahim, analyzing the situation through a drone, identifies the ears and suspects that if he is a canine person, Kal Helm must have been involved. Lord Yama, in a fit of rage, demands to know if they are aware of who Kal Helm is. He instructs them to contact him immediately, threatening that if he does not return him to the cage, he will hunt him down and slit his throat. He demands that they inform him immediately, or he will kill them as well. Kal Rahim worries about the situation, knowing that if Lord Kal Helm fails to control the canine people or even touches the cage, he will be in serious trouble. He considers what actions to take, noting that the individual appears to be a very powerful canine person. Kal Rahim realizes that although he has not heard from Lord Kal Helm, it is clear that he must have sent this person. He questions why he would send someone here and what he might have seen. Rancor Collar confronts Lord Yama, stating that this is an area of peaceful coexistence and that outsiders are not allowed. He instructs Lord Yama to leave. Lord Yama responds that he is about to leave anyway, but asks what he is doing here. Rancor Collar introduces himself as a company commander in the 2nd Division of the 5th Squadron of Jahad's army. He states that he is here on royal orders and that if Lord Yama wishes to leave, they will escort him out after conducting a background check. Lord Yama contemplates Jahad's army and questions whether Collar just mentioned Jahad's army. Meanwhile, aboard battleship Aquila, Rancor 2 Ra proclaims the arrival of the cats of the great Lo Po Bia family and highlights the most impressive member, Lo Po Bia Yasracha, urging everyone to behold his glory and bow before him. In his thoughts, he expresses a vow to kill him someday, even if it is the last thing he does. Yasracha then asks if it is just him, or if there is a dog somewhere around here. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tower, at the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence, High Rancor Calivan examines the wall and reflects that the so-called Wall of Peaceful Coexistence is nothing more than a seed of chaos. He believes it cannot bring about true peace and criticizes those who oppose King Jahad for coming up with such a foolish name for their wall. He advances and expresses his eagerness to tear down the wall. Meanwhile, Louis calls Baum and inquires about his location. He sits down, cradling Deng Deng in his lap, and states that Deng Deng is not breathing. He expresses disbelief that Deng Deng is not dead if that is the case. Louis demands to know where Baum is. Baum instructs him to listen. He weeps and says he has promised to set Deng Deng free, questioning why Deng Deng is lying there unconscious with a hole in his chest. Baum considers that if he returns the heart that is with Louis to Deng Deng, he might be able to save him. He insists that something must be done to save Deng Deng, who needs a heart. Baum reflects on whether this approach is truly different from his previous actions. He apologizes, stating that he does not believe there is any way to save Deng Deng, and acknowledges that he now sees the situation clearly. Louis asserts his determination to bring Deng Deng back to life, regardless of the obstacles. He reflects that he cannot prioritize one person's life over another's, as Gato did. It is not because he is more moral or righteous than Gato, but perhaps because he does not have the same intense desire to save Deng Deng as Gato had to save him. Louis calls Baum again. He ponders what gave him the audacity to take Deng Deng's hand and promise to help him. He acknowledges that he cannot risk someone's life or the fate of the canine people to assist Deng Deng, unlike Gato. He considers whether his previous ignorance of Deng Deng's secret influenced his actions. Ultimately, he realizes that this is not the case. He simply does not have a strong enough desire to help Deng Deng. Louis insists that he must save Deng Deng, refusing to accept the current situation. He realizes his own hypocrisy. Doom questions why he appears so distracted, asking if he feels sorry for Deng Deng. Doom remarks that he tried to lead the canine people to their doom to save his own child. Baum acknowledges this, stating that he understands. He tells him not to focus on his feelings, but to remember that he broke the spell on his heart and saved the canine people, emphasizing that they should concentrate on that for now. He assures him that even if it's on his behalf, he will help them fight. Baum asks if he truly means this. Doom confirms, stating that he needs help to fight Yasracha and the 10 family leaders, and he is already doing everything necessary in this battle. Doom advises him not to fixate on the fear of dying in battle, noting that countless people have died unfair deaths in battle. The important thing is for him to focus on what he wants to fight for now. At this moment, Kun Agro and Rak arrive, calling for Bomb. Meanwhile, Louis sits near Deng Deng's lifeless body when a recording of Deng Deng's voice calls out to him. Louis wonders if it is Deng Deng's pocket. In the message, Deng Deng explains that if the pocket is near him at the time of his death, the message is set to play automatically. Hearing this indicates that he must be dead. He reveals that there is one last thing he needs to tell him. Although Louis might think he is special because he is Lord Gado's son, in reality, he is not his true son. He is no different from Deng Deng. Louis asks what Deng Deng means by this. Deng Deng says that he is just an adopted son who intends to store someone else's heart. Although he has always viewed himself as a savior for helping him, he reveals that he was the only person he could rely on in the family. He has always felt a deep connection to him, even wondering if his real heart might be within him. He expresses that if his real heart is indeed within him, he could find peace in knowing that he saved him, though this might sound crazy. He apologizes for hiding the truth all this time, admitting that he feels responsible for putting everyone in danger by not revealing it sooner. However, he explains that he had no choice and only wanted to accept the help that was offered to him. He says he wants to take Bomb's hand and try to escape his destiny one last time. He tells him not to blame anyone for his death and expresses his happiness that someone offered him their hand. Louis begins to cry. Deng Deng apologizes for leaving him all alone. Meanwhile, at the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence, Baylord Yama asks if he just heard correctly about Jahad's army. Rancor Collar confirms this and warns Yama not to come any closer, as it would be considered a threat to King Jahad's army, prompting them to attack. He emphasizes that he is not the one initiating the attack. Rancor Collar tries to say something, but Yama attacks his ship, breaking it into pieces. He declares that he does not want Kel Helm to succeed, but he cannot let Jahad's army escape right in front of him. Rancor Collar prepares to retaliate, telling him to say his prayers. Kal Rahim, observing the situation, thinks Yama has just attacked King Jahad's army and questions his actions, doubting that the army will sit back and let him attack them. Lord Yama tells him to shut up, predicting that all hell will break loose once Jahad finds out who he is, so he might as well kill him before that happens. Confused, Yama wonders who he really is. Rancor Collar acknowledges that although he may be a high ranker, he is making a serious mistake. He believes he does not stand a chance in a one-on-one duel with another high ranker. Instead, he plans to use his Makus to drag his opponent back to the base and finish him off with the rest of the troops. As Yama observes him moving to attack, he mutters under his breath, realizing he does not stand a chance, and decides to abandon the plan. Yama declares that he will need to try harder if he wants to escape, intending to cut him into pieces. Kal Rahim inquires if he has been killed. Yama, pondering if he is insane, notes that it is perfect. He can dispose of the smaller threats first, giving him time to figure out a way to return to the cage. On the other side, a multi-eyed individual reports that they have lost Collar and that his vital signs are offline. Bia Yasracha says to be a fusile that he believes Collar is dead. He is perplexed and wonders what could have happened, noting that the wall guards would never attack someone first. Suspecting that the incident might be related to the recent energy burst, he feels an ominous premonition. He orders the warship to be prepared, announcing that he will personally investigate. His subordinate affirms the order. Meanwhile, Kal Rahim, frustrated, thinks that this crazy mutt is ruining everything and demands to know what he is doing. Lord Yama commands that he be sent back to the cage immediately, or he will destroy the wall. He responds by pleading that the wall is a symbol of peace and coexistence. Lord Yama questions this, asserting that if peace and coexistence were truly desired, he would not have attempted to protect the wall by sacrificing the canine people. He further insists that if peace is truly sought, then the immediate return to the cage is necessary, or he will launch an attack. He pleads for patience, expressing confusion over what Kel Helm is thinking by sending a wild dog like this. He apologizes for the plan but begs not to attack the wall. Lord Yama demands that he be released. He replies that he cannot comply at this moment. Lord Yama states that he will count to 3. At that moment, Division Commander Bia Fusile addresses him as a high ranker and inquires if he is the one who killed Collar. His armored division arrives alongside him. Yama mutters to himself that there is another one. He assesses that this new arrival appears quite formidable, yet he is still relatively inexperienced. He believes that they have not yet identified him. Yama questions his identity, considering it a chance to buy some additional time. Lord Yama responds that he is merely a high ranker who is somewhat disoriented. Regarding the individual he killed, he explains that anyone might have attacked someone who looked like that, and he requests understanding, acknowledging that his appearance might have been unusual. He indicates that he will be leaving now and suggests that perhaps they should simply go home. Bia Fusile advises not to be ridiculous, as they are a royal division of the army that only obeys the king and their commander and does not attempt to joke his way out of the situation. He commands his armored division to attack. They move to engage and respond affirmatively. Lord Yama is preparing to attack and repeatedly attempts to control himself. Bia Fusile observes his power and reflects that this individual is no ordinary high ranker. Yama instructs his forces to fire, having exerted his utmost effort, and questions why he could not eliminate them. He contemplates the difficulty of keeping his power in check. Bia Fusile perceives a powerful aura emanating from him. Bia Yasracha arrives on his cat and inquires if Fusile is frightened, mentioning that he thought he had detected a mutt nearby. Yama asks if that is a cat and questions what prompts a little puppy from the cage to appear here. Bia Fusile calls for the squadron commander. He explains that he was merely attempting to capture a war hero and did not anticipate encountering a lost puppy on the way. Yama observes him and reflects on the squadron commander. The scene transitions to a flashback, where Doom is seated with Yam and instructs him to recall what was said about dealing with the feline cat people if they ever encounter them. Yam inquires about the feline people, questioning whether he means those from the Lo-Po Bai family or similar. He confirms this, noting that while they resemble them, they are much more arrogant. Yama advises to tear them apart and kill them. Though the reason is unclear, Doom adds that the only exception is the one with a light blue head and amber eyes. If Yam encounters that individual, he should flee immediately, as engaging with that person would result in his death. The scene shifts to Baylord Paul, who moves to attack while holding sticks, exclaiming that the branches keep coming. The other person advises caution, noting that there are more of them. Ship inquires about the situation, expressing confusion. Bomb remarks that the situation is chaotic. Lord Karaka also attempts to attack the branches, expressing frustration at not being given a chance to strike, and asks Ivankel if she really saw Yama disappear. Ivankel, as a scout, confirms that Yama has completely vanished without a trace and that she is unsure of what the elder did, but Yama is no longer present. He notes that there is something else unusual. The ancient creature is not attacking them directly, but is instead attempting to extend its branches into the cage. Karaka notices a flashlight in front of him. Kel Helm states that it is enough and addresses Lord Karaka, expressing his desire not to lose another slayer in this battle. He refers to him as an elder and inquires about Yama's whereabouts. Helm explains that he foresaw this fate and thus sent Yama to another battlefield. When asked about the other battlefield, Helm confirms that there is no way to alter this destiny now. He states that the cage is ready to be moved. Once Doom is quickly dealt with, he will cross the wall with the canine people. Helm instructs Lord Karaka to step aside, and he questions how he intends to move the cage. Helm explains that the essence of the ancient power's attacks is to amplify and transmit his abilities to wherever the roots make contact. Although he may not be able to move the cage on his own, this power makes him more than capable of doing so. He plans to use Doom to seize the cage and engage in battle with it, asserting that there is nothing anyone can do to prevent this. The monster advises not to meow at him. Evankel inquires about Paul, and he identifies himself as Baylord Paul, referring to Kel-Helem as an idiot. He questions how he dared to deceive him. Doom arrives and calls out to Kel-Helem. Paul asks Doom if he has returned to normal, and Doom responds with abusive language. Helem contemplates how he has broken the spell. Doom reveals that the Slayer candidate behind him broke the spell as well, which is unfortunate because the canine people will never ally with him now that the spell on his heart is broken. Helem is astonished, unable to comprehend how the Slayer candidate managed to break the spells, as he had not anticipated this outcome. The spell on Doom's heart had been perfected over many years by elite sorcerers. Helem finds it unbelievable that it was broken so easily and, given his ability to see people's destinies, recognizes how miraculous the Slayer candidate's achievement is. He reflects that altering the destiny of the canine people in the blink of an eye is not a miracle. He does not know what is. He is conflicted about whether to laugh or cry, realizing that all the destinies he had seen were completely altered by the Slayer candidate. He even wonders if the destiny that led him to send Yama to the wall was influenced by the candidate's will. He reflects that whenever he faces something greater than destiny, it sends a cold shiver down his spine, a sensation he has experienced before. He recalls feeling this way long ago when encountering the 10 family leaders and Jahad, masters of destiny and time itself. He had taken great pride in his ability to see people's destinies, yet now, in an instant, he feels like a blind fool. This terrifying feeling actually makes him laugh. He cannot believe that the person who ended up thwarting his plan to conquer the canine people and prevent the impending disaster was not a powerful slayer like Yama, Karaka, or even Evankel with his ancient power, but rather the little slayer candidate. He acknowledges that he appears to have lost this battle. Doom, surprised, asks if it is really over just like that. Lord Karaka wonders if it is because the spell on him is broken. Doom then inquires about Yama's whereabouts, mentioning that he thought he was fighting him. Helem explains that he sent Yama to another battlefield. Paul, bewildered, asks for clarification. Evankel notes that he keeps mentioning another battlefield and demands to know where it is. He reveals that it is the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence. Evankel questions if he means the wall that the rebels built after Genesis. Helem confirms this, explaining that Lord Yama is there now, and that the wall will soon be attacked by King Jahad's army. He had hoped to take the canine people to the wall with him, but never anticipated that the spell on Doom would be broken. Reflecting on it, he realizes that the destiny he foresaw fell apart and that Yama was sent there all because of him. He asks Baum how he would like to lead the canine people to the wall with him. Evankel, confused, asks why they would go there. Helem explains that it is to save Yama. He mentions that one of Jahad's squadrons is likely already at the wall, and not even Yama could face an entire squadron alone. If they need another reason, Jahad's army is targeting 2 walls. He reveals that he saw a vision of a squadron approaching one wall, and someone informed him that a warrior as powerful as a squadron would be sent to the other. Baum asks about this warrior, who is as mighty as a squadron. Helem confirms this, suggesting that it is likely the person he seeks to meet. Baum wonders if it could be Calivan. Helem gestures and offers to send him to save Yama and help defeat Jahad's army if he wants to take the canine people with him. This would give Baum a chance to avenge his master. Evankel suspects it might be a trap, thinking that Helem wants to send the Slayer candidate to Calivan, but acknowledges that this is their best chance to find out where Jinsung Ha is. Baum asks Evankel for her opinion. She admits it sounds sketchy, but sees it as a good opportunity, leaving the choice to him. Baum says he wants to go, but is unsure if he can bring everyone and asks if he can decide after discussing it with the canine people. She remarks that she expected him to agree immediately, noting how mature his response is. Helem agrees, stating that while he can't give Baum much time, he should do as he wishes, as his destiny will follow him regardless. Meanwhile, at the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence, Bia Yasrecha comments on what brings a little puppy from the cage all the way here and mentions that he was just trying to capture a war hero, not expecting to find a lost puppy along the way. Yama, seeing the squadron commander, thinks that if there's a squadron commander here, there must be a squadron too. He finds the cat's eyes unsettling and recalls Doom once mentioning something about a cat person's eyes, though he was too drunk at the time to remember clearly. Yama inquires if he is one of those feline people, and remarks that he must be a significant figure in Jahad's army if he holds the rank of squadron commander. He questions why someone of his stature would be attacking such an insignificant old wall. Bia Yasrecha responds that it is unknown and mentions that Lord Jahad controls destiny itself. He explains that as a squadron commander, his role is simply to follow the king's orders. Yasrecha suggests that perhaps he was sent here because Jahad wanted him to encounter someone like him, referring to him as a little runaway mutt. Yama wonders why this fool keeps calling him a runaway mutt when he doesn't even know where he lives. Bia Yasrecha instructs Fusile to proceed and fight, asserting that this battle is merely the beginning of what is to come. He tells him that if he is too frightened to even lay a finger on the man in front of him, he has no right to participate in this war. He adds that while he may not be able to defeat his opponent, he should at least prove he has the right to be there. Bia Fusile agrees, acknowledging that he does not know who his opponent is, but advises him to watch and learn. He commands his armored division to stay back. Yama questions whether he is seriously willing to die for nothing and reflects that Fusile must really be eager to fight. Although Yama did not expect a squadron commander to appear, he considers that this might actually be beneficial. Kal Rahim finds it hard to believe the squadron commander. Yama considers that if he can defeat the squadron commander, the entire squadron will disintegrate. He suspects they have a warp fleet and plans to wait for an opportunity to enter the warp fleet and teleport himself back to the cage. He acknowledges that he must hurry, as the cage is in danger, and he does not have time to deal with someone insignificant. He is determined to fight the squadron commander, not the current opponent, and moves to attack with extreme speed. Bia Fusile also attempts to strike while reflecting on how impressive Yama's speed is. He realizes that although he might have evaded him once, he can sense that Yama will not be able to dodge again. He feels paralyzed with fear, knowing that death is imminent. He thinks he can already smell blood, and his mind has gone completely blank. All he wants to do is scream, but if this is to be his last moment, he resolves not to run away. Baum attacks him and expresses admiration for his courage. Bia Yasrecha uses his power to strike and remarks that Fusile made a good attempt. Yama observes Yasrecha's power and realizes it is the same as Doom's. Bia Yasrecha acknowledges Fusile's courage for not backing down, even in the presence of someone who claims to be the king of the canine people, and now he will see if it remains effective. He employs Yasrecha's style of mind control and daze to attack him, asserting that from this moment on, his body is under his control. Yama wonders what is happening to him as he observes his body moving involuntarily. He is astonished to see his right arm moving by itself. Bia Yasrecha commands him to strike his own face. Yama hits himself and is bewildered, questioning what is occurring. Bia Yasrecha remarks that it still works perfectly and instructs Yama to continue attacking. Yama strikes himself repeatedly. Yasrecha asserts that Yama is now under his command because the blood he administered flows through Yama's body. Yama questions what is happening. Meanwhile, Michael kneels down, wondering if they are gone. He reflects with frustration, expressing his dislike for Kun Agro Agnes, who was always like that even when they were together. He feels that all he ever cared about was Bomb, which caused him distress and made him feel insignificant, like a mere speck of dust not worthy of attention. He understands how Michael feels. He contemplates wanting to drag him down to a bottomless hell and imprison him in a place where only he can see him. Akryung inquires about his actions and suggests they leave, noting that the cage will move soon and that they have reached their limit, advising them to forget about the apple. Michael asks for clarification. Akryung explains that he heard this from the elder. Michael acknowledges that they have no choice and agrees to leave, wondering why the decision was made now. They proceed to leave. Meanwhile, Doom asserts that they will indeed go. Kanzan states that if Lord Yama is fighting alone, the canine people must go to assist him, as only Lord Yama has the right to lead them. Paul agrees wholeheartedly with Lord Kanzan. Doom asserts that he could also lead the canine people, as he is aware. Kanzan responds that while Doom may be Lord Yama's older brother, they cannot have a leader who is weaker than Lord Yama. He apologizes and tells Doom to stay out of it. Doom inquires about what Kanzan means by calling him weak and questions where he thinks his power originates. Paul restrains Doom, who demands to be released, and expresses his anger at being disrespected by the younger individuals. Kun Agro informs Baum that he is going to see Louis. Baum confirms this. He asks if he will be alright, noting that Louis still believes he is responsible for Dang Dang's death and does not know the truth. Baum replies that he must go and apologize to Louis. He wishes him good luck, and Baum thanks him. Later, Baum approaches Louis, who is sitting near Dang Dang's lifeless body, and calls out to him. Louis asks if Dong Dang is dead and whether he is not. Baum confirms that Dong Dang has passed away and expresses his regret, wishing he could have helped. He admits that, perhaps deep down, he did not truly want to assist. Louis responds that it is all right and tells him not to apologize. He explains that Dong Dang was happy to have received his hand, and it does not matter that he could not save him. He adds that Dong Dang was grateful for the gesture and suggests that he will need to go fight elsewhere now. He advises him to remain courageous and to help anyone in need, like Dong Dang, but to ensure that he saves them next time. Louis weeps and says he will remember his words. Meanwhile, Kanhong informs Xia Lulu that she has just heard from her father, who mentioned that something went wrong in the battle and that Lord Yama has departed for a distant conflict. Xia Lulu inquires about the meaning of this information. Kanhong explains that she believes the entire cage is moving toward wherever Lord Yama is, and she has decided to accompany her father. She then asks her what she plans to do. Kanhong also mentions that she needs a helper since everyone she previously worked with is deceased, and although she is not a canine person, she can offer her a full-time position and a salary, which might not be sufficient. Xia Lulu responds that she will join Kanhong, stating she is willing to go wherever she is needed. She even expresses her willingness to grow some ears to become a canine person if necessary and reflects that she is adept at everything except fighting. She asks if this is truly the case. On the other side, Ivankel contacts Hansung and states, as she had mentioned earlier, that she is going to find Yama. She confirms her intent and inquires whether it might be somewhat dangerous to send Baum and his friends to Calavan alone. Ivankel responds that this is why he has been contemplating the situation and asks White if she would like to accompany them. He questions if she intends to send White with them. White asks if she truly means that and expresses his strong dislike for the Slayer candidate, which he acknowledges. Ivankel states that, even so, he is an ordinary individual. If Baum were to go with rankers or high rankers, it would attract too much attention and complicate their ascent of the tower. Thus, he is the ideal person to accompany Baum. Hansung attempts to speak, but White interjects, agreeing reluctantly. He acknowledges that he cannot confront the Slayer candidate at the moment due to the minor disturbance within him. For now, he will accompany the Slayer candidate, but he warns that he is creating a monster. Ivankel agrees and reflects on whether this person will ever act normally, as he finds him unsettling. On the other side, Kanzan, from a ship, inquires whether the canine people can hear him. He identifies himself as Kanzan. A person responds, recognizing him as Lord Kanzan. Kanzan acknowledges that the battle tonight must have caused them great fear, but reassures them that the conflict with the outsiders is now over. Unfortunately, Gado and some of the leaders have tragically died in the process. The most crucial issue is that something went awry during the battle, and Lord Yama ended up on a battlefield outside the cage. One person questions the fate of Lord Gato, expressing disbelief at his death. Another person asks for clarification regarding Lord Yama. Kanzan mentions that, in addition, Jihad's forces are stationed on the battlefield where Lord Yama has landed. A person with yellow hair inquires about Jihad's forces. A girl with white hair asks whether this does not mean Lord Yama is in danger. Kanzan replies that while Lord Yama may be powerful, he is facing an entire army and might require their assistance. Therefore, they are following Lord Yama into battle, as he is their leader. He invites anyone who disagrees with the plan to come and confront him like a true canine person and asks if anyone has a problem with this. They respond negatively and agree to proceed. On the other side, Paul explains that this is what occurred. He has made a truce with the canine people from the cage and will accompany them to rescue Yama. Doom inquires about the truce. Paul confirms this, noting that, given the larger enemy they face, it may be difficult for some to accept. Doom responds affirmatively, acknowledging that he is the greatest leader the canine people have. He expresses confidence that they will follow him wherever he goes. Meanwhile, Ivankel informs Helm that everything is ready. The canine people have all decided to proceed, and he will also accompany them to find Yama. Therefore, he instructs Helm to send these individuals to Calavan on his behalf. Helm agrees and tells Mayan to come over. Ivankel inquires whether this is the animal that the woman had and asks if it originally belonged to the elder. Helm confirms that it is indeed correct. He explains that the creature, known as Mayan, is a mysterious being with a warp drive in its body. Ivankel expresses disbelief, questioning how such a thing is even possible. He explains that there are a few conditions. Firstly, another Mayan must be present at the opposite end of the same trajectory as this Mayan. Additionally, the tower rules prevent him from traveling to places off-limits or higher than his current level. Fortunately, the location where Lord Yama has been sent is on the same floor as this one. The wall where Calavan is located is on a lower floor, and he already has a Mayan waiting there. Therefore, it should be relatively easy for him to reach that location. Ivankel finds this amazing, noting that it seems as though he has borrowed the power of the administrator. Helm responds that he will promptly transport him to the Slayer candidate's location. Baum responds with agreement. Kun questions what is happening. Rak advises waiting a moment, expressing concern that it may consume them, and an explosion occurs nearby. Ivankel inquires whether that is all. Helm confirms this and suggests that if Ivankel does not believe him, he should accompany them. He adds that while he would like to, his goal is to have Yama cooperate with them, and he urges to expedite sending Yama to him with the cage. Helm complies and calls So-Oh. So-Oh acknowledges the request, holds on, and uses his powers to attack. Meanwhile, at the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence, Yama questions what his blood means. Bia Yasracha inquires whether Doom did not inform him and remarks that perhaps ignorance is bliss for lost mutts like them. He questions what was just said and thinks with frustration that he might be able to escape using complete transformation. But his body is completely exhausted after fighting that formidable elder. This situation is unfavorable. He collapses on the floor, reflecting on how humiliating it is to have been defeated without even touching his opponent. He feels that the cage is in trouble and wonders what he, as the leader of the canine people, is doing in this predicament. He contemplates the path that led him here and wonders about the source of all that light. Bia Yasracha inquires about what is happening. At that moment, some branches move toward the ship, causing it to break. Yama observes and wonders if that is the cage. He reflects that, unlike his brother, he has always been solitary. He acknowledges the need to become stronger to protect the clan, realizing that he cannot share his power like his brother does. He considers himself a selfish idiot who is incapable of sharing anything. Indeed, he concludes that he is entirely alone. At that moment, Kanzan arrives with others, sees Yama floating in the air, and calls out to Lord Yama. The others also observe Yama. Kanzan states that they have come to assist him. Yama notices them and thinks about the canine people. Paul addresses Lord Yama, expressing frustration at how the situation is making him look bad. Bia Yasrecha remarks whether it is just him, or if there is a smell of dog excrement, and observes that now a whole pack of canine people is present. He notes that Lord Jahad anticipated this situation, which is why he sent him here. Rahin calls Lord Kalhelam, acknowledging his arrival and expressing curiosity about why he sent the canine person alone. Kanzan inquires if Lord Yama is okay and questions what is happening, what he and the elder are doing there, and whether Doom is controlling him. Kanzan clarifies that they decided to join forces with them to assist him. Lord Yama asks if they have indeed teamed up, to which Kanzan confirms. He then questions why he is lying there and whether someone dared to lay hands on him. Jordan asks what that means and suggests that he might just be taking a brief rest. He adds that it appears he has lost a fight. Jordan dismisses the concern, suggesting that Lord Yama probably just took a nap and that he likely exhausted himself. He insists that Yama should not simply lie down and sleep there. Jordan adds that he is correct and urges Yama to get up. Yama thinks to himself that he should just go away and asserts that he can handle it. Bia Yasrecha notices Doom and wonders if it is indeed who he thinks it is. He addresses Doom, commenting on how long it has been, mentioning that he heard Doom was imprisoned, and asking if he has just awoken. Doom recognizes him and realizes it must be Bia Yasrecha, cursing inwardly at the fact that he is working for Jahad's army. Doom warns the others to be cautious. Paul inquires about the issue. He states that they need to get their people as far away from him as possible. Bia Yasrecha responds that it is too late and begins casting spells to exert control. Kanzan asks what is happening. Doom informs them that they are in trouble, as he does not even have his fang, and questions Kalhelam about whether he has set them up. Kalhelam asks for clarification. Doom curses, explaining that Yasrecha has the ability to control the canine people. Kanzan notices his arm becoming uncontrollable and asks what is happening. Bia Yasrecha tells Kanzan to attack. Yama urges him to stop, and he observes that the same issue applies to Jordan. There is something wrong with the canine people. Kanzan exclaims in frustration, questioning what is happening. Helam considers that something is amiss and wonders if someone anticipated his actions and led the canine people there, seeing all of his predictions. Ivankal curses and remarks on the disaster, noting that the canine people are being mind-controlled. She looks at Bia Yasrecha and suspects he is responsible. She uses her rare orb and flame to attack him, but he blocks her assault. She observes that he blocked her attack and thinks that if she can eliminate him, the canine people might return to normal. Yasrecha acknowledges this but questions her confidence in being able to get rid of him. She replies that she is quite sure. He remarks that she is quite aggressive, but her flame lacks the dignity of the Yon family. She dismisses his comment about dignity and tells him to cut the nonsense. He challenges her to face him and attempts to attack, but Kanzan intervenes. She questions what Kanzan thinks he is doing. Yama warns Kanzan to watch out. Bia Yasrecha instructs Kanzan to listen, saying that if he sets this guy on fire, he will have to fight him himself. White curses at him. Yasrecha expresses disappointment, having looked forward to seeing that burn, and thinks to himself that Yasrecha is a nut job. Yasrecha uses his power, declaring that enough is enough. His cat also screams. Yama commands him to stop messing around, stating that if he truly wants the canine people, he will have to get past him first, as he is their king. Meanwhile, on Calavan's side at the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence, Ki-sa, aboard a ship, asks Calavan if he wants to join the wall guards. Calavan confirms this. He questions his identity and whether he knows what this place is. Calavan explains that he used to be an officer in Jahad's army, but was demoted to a regular soldier. He admits that this demotion angers him and that he just wants a chance to fight Jahad's army. He expresses doubt, asking if he really thinks they would accept a rejection from Jahad's army and noting that this place is not meant for fighting. Calivan responds that he could be very useful and has heard that the place is short on troops. He acknowledges this and reluctantly agrees to let him in. The scene shifts to several years earlier, after the battle at the last station, at the military headquarters' central floating castle. The Minister of National Defense, Ki-Sa the Furious, remarks that despite being demoted to a regular soldier and bound by an oath tied to his left arm, Calivan has gotten off easily after losing the war. He notes that the commander-in-chief was lenient with him and that he should be grateful. Calivan acknowledges this, admitting that he failed as a squadron commander. However, he expresses a desire to contribute as a regular soldier and thanks Ki-Sa for giving him another chance. Ki-Sa confirms that there is indeed something he needs to do, following a direct order from the commander-in-chief. He also mentions that he is not the only one involved in this operation and that he has not been here in ages. Calivan calls Yasrecha and states that he commands the 5th Squadron. He mentions that he heard he was demoted from squadron commander and asks how he should address him now. Calivan responds that he can just call him Calivan. He assures him that there is no need for formality and that he will eventually return to their old post. Ki-Sa then tells Yasrecha that he heard about the mission. He asks if he means the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence. Ki-Sa confirms, explaining that the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence was established to end all conflicts since Genesis. He informs him that his assignment is to tear down 2 parts of the wall and free the great war heroes of the past who are trapped within it. He states that they will face powerful enemies and must either make them surrender or, if that is not possible, slay them. Calivan asks why they are attacking the Wall of Peaceful Coexistence, which has been around for a very long time, all of a sudden. He explains that the age of peaceful coexistence is coming to an end, noting that there has been significant tension between the 10 family leaders recently. The Ha family is upset about how Yuri Ha was treated, and the Pobido family has directly implied a rupture in their ties with them. The commander-in-chief has said there is going to be a massive rupture and war soon, which must also have something to do with their sacred duty. The commander-in-chief believes that one person is at the root of all these problems. He mentions the irregular who escaped from the last station, expressing the commander-in-chief's concern that the old anti-Jahad alliance might resurge because of him. Yasrecha acknowledges the mention of the irregular. He explains that they must attack the wall before the alliance can organize itself. Their task is to go to the wall and either kill or subjugate the old war heroes, ensuring they never dream of teaming up or working together again. He reassures him that peaceful coexistence is a fantasy that will soon be shattered, and they must prepare for an even greater war. He believes that as long as Jin Sung Ha remains trapped, the 25th bomb will do whatever it takes to become stronger and find him. To be honest, he is eager to see how much bomb has grown. The scene shifts to the present, where Calivan expresses excitement about witnessing his growth and decides to proceed. Meanwhile, near the wall, in an unnamed cave, Mayan walks through the cave as a ship approaches. Bomb and his companion emerge from the ship. Upon seeing the wall, Bomb remarks that this is where Calivan is. Meanwhile, at 52F, near the warp zone, Elaine comments that Hockney is wasting time once again. Hockney apologizes, explaining that he believed he had found a location similar to what he remembered from the picture. However, it appears his memories are confused, and without finding the actual picture, he is uncertain whether he will be able to obtain the piece of the thorn. Yule announces that this is an emergency. Hockney remarks that it sounds like the snake guy. Yule informs him that the captain sent a message stating that Juvenile Grace has moved to another floor and the only way to escape is to survive. They must pursue him. He activates the ship and instructs everyone to get going. Hockney questions where he learned to drive, wondering if it is a skill associated with engineering. Meanwhile, at an unnamed cave near the wall, Ship wishes them good luck and assures them he will monitor the warship. He expresses his wish to join them, but notes that someone must guard the ship. He instructs them to call him if they are in danger, and he will come to their aid. Hatsu remarks that he seems like the most useless person in battle and questions the need for such a grand speech. He tells him to be quiet and leave, stating that he will not rescue him even if he begs. Kun points out that although the wall may appear close due to its size, it will take until the next morning to reach it if they start walking now. He warns that Jahad's troops might be lurking in the area, so they must walk cautiously to avoid drawing attention. He reminds them that they are not there for a direct confrontation with Caliban. He explains that their first priority is to inform the wall guards that Caliban is approaching. Their second mission is to collaborate with the guards to stop Caliban and, if possible, to find out from Caliban about Jinsong Ha's whereabouts. He asks Baum if he understands. Baum confirms that he does. Kun adds that before their arrival, Helm provided him with some information about this place. According to him, the war hero trapped in the wall is an extraordinarily powerful female warrior who seals herself in the wall to end the war. Therefore, even if she is released, it is unlikely to be as dangerous as the section of the wall where Ivankel went. He is uncertain about who is trapped in that area, but it must be someone quite dangerous. He states that if the hero sealed in the wall awakens, they might also pursue Caliban with her, although for now, the primary priority is to prevent her from being unleashed. He informs White that he will also assist. White responds that he supposes so, noting that he was once a slayer and would not mind witnessing the emergence of a monster. He considers that he might even get to consume it when it grows large enough. Kun agrees and says they should proceed. Ship waves at them and says he will see them later, instructing them to call him if they need help. He expresses hope that Caliban will be okay. He notices Mayan and asks if something is wrong, suggesting that he might be sick. Mayan vomits as he is questioned about his condition. He exclaims in disbelief, noting that Mayan has just vomited up a person. So all, covered in vomit, exclaims that it was not a pleasant experience and inquires about the whereabouts of the others. On the other side of the wall of peaceful coexistence, within the town inside the wall, Caliban walks down the road. The scene shifts to before their arrival at the wall, where Caliban asks the vice squadron commander on call if he has investigated the matter. He responds that there is no need for formality, but Caliban insists that he has no choice, as he is merely a regular soldier and cannot break the army's rules, which would be disrespectful to the new squadron commander. He then asks again if the investigation has been completed. He confirms that there are very few records about the hero sealed in the wall. She was one of the war heroes who fought near the end of Genesis long ago. According to the records, she chose to seal herself in the wall to end the war. There is also a legend that, in order to make people forget her role in the war, she erased the memories of everyone from the wall who knew her, except for one person. He does not know how she accomplished this, but it is evident that she is a formidable force. Caliban reflects that she must have erased their memories. He admits that he does not know how she achieved this, but acknowledges that she is clearly a formidable force. He states that it does not matter, as he swore an oath to Lord Jahad and will not release his arm even if it costs him his life. He then inquires if there is anything else to report. He informs him that among the people trapped in the wall, there are some with a token capable of awakening the hero. He believes there is one in the area where Caliban is headed as well. This person is named Khan and appears to be the younger sister of the hero who sealed herself in the wall. She is the only person who did not lose her memories. Caliban considers that finding her first would be advantageous. The scene shifts back to the present. The person on the ship remarks that he is unsure what kind of impressive wall guards he had imagined, but suspects he will be very disappointed when he sees what they actually do. They are not a resistance army confronting Jahad. Rather, they are more like guards maintaining order in and around the wall. If the wall were destroyed, the hero trapped within would awaken, leading to even more chaos. Therefore, there is no real reason for Jahad's army to force their way in here. As for the rankers in other parts of the wall, they might feel some sense of duty because they remember the hero sealed in the wall. But security around here is quite lax, and to be honest, they are unlikely to take sides. He notes that many rankers have left the wall, leaving only a few people of his level present now. He inquires where the individual has gone, and the other person responds that he has simply disappeared. He questions where he went and reflects that his observer did not even detect it. On the other side, at the sealed hero tower in the middle of the town on the wall, Khan asks why she cannot be allowed to see her sister. Ranker Tonki, the guardian of the sealed hero tower, explains that an intruder has breached the wall and that they have been ordered to tighten security. For the time being, he cannot open the door even for her, and she must wait until they apprehend the intruder and address the situation. Khan responds that her sister is asleep inside, having chosen to seal herself in the wall to end the war years ago. All she can do now is visit her every day. He apologizes but explains that he still cannot allow her inside. She will have to skip a day. She responds that it has been a long time since the war heroes were sealed in the wall. They are only guarding the tower because it is their duty, and perhaps it is time for him to move on. He replies that she is the only person in the town who remembers the past and reminds her that if her sister ever returns, it will signal the end of the wall of peaceful coexistence. She acknowledges that she understands. On the other side, in the eastern part of town, at the data room in the control center, Calivan eliminates rankers and examines the system. He notes that there is only one person named Khan in the town, and he has determined where she lives. Now, he must figure out how to persuade her to break the seal for him, if the hero is indeed sealed in that tower. He considers that he is uncertain whether he can convince people through anything other than brute strength. Khan walks through the town and exclaims in frustration. The scene shifts several hours later to Khan's house. Khan sits in her room and recalls her sister's words, in which she stated that she had already made up her mind. Her sister wanted to bring peace and rest to everyone and intended to end the conflict immediately. Khan wonders what will happen to her and is reassured that as long as she is alive, she will have to continue fighting. She then asks if she could be allowed to leave. At that moment, Calivan arrives and observes that she must be the younger sister of the hero trapped within. Khan inquires about his identity, noting that she has never seen him in town, and asks if he is the intruder Tonki had mentioned. He remarks that she is quite perceptive and confirms that he is indeed the intruder named Calivan, who has come to awaken her sister. She questions his intention, asking why he wants to wake her sister. He explains that doing so will apparently end the peace and coexistence. She responds with confusion, asking what that is supposed to mean. He admits that he is not entirely sure either, but he believes that a time will come when those old war heroes will be needed. He then inquires if she does not want to awaken her sister, noting that she is her own sister, after all. She refuses to allow him to proceed, insisting that he leave. She does not know who he is or why he wants to awaken her sister, but she had promised her sister never to break the seal and certainly does not want to be involved with someone as dangerously looking as him. He responds that she will never see her sister again if she does not comply. She confirms that this is exactly what she wants. She does not desire any more conflict and asks him to leave before she reports him. He agrees, acknowledging that he cannot force her, and offers her his pocket link, instructing her to call him if she changes her mind. He notes her persistence as he exits the room and slams the door. She apologizes, stating that he is not the one her sister is waiting for. The scene shifts to a flashback. Khan asks if this means they will never see each other again. Her sister responds that nothing lasts forever. Khan inquires when she will return. Her sister reminds her of what their master had said earlier, mentioning that there have been people who have escaped from the tower since its inception. There are stories about a great man and woman, as well as the creation of FUG. She explains that their master had predicted that someday, The child of that great man might return to the tower. She asks if, when that time comes, she could awaken her. Khan agrees. The scene shifts to the present. The next morning, Baum asks what they should do if they cannot be allowed in. Ranker Dalit, the commander of the wall guards, responds from the ship, stating that he heard Baum and that this is not a playground. He inquires why Baum keeps requesting entry. Baum explains that they have come to offer assistance. Dalit tells him to be quiet, noting that someone very similar to them was there the previous day. That person entered the wall and then vanished, resulting in the loss of over 10 people. He questions if he is associated with that individual. If he is not, Baum inquires Kun whether it could be Calivan. He concludes that it appears Calivan arrived before them and advises that they should hurry. Baum asserts that they have come to stop that dangerous individual and must do so as quickly as possible. Ranker Dalit responds with a firm refusal, questioning how he can trust them and doubting what a group of C-rank regulars could accomplish. Baum introduces himself as Juvenile Grace, a Slayer candidate from FUG, and asks if he still doubts him. Dalit, surprised by the mention of a Slayer candidate, responds with skepticism. He pleads for them to be allowed in. Dalit agrees to let them in for now, and they all move forward to enter. Baum sees him and inquires about his identity. Dalit responds by identifying him as the regular who has been claiming to be a Slayer candidate and announces that he is placing them all under arrest for trespassing on the wall. Baum expresses confusion, asking what this means. Dalit explains that they do not want any association with FUG or Jihad. Baum questions what he means, pointing out that he led them all the way inside. Dalit clarifies that this is the wall of peaceful coexistence. While their ancestors may have once been part of the anti-Jihad alliance, they now refuse to be affiliated with any group. Additionally, an intruder is currently roaming within the walls, and if he attempts to confront him, it will only worsen the situation. Until then, they are being detained. At the same moment, in the public square in front of the monument, Khan holds flowers and reflects that she feels sorry. The encounter with that guy last night has unsettled her. She considers that she may not be able to stay by her sister's side and wonders if she should have reported him. But she decides to leave some of her sister's favorite flowers. Suddenly, someone hits the flower monument in the center tower. A person yells at her to get back, calling her a ghost. Another person accuses her of being at fault. Someone else mentioned that they lost many people because of the intruder yesterday. Another person adds that there are rumors that Jihad's army is coming to attack them. Another voice says this is all because of that insane warrior and questions why they should have to suffer because of her fighting. Someone says this is not a monument to a hero, but a cursed memorial to a bloodthirsty warmonger and smashes it. Khan is shocked to see the condition of the monument. The scene shifts to a flashback. Khan's sister says that they decided to create it for her and asks if it isn't great. Khan questions the point, saying she will be trapped in it forever anyway, and they are trying to burden her with everything. Khan says she should stop this, claiming everyone has gone crazy because they are tired of fighting. Her sister responds that it's not true. If giving her life will bring them peace, she will gladly do it. She can't believe she will be remembered as a flower after spending her whole life in battle. Khan tries to say something. Her sister asks if it isn't wonderful, noting that even though peace will be harder for her to bear, bringing peace to even a few more people would be beautiful. The scene shifts back to the present. Khan wonders if she should just stand back and watch, thinking this is what her sister wanted after all. She decides she will just have to control herself. Suddenly, Calivan appears, grabbing the hand of a person who is throwing stones at the monument flowers and saying that's enough. Khan sees him and realizes he is the man from yesterday. He says that leaving politics aside, her sister once put her life on the line to fight for their ancestors. Disgracing a hero who sacrificed herself in battle is absolutely inexcusable. He throws the person against the wall and tells them to get lost. The others start running away. Someone shouts intruder, and the intruder is here. Call the guards. Calivan says he did not do this to persuade her, but because of his own personal beliefs. He then asks if this is really the kind of peace her sister wanted. She tells him to mind his own business, saying he does not seem like the person who will bring them the peace her sister hoped for either. Meanwhile, behind the wall in the detention center for intruders, he says he should have just kept his mouth shut. He only mentioned he was a Slayer candidate to try to persuade them, but he ended up getting them locked up. Kun says it's not his fault. They might have killed him on the spot if he was not a Slayer candidate. At least they made it past the wall safely. He acknowledges that he has a point. Several hours earlier, Dalit says that until they catch him and confirm that he has nothing to do with them, they are locking them all up, and there is no time to fight among themselves. He has no idea how dangerous Calivan is. Kun whispers to Baum, suggesting they should just do what they say for now, as he does not think they will be able to convince them anyway. Baum asks what he means. Kun explains that they still think they are just ordinary regulars. Even if they get locked up, they won't be treated too harshly. He adds that since Calivan has not broken the seal yet, they still have some time. They might as well let them lock them up instead of fighting here. Besides, they have White with them, so they can escape anytime they want. Baum agrees. Kun tells Dalit they will comply with his wishes. Dalit responds, saying well. The scene shifts to the present. Baum remarks that as if Calivan were not enough of a problem, even the wall guards are not on their side, making this an uphill battle. Kun replies that it is not like they did not see this coming and tells him not to worry about it. White looks at Hatsu and thinks he is a swordsman. He comments that if he keeps training like that, he will never get strong. Hatsu asks what he means. He says he is so focused on making a stronger sword that his whole body is stiff, and he looks more like a farmer at work than a swordsman. He retorts that while he may be a great swordsman, he has no right to judge other people's sword skills. White scoffs, asking if sword skills are what he calls swinging a sword around like a lunatic. White demonstrates some moves, saying to watch him, emphasizing stronger yet flamboyant movements, and putting his weight into them. He thinks that a true swordsman can turn even a tree branch into a sword infused with the spirit of the Eri family. He tells him not to be ridiculous. Hatsu is surprised by his moves and thinks he possesses such power. White says his sword does not need those silly sword skills, asking what he is trying to teach to a mere sword that can barely slash and stab. He explains that he does not even understand something as simple as slashing, and if he keeps tensing his hand like that, he will just wear down his blade. What matters is not his style, but the simple act of slashing and stabbing. He says the sword is merely a sword. It is of no use if he does not know how to wield it. For example, take the stab he demonstrated just now. If he can manage to replicate even a tenth of that, he would consider himself more than strong enough. Honestly, seeing people like him really gets his blood boiling. He feels fortunate to have even gotten his hands on a decent sword and laments that he does not possess the talent to use it properly. Hatsu wonders if he is referring to his sword, Donghi. Kun observes him and reflects that he is from the Eri family, having mastered the art of sword fighting even before his birth. White reflects that, upon consideration, it is not particularly entertaining to witness a child with remarkable skills and an impressive weapon wielding it without knowing how to use it properly. Baum contemplates that Calivan is somewhere nearby. If this is due to the transformation power he gained from Doom, he can sense his own powers stirring more distinctly. He wonders whether doing his best in the present moment will bring him any closer to Calivan. White then asks if he is feeling anxious, questioning whether he fears freezing up upon encountering Calivan. He acknowledges that although he may be growing very quickly, he is still insignificant compared to Calivan. However, there are methods to bridge the gap much sooner than he might expect, though he still will not surpass Calivan, of course. He mentions that he possesses the power of the souls he has gathered. While he knows he is hesitant about using that power, he asserts that he has both the right and the talent to command those souls, as well as the strength to endure the power. He has also recently discovered a way to make that power a reality. He explains that the fire is ready to be ignited, and no one knows what will happen when that power begins to blaze. He offers to teach him how to ignite the fire if he is interested and expresses his desire to see him try. Kun thinks it would be better to change the topic and mentions that he knows about the hero trapped here. He asks if there is any information about it, noting that he thought White had been a legendary slayer. White responds that he has looked into it, but most of the information has been lost, and since it occurred so long ago, finding reliable sources is challenging. However, he did manage to uncover some details. Kun then urges him to share what he has found. He explains that after a long period of climbing the tower, when Jahad and the 10 family leaders conquered it, and rankers began to appear, King Jahad eventually declared himself the ruler of everyone and everything within the tower. He then initiated a war against his opponents. For a considerable time thereafter, the tower was divided by conflict between those who supported Jahad's claim to kingship and those who opposed it. This era is referred to as Genesis in history, though it was more a time of war and slaughter than of Genesis. The primary enemy of Jahad and the 10 family leaders during this period was FUG, an organization founded on deeply personal grudges. He states that given the historical context, Jahad's adversaries, starting from a position of significant disadvantage, were compelled to assemble the most exceptional rankers from each country and organization. These rankers were instructed to train with the masters at FUG and were then unified into a single team. According to him, one of the teams that emerged during the Genesis period was notable for having even assassinated the direct descendants of the previous generation of the 10 family leaders, known as the Hidden Grove. Apparently, 2 individuals who were trapped within the wall were members of this team. When Kun inquires about the Hidden Grove, White responds that he likely knows more about them than White does and confirms this assertion. Kun inquires whether she is the girl who was previously with the Elder and asks why she is present and how she has become smaller. She explains that she is a guide and that sneaking in here is not particularly difficult. Kun further questions whether she can achieve such a small size without the administrator's assistance. She responds that she came because she had a premonition that they would mishandle the situation. Although she remains somewhat irritated, she will excuse him for the time being, advising him to be thankful for that leniency. Kun reflects that no one had requested his presence here. Rak wonders why she is so upset. She then mentions that, given their involvement, she feels compelled to share some information about the individuals sealed within the wall, and admits her strong dislike of being near that person, likening it to standing before Jahad. She explains how the individuals ended up trapped in the wall, and why it is preferable not to awaken them. On the other hand, Caliban is on a call with Division Commander Chinhihat, who apologizes for the sudden call. She inquires how he managed to call her with his pocket device if he is not on an infiltration mission. Caliban notes that the security around their location does not appear to be very stringent, and he mentions that excessive tranquility can disrupt many things, advising her to be mindful of this. He then asks about the situation there. Chenhiha reports that the squadron is operating in complete secrecy and seems to be preparing to defend something, although she is not entirely sure. He further inquires about the new squadron commander. She responds that she is not yet certain about him, as he is difficult to assess. He acknowledges that he understands and assures that he will ensure his reappointment as a regular soldier once the mission is completed. He then explains that the primary reason for his call is to inquire if there is any way to change the mind of a particularly stubborn woman. She asks for clarification about the woman. He confirms that this is indeed the case and the reason for his call. She responds that although it is often said that women understand other women best, her focus on becoming stronger has prevented her from considering gender differences in depth. Nonetheless, she notes that when someone has been fixated on an idea for an extended period, it usually indicates they have been waiting for something. She reflects that she learned from her family that girls are destined for great things, so they should not become overly entangled in details. He advises waiting. She agrees, explaining that sticking to one's principles is a way of preparing for a specific moment, which implies that as soon as something capable of altering her mind occurs, he needs to get the timing precisely right. He acknowledges her advice, thanking her for the assistance. She expresses her pleasure in being able to help, addressing him as squadron commander and then by name, Calivan, wishing him good luck. He contemplates the importance of timing. On the other side, Khan sits in her room and expresses her longing, noting that she has been absent for what feels like ages and is perplexed by the intensity of her continued feelings of missing her. At that moment, Teb knocks on the door and demands that she open it, asserting that he knows she is inside. She opens the door and inquires why he is there so late and why the soldiers are present. He strikes her and throws her aside. She questions what has come over him. He responds that he is deeply disappointed in her, explaining that townspeople who saw her speaking with the intruder earlier in the day are now protesting, demanding that the guards arrest her. They accuse her of having spoken with the intruder in an attempt to free the heroes and ask if this accusation is true. She reacts with surprise and insists that it is certainly not the case. She explains that she has been enduring the situation for her sister's sake for a long time and questions why she would suddenly do something like that. He admits that he does not know the reason but emphasizes that the issue is the townspeople's growing suspicion of her. He adds that they can only tolerate so much and urges her to move on and forget the past. He explains that the townspeople become anxious every time she visits the tower and asserts that, without her presence, the seal would never have been broken. Consequently, the townspeople want her removed. She is shocked by this revelation and asks if they truly want her gone. She remarks that the people living there are either descendants of those whom her sister saved years ago or individuals who came seeking refuge after being hunted by other groups in the tower. She argues that if it were not for her and her sister protecting them, these people would already be dead, and yet they desire her removal. She declares that this situation is unjust and does not reflect the peace for which her sister sacrificed her life. Calivan hears her and contemplates that this might be the moment she has been waiting for. The scene transitions to the past, specifically to the end of Genesis. The narrator describes this period as one of the lost moments of history, occurring towards the end of the war between Jahad and his adversaries. Kun Hind Luch expresses his frustration, acknowledging that while he understands they killed their children, he is appalled that such a person was sent. He criticizes the 10 family leaders for their audacity. Taro York reflects that he wishes the 10 family leaders had someone like his own father. He remarks that Kun Edun, despite everything, only needed alcohol and women, even if someone had murdered his own children. He demands clarification, questioning the implication and declaring that he is the worst type of person to have as a father. He informs Khan's sister, Dawan, that something is approaching and asks if she is prepared. She replies that he should be quiet because she is trying to concentrate and perform some magic. He warns her to be cautious as she is in danger. She opens her eyes and observes one of the 23 beasts of the Lopobia family, specifically the ancient odd-eyed giant cobra, which is currently the symbol of the 20th branch. She exclaims that it is extraordinarily large. They both instruct her to remain silent and take action. She uses her powers to attack, invoking the Great Flower's power to provide protection and cause the enemy's demise, utilizing the Flower Shinsu control skill, Scent of Forget-Me-Nots, a wide-range skill, and creating a flower garden. The narrator notes that this occurred 3 months before Dawan was sealed in the wall. Kun Hind Luch comments that it was a close call, noting that while the Flower Shinsu control skill may be visually impressive, it is extremely dangerous. He inquires if the snake is dead. She explains that it is an ancient beast created by the head of the Lopobia family himself, and it will not die easily. The ancient odd-eyed giant cobra then roars in response. He expresses frustration, acknowledging the beast's strength. The ancient odd-eyed giant cobra remarks on the impressive nature of their abilities and observes that it is no wonder she defeated his brother. She questions if the snake is speaking. Taro explains that each of the 23 beasts possesses a different anima, and the entity speaking through the beast is likely the first direct descendant of Lopobia. Kunhind Luch reacts with disbelief, expressing a desire to obtain one of those beasts. The ancient odd-eyed giant cobra asserts that he is indeed the 8th son of Lord Lopobia and has come to deliver a warning from his father. Dowan inquires about the nature of the warning. At that moment, the leader of the Hidden Grove, Fisherman Cha, arrives and expresses his willingness to receive the warning. She reflects on the voice she has heard. He mentions Genesis chapter 1. They then proceed to attack the snake. Cha questions their audacity to attack his companions while he is absent, commenting that the Lopobia family is as cowardly as rumored. Hind notes that he has returned. Cha asserts his leadership of the team, stating that if he has something to say, he should address it directly when present. Dowan inquires about the delay and mentions that they were just attacked. Cha apologizes, explaining that he was occupied with other matters but managed to clear an escape route for them on his way here, so he hopes they will not be too angry with him. The ancient odd-eyed giant cobra comments on the descendant of the first man, expressing a desire to eliminate such a threat but indicating that this is not the place to do so. Cha questions why not and challenges the situation. The ancient odd-eyed giant cobra then offers to deliver his father's message, stating that she is a knight of Dowa Peach Blossom, one of the 5 flower nations. If that is indeed the case, she responds by asking what relevance this has to the current situation. He explains that Dowa is entirely surrounded by the forces of the Jahad Alliance, and once the battle commences, his nation will face annihilation. She inquires about the relevance of this to him. He responds that if this is the case, then fighting them in this manner seems pointless. He adds that his father was deeply enraged and saddened by the death of his son, and both Lord Jahad and the leaders of the allied forces were weary of the war. Consequently, he has chosen between 2 paths, coexistence or extermination. Lord Jahad demands the spoils of war as the price for coexistence. She asks about these spoils of war. He confirms that one of them is the Flower Wave controller Dowan, and that she and the main rebel leaders must be sealed away. She asserts that no one will be sealing her anywhere and dismisses the idea as nonsense. He explains that what Lord Jahad demands as spoils of war is for the rebel groups and nations to seal away their own war heroes. Last night, his nation of Dowa decided to seal her away in exchange for coexistence. She questions whether this applies to Dowan's nation and contemplates her own nation. He clarifies that the decision was made jointly by the leader and the people of her nation. He warns that if she refuses to return and be sealed away, her nation will be destroyed. He suggests that unless she wants to be remembered as the cause of her nation's downfall, she should hurry back. The scene shifts to the following day aboard the warship of the Hidden Grove team. Hind asks Dowan if she is truly going back home. She confirms that she has to. He expresses concern, noting that if she leaves, she might never wake up again. She questions what choice she has, explaining that while she is with them now, that place is her home. Her family has served as knights there for generations, and she decided to become a ranker and fight Jahad after her father died in battle. When Jahad declared himself king of the entire tower, the king ordered her father to fight Jahad, which led to his death. She explains that her family has been able to control Flower Shinsu for generations, which is why she and her sister trained diligently to become rankers and fill the void left by their father. Even now, her sister remains there to protect the people. She continues by saying that the reason she keeps fighting is because she does not want her people to fall into the hands of King Jahad. If they were to fall, she would have no reason to continue fighting. Thus, she must go home, acknowledging that this marks the end of her journey, and asking them to take care of the team. He responds that if this is how she feels, they will not attempt to stop her. After a while, she visits Cha's room and informs him of her decision to return. He responds by telling her to go ahead, noting that the Hidden Grove team believes in blooming and wilting beautifully, like a flower. He says he will not cry or try to hold her back if she dies or leaves. She acknowledges his attempt to appear strong and points out that she was the one who came up with the team name. She then asks if he has feelings for her. When he responds with surprise and asks what she means, she admits that she knew it and expresses disappointment. She explains that she would have said yes if he had asked her out someday, but unfortunately, things have turned out this way. She remarks that it will likely be harder on the people she leaves behind. He tells her to stop speaking as if she is dying, noting that she is only being sealed away. He assures her that they will meet again, though it might take some time. When they do reunite, he asks her to allow him to act like a real man. She agrees to inform him of her answer when the time comes and begins to leave the room. He calls her back, expressing surprise that he thought she was going to say yes. The scene shifts to 2 months later, in Dawan's homeland, the land of the peach blossom, part of the Five Flowers Nation. At the royal palace in the capital city, King Dowa greets Dawan, acknowledging that she has finally arrived and that he has been waiting for her. She bows deeply and expresses her honor at meeting him, mentioning that he did a great favor for her little sister. He responds that the notion of a great favor is an exaggeration, noting that she has likely already heard that Jahad's forces have prepared for war and surrounded the capital city. They are beyond their power and have lost their will to fight. He adds that under such circumstances, he did not expect them to make such an absurd proposition, which is to promise peace if she seals herself away. He acknowledges that it is shameful for him to ask her for a favor, especially since he knows she is already fighting against enemies in obedience to a royal command from his late grandfather. He admits that he is neither a remarkable wave controller nor an outstanding sorcerer, and that only a small number of troops remain in the kingdom compared to before. Clearly, there is little chance of forming a united front with FUG. He feels deeply ashamed to make this request, but pleads with her to save the kingdom and its people. She agrees, stating that she will help in any way she can. He expresses his profound gratitude. The scene shifts back to the present. So explains that Dawan eventually returned home and was sealed away there. The people of the tower had their memories erased, making it difficult to determine what exactly occurred in the interim. However, the people of Dowa, her country, were forced to relocate to the wall under the guise of peace. Over time, the king of Dowa lost his position and became an ordinary chairman of the wall. She adds that after Dawan was sealed away, Cha was so overcome with grief that he left the team and fought against Jahad's allied forces alone. After terrifying everyone by killing numerous allied soldiers and rankers, he fled. Subsequently, he suddenly appeared before the allied forces and chose to be sealed away with Dawan, so that they would awaken together at some point in the future. She explains that after the loss of 2 leaders, the remaining team members joined Kelhelim's team, as they were the most powerful group from FUG at the time. After acquiring the ability to see people's destinies and regain their confidence, Kelhelim devised a plan to confront Jahad himself in an effort to change the course of the war. Despite significant opposition to the plan, Kelhelim and his team proceeded with it. To everyone's surprise, they managed to reach Jahad. However, in the ensuing battle, everyone on Kelhelim's team, except Kelhelim himself, was either killed or captured and was never seen again. She states that Kelhelim had been excessively arrogant at that time, and perhaps Jahad had observed this and allowed them to reach him merely to demonstrate his true power. Even more astonishing was the fact that a traitor from the Hidden Grove had been among their ranks. She admits that she has been unaware of the details since then, but it was a profound shock. Following their loss in that battle, conditions deteriorated further, prompting the construction of walls intended to foster peace and coexistence. Those who relocated to the walls were promised immediate peace, but as time passed, they began to accept the dominance of Jahad's forces. With numerous fights and conflicts arising, the old war heroes were forgotten. And now, most of the walls no longer possess their sealed chambers or anyone capable of unlocking them. She states that only 3 walls remain intact, including this one. If Dawan or Cha awaken and discover what has happened, they will likely seek revenge on their former teammates. However, Jahad's forces are significantly stronger than they were previously. She asserts that, ultimately, they will die, and she does not wish for that to occur. Baum responds that he understands. Thus, even if she awakens, it will merely provide Jahad with an excuse to initiate a war. She stands to gain nothing from awakening, which is likely one of the reasons Calivan wants to revive her. Kun inquires about his thoughts on the matter. Hatsu states that she should be awakened, as it is her choice whether she desires revenge or peace. O then asks if he has been listening at all, commenting that these regulars are all insane, and expresses that she did not seek his opinion but appreciates his input. He inquires about the situation. Baum conveys that he also believes she should not be left in such a state. It is too cruel. However, if Calivan awakens her, just then, they hear a noise outside the room instructing them to kill her. Baum asks what that sound is, and Rak questions the commotion occurring outside. O explains that the soldiers guarding the wall have arrested Dawan's sister, as she possesses the key to awakening her. The townspeople want her dead because they are likely still anxious about the intruder who appeared out of nowhere. They now believe that killing her will ensure their safety and, by doing so, prevent Dawan from ever awakening. White remarks that Calivan will not simply stand by and allow this to happen. The foolish townspeople will end up forcing his hand, as no one enjoys being cornered. Baum asserts that they cannot permit this to continue, and that they must intervene. Kun takes her jacket and agrees, stating that regardless of what happens, they should proceed since they have already come this far. He then breaks down the door. On the other side, at the town square, many people have gathered, repeatedly demanding that she be killed. Teb announces to Mr. Chairman that she has arrived. Chairman Koer addresses her, stating that, given the recent events, he expects her to understand why she has been brought here. An unexpected incident has occurred. There was an intruder, and rumors suggest that she is acquainted with him. The town observers were consulted, revealing that the intruder had made contact with her and had even been at her house. He inquires whether she admits to conspiring with the outsider, asserting that there is overwhelming evidence for her to deny, and demands to know the whereabouts of the man. She responds that the accusation is absurd, asserting that she does not know him and questioning how she could possibly know his whereabouts. When asked why she did not inform them of his contact, she explains that she had simply sent him away to avoid provoking a conflict and insists that this is the entire truth. A person accuses her of lying, while another with red hair claims that she is attempting to awaken her sister and incite a war. A third person with black hair adds that if the woman awakens, Jahad's forces will kill them all. Chairman Koer then calls for calm, stating that Miss Khan is the hero's younger sister and deserves a chance to restore her honor. A person questions the notion of honor and demands that she be killed. Chairman Koer responds that to demonstrate to the townspeople her genuine desire for peace, the seal will not be broken regardless of her presence, and proposes an alternative. He suggests that she could confine herself along with her sister. She argues that this suggestion is illogical. He counters that she has lived long enough and questions what could be more honorable than achieving peace for the townspeople, as her sister did. He asserts that her sacrifice would be the ultimate tribute to her sister's desire for peace and asks if she truly desires peace, she should follow in her sister's footsteps. A person agrees with this proposal, another suggests locking her up, and someone in a blue shirt states that one sacrifice could bring peace to everyone. Khan reflects that since their nation was enclosed by the wall and the king became the chairman, she has witnessed numerous chairmen come and go. She has never had a favorable impression of this individual, as he has always been immature and power-hungry since his youth. Despite his strange behavior, she never anticipated that he would make such an outrageous statement. She apologizes to her sister and firmly says no. Chairman Koer inquires about her response. She feels she can no longer tolerate the situation, struggling to understand why he must imprison her sister for the sake of these people, and reiterates her refusal. He demands to know how she dares to speak to a chairman in such a manner and asks if she is admitting to conspiring with the outsider. She confirms that if he wants to believe that, he is welcome to do so, and he responds with surprise. On the other side, a soldier runs with others, instructing them to find the intruder as the townspeople have reported seeing him in the area. They are to do whatever it takes to locate him. He is described as a large man wearing a blue hat. At that moment, Khan contacts Calivan via her pocket device and asks if he is listening. She accuses him of causing the current situation and insists that he must help her, advising him not to even think of escaping. She demands that her sister be awakened immediately. Calivan considers this fortunate and responds that he will gladly destroy the wall for her, using his power to do so. On the other side, Bomb and the others run towards Khan. Khan informs them that Hatsu and White have decided to search for Calivan after retrieving the sword and suggests they should help Dawan's sister. Bomb agrees. Upon seeing some guards, Bomb inquires if they are the wall guards and states that he will handle them, as he wants to test his new power. Khan asks about this new power. Bomb activates his power, Red Thrissa, level 1 transformation, and attacks the guards one by one. Khan notes that it appears to be a transformation. Rak comments that the turtle's arm looks unusual. Bomb thinks he has not yet mastered the power, acknowledging the urgency to awaken Dawan. He is aware that she was traumatized by the war and cannot allow someone like Calivan to awaken her. On the other side, Calivan considers it to be perfect timing. Calivan uses his power and declares that he will gladly destroy the wall for her. Chairman Koer is astonished, questioning whether she just contacted the intruder and accused her of conspiring against them. Calivan asks Khan if she wants him to come to her. She responds by telling him not to make a scene and to remain where he is. She does not want anyone getting hurt unnecessarily. All they need to do is wake her sister, and she will handle matters on her end while unleashing her magic light everywhere. Chairman Koer, seeking to protect himself, considers a Shinsu attack and accuses her of finally revealing her true intentions. He orders the guards to hurry and eliminate the threat. A person warns that the witch has gone mad and has just attacked someone. Teb asks Khan if she has any idea what she is doing. She replies that she understands far more than he does and proceeds to attack the soldiers with her magic power. She reminds him that she is a ranker as well, and although she has not fought in ages, she still remembers enough to handle a group of cowards like them. Her focus is on waking her sister. Teb urges her to wait. Chairman Koer, running toward her, demands to know how she dares to treat him, a descendant of the king, in such a manner. He questions why their ancestors allowed people like her to live and argues that they should have been eliminated from the start. Just then, So-Oh arrives on the scene. He demands to know who she is. She introduces herself as So-Oh from FUG. He inquires about FUG and tells her to leave, expressing frustration at everyone suddenly trying to disrupt everything around him. So-Oh responds that the world has always been chaotic. While he has enjoyed a peaceful life thanks to the wall and Dawan, she understands how the current chaos might be troubling for him. He asks what she wants. She proposes that they work together to stop the intruder. With Khan now against him, he will not be able to handle the situation on his own, and she offers her assistance. He agrees to collaborate. On the other side, Dalit confronts Bomb and his friends, declaring that he managed to escape and addressing Bomb as the regular who calls himself a Slayer candidate. Khan identifies Dalit as a ranker. Dalit introduces himself and asserts that while they may think they have escaped safely, their journey ends here. He threatens to kill them if they do not return to prison. Bomb responds by stating that they refuse to go back. Dalit then says he has no choice but to act against them. At that moment, a message arrives on his pocket device. Dalit reads the message from the chairman and remarks that the situation has changed. Kun asks for clarification. Dalit explains that the chairman has instructed him to collaborate with them to eliminate the intruder, and until the intruder is dealt with, they are on the same side. On the other side, Calivan punches and knocks out several soldiers. Khan arrives and comments that he fights quite well with just one arm, expressing his admiration and noting that he was planning to come for her himself. She retorts that he should not insult her, as she may be out of practice, but she was once a ranker. Moreover, if he had come for her, more people would have died. He agrees with her. She adds that the soldiers are likely rushing to the tower to defend it, so they need to get there quickly to avoid causing any harm. She warns him not to do anything foolish, like bringing down the wall. He assures her that he will keep that in mind. She then says they should go, as they need to free her sister. At that moment, an announcement from the ship declares an emergency, stating that Miss Khan is on her way to the sealed hero tower with the intruder. The crew is instructed to stop her and asked where she is. The response indicates frustration, noting that they have sent troops, but Khan is faster and is already nearing the tower. Calivan turns to Khan and inquires if there are any rankers present. She confirms that there are, mentioning that 4 of the guards are rankers. The strongest among them are Tonki and Dalit. She explains that most of the rankers left after losing their memories, but Dalit's family has been guarding the place for generations, and Tonki has been guarding the wall since shortly after her sister was sealed in the tower. Consequently, he is probably the strongest among the guards. Calivan acknowledges this information and asks if he is a ranker from Genesis. Calivan remarks that this should be interesting as many guards step in front of them. One of the guards commands them to stop, while another points out that this is the sealed hero tower and Calivan has no business being there. Calivan responds by using his powers to attack, prompting Khan to urge him to wait and stop. The guards are shocked by the sight of their dead comrades, and one of them asks who Calivan is. Another guard decides they are no match for him and suggests they flee. The guards begin to run. Calivan comments that provoking them will only attract more guards and that it is best to minimize the number of people they have to kill. Khan, while acknowledging her agreement to work with him, reflects on her thoughts. She is puzzled by Calivan's true identity, realizing that he is not just a powerful ranker. She resolves that once she wakes her sister, she will need to find a way to deal with him. On the other side, Kun calls Hatsu and asks if he has found the sword. Hatsu confirms that they are on their way out and inquires about the situation on his end. He explains that things have changed. Calivan has teamed up with Khan, and it is unclear if the guy did something, but the chairman has decided to work with them to stop Calivan. Hatsu expresses surprise and asks if this is true. Kun confirms it and advises him not to engage with the soldiers. Hatsu responds that while this news is significant, he does not think he will be able to stop anytime soon and observes White killing guards. Hatsu asks for clarification. He watches White move with a sense of possession and notes that, despite the sword's pure and beautiful appearance making it hard to look away, it is uncertain if Calivan is truly stronger than the demon. White, contemplating Calivan and the hidden hero, anticipates that a grand confrontation awaits. On the other side, Dalit reports that they have just heard that the intruder has already arrived at the sealed hero tower. Baum insists that they need to hurry. He explains that his family has been guarding this wall for generations, and he is the only one who became a ranker. However, he gave up the fame and fortune associated with the title to return home. Baum thinks about how Dalit manages to be so fast, considering his height. Dalit continues, noting that there have not been any significant battles in the area since the hero was sealed in the tower. His sole aim is to maintain peace, but the long years of peace have also made him weaker. If they manage to get past Tonki, they will have lost their last line of defense. Dalit acknowledges that he knows about the intruder and asks him what kind of person he is. He mentions that he needs to know more about the intruder before engaging him in battle. Baum explains that Calivan is a very dangerous high ranker who was once a squadron commander in Jahad's army, although he does not seem to be acting in that capacity at the moment. Dalit asks about the significance of a squadron commander and inquires why someone like Calivan is here. Baum responds that he is unsure why Calivan is alone, but he is likely here on orders from Jahad's army. Dalit concludes that this means their alliance ends here. Kun asks for clarification, but before he can receive an answer, he attacks them. Kun warns them to watch out. Baum asks what he is doing, pointing out that they have agreed to team up to stop the intruder. Dalit reveals that the message he received from the chairman instructed him to pretend to cooperate in order to gather information about the intruder. He was directed to assess whether the intruder was stronger or affiliated with Jahad's army. He adds that his orders were to eliminate them and align with the intruder. Kun is taken aback and asks for clarification. Dalit explains that no one can stop a squadron commander from Jahad's army, and disobeying him would lead to their deaths. He argues that their goal is not to protect the hero or the wall, but to maintain peace. He asserts that siding with the powerful is the only way to ensure peace, and since they are weak and he is strong, they should not blame him, but rather blame themselves for their weakness. At the sealed hero tower, Tonki confronts Calivan and Khan, addressing Khan directly. He accuses her of betraying the people of the tower and seeking to free her sister. She counters that it is not as he thinks. She explains that the tower's people are the ones who betrayed her sister. Her sister was a hero who sacrificed her life to protect them, and she will not allow them to slander her sister as if she were a warmonger. Tonki, acknowledging her words, responds that regardless of the situation, he is relieved that he will finally be freed from this duty. Tonki explains that both he and she have been at the sealed hero tower longer than anyone else. He acknowledges that he was assigned to guard the sealed hero because he is a descendant of the Flower Kingdom. But this assignment came after he lost his memories of the hero. As a result, he has been guarding the tower without understanding why. In truth, he had been considering quitting soon, like the others. However, seeing Khan visit the tower every day changed his perspective. It made him question what kind of person her sister was, how long she would be remembered and missed, and whether memories ever fade. He concludes that as long as Khan does not run away or give up and continues to visit her sister, he will keep guarding her. Tonki declares that if Khan breaks her vow and attempts to release her sister, he will do everything in his power to stop her. He then uses his powers to attack. Calivan responds with admiration, noting that it is impressive and evident that he has been guarding the tower for a long time. He shares that he also used to have a similar duty and understands how humans will remain surprisingly steadfast almost indefinitely. However, he asserts that everything must eventually come to an end and prepares to attack. Calivan expresses respect for his determination and says he will give his best effort using his right arm. Tonki, questioning the use of only one arm, asks who he thinks he is. He replies that he will understand why he respects him once he feels the impact of the blow. Tonki moves to punch Calivan, who simultaneously counters the attack. Tonki conjures a fireball with his magic to strike Calivan. Calivan observes the fireball and thinks about its nature. Meanwhile, Dalit reiterates that no one can stop a squadron commander from Jahad's army, and disobeying him would result in death. He argues that their goal is not to protect the hero or the wall, but to maintain peace. He insists that aligning with the powerful is the only way to ensure peace, asserting that the people are weak, and he is strong. He tells them not to blame him, but to blame themselves for their weakness. Baum responds, questioning why he would want to work with Calivan to maintain peace when it is clear that he does not care about peace at all. He tells him to be quiet, asserting that the world is governed by the powerful. He questions if he truly believes that a group of regulars like him could face someone who was once a squadron commander in Jahad's army. He explains that he was born into a family that has been guarding the wall for generations, and he has always taken pride in this legacy. He chose to help marginalized and weak people instead of returning to the wall, even after becoming a rancor. Although he did not enjoy the opulent lifestyle of a rancor, he was proud of his choices. However, his perspective changed one day when, while wandering, he had a conflict with a rancor who had been exploiting and stealing from the weak. He ends up killing this rancor, only to discover that the rancor is the younger brother of a high rancor favored by the local ruler. As a result, he found himself in serious trouble, and the local rancors accused him of murder. Ironically, the people he had always tried to help turned their backs on him more quickly than anyone else. Dalit continues, stating that, ultimately, he was forced to flee. With nowhere else to go, he decided to return to the wall. It was then that he realized the tower operates on the law of the jungle, where the suffering of the weak is not to be pitied, but is seen as a natural state. Strength is the only true justice in this environment. He vows never to make the same mistake again, asserting that helping the weak only leads to trouble. He then declares that they, the regulars, should die and prepares to attack them with his sword. Rak intervenes, using his power to block his attack. The attack lands on Rak's shield. Kun asks if he is using a needle as a spear. Rak responds, acknowledging that he has some serious wrist strength, but he is advised to stop listening to his nonsense. He emphasizes that he should focus on protecting them, as they almost got killed just now. Kun tells him to be quiet, noting that he could not even block his attack effectively. He clarifies that he is an offensive player, not a defensive one. Dalit observes that Rak, the alligator, is using skills that do not seem typical of regulars. He is struck by their confidence, despite their status as regulars, questioning if they have lost their minds. Kun reflects that it has indeed been a long time since the three of them fought together. Baum agrees, noting that even in the cage, they only ever fought in different pairs. Kun expresses his eagerness to work together again, addressing him as the wave controller. Baum reciprocates the sentiment, referring to him as the light bearer. Rak questions why they are acting so casually in the presence of an enemy, emphasizing that this is the wild, and they need to fight like hunters. Kun responds by encouraging Rak to prepare for a real battle against a rancor. He then asks him if he plans to hold off on using the thorn for now. Alm replies that his master has given him permission to use the thorn temporarily, though he is still learning how to wield it. He adds that he will need to use it once they encounter Caliban. Kun expresses his curiosity about testing it if he is agreeable. Baum asks what he means by testing it. Kun admits that he does not fully understand the dangerous power of the thorn either, but he feels that facing a rancor without it would be even riskier. He wants to test it out, believing it will enhance his transformation abilities. Baum agrees, stating that he trusts him and is open to trying it. Kun responds with enthusiasm, moving his hand towards him and encouraging him to proceed. As he does, the fire begins to spread and intertwine with his thorn. Rak, astonished, observes that the thorn has become even larger and sharper, reminiscent of a turtle's sword. The narrator comments on the transformation, indicating that it is a red Thrissa level 1 transformation tail. On the other side, White asks if there are no more opponents left, noting that the previous ones were insufficient to truly challenge him. Hatsu informs him that there are few enemies worthy of White's attention and mentions that the battle has resumed on Baum's end. Hatsu adds that only a few rancors remain in the area, expressing disappointment. He worries about Baum and his team and thinks they need to hurry to the sealed hero tower. Hatsu reflects on his nature, noting that despite not being a swordsman, he appears more like a bloodthirsty murderer. White tells Hatsu to stop provoking him, calling him an ignorant fool. He asserts that swords are inherently tools for murder and that honing his swordsmanship skills is fundamentally about learning how to kill. White emphasizes that one can attempt to make their swordsmanship seem more refined or polite, but ultimately, they are just killers. He advises that if Hatsu fears becoming a murderer, he should choose a different path. Otherwise, he might end up disgusted with himself. With that, White continues forward. At the same time, Tonki throws a fireball at Calivan, but he punches through and shatters it. He remarks that the old rankers were reputed to use Shinsu in ways that suited their attributes, finding this to be a valuable experience. However, he notes that his attacks are ineffective against his power, which represents the essence of bravery, a power that has been passed down for far longer than he can imagine. Tonki prepares to attack again and inquires about his rambling. Khan instructs Tonki to stop fighting, warning that continuing will only lead to further trouble. Calivan lights up his fist in preparation for an attack. Observing his hand, he thinks that this fist represents a different level of power altogether. Khan is shocked to see him. Calivan strikes Tonki and remarks that he had warned him. He states that he will now show Tonki some respect by knocking him out. Calivan then takes the key and tells her to proceed. She agrees and follows him. Observing